You ain't got time for dueling?
War battle, we coming full throttle. Sanctuary.
You do now, where you going?
Time to show our metal. Coooley crew and DFC.
You ain't got time for
we
dueling?
the chosen few. Fire up the night.
Well, you better make
Thursday
time.
night, that's what we do. War battle, sanctuary under siege.
Oh, caution thrown to the wind from this guy.
Back in town. Together we rise, conquer the crown. Sanctuary under siege. Coooley crew and DFC. We bring it fire the night. We back it down. Together we rise, conquer the crown. Plan in sight.
And that's what these two guys are doing right here. Clicking and holding against one another and trying to whittle their opponent's life total down to 0. Jeep off to an... Oh my God! Huge comeback from 1! Just keeping the pressure up and constant damage. Look at this.
We got some more lates in to do, boys. Ladies, welcome in. It's Thursday night. We're a little early today, and that's because we got a little bit of a special event going on, man. We've got a bit of an Iron Man competition taking place here, and that will be going down here momentarily, about 10 minutes. So in that time, man, let's check out this card. By the way, what's up, guys? Travix, Greenlung, Slim Dizzy, the Nim himself, AF50, Wicked One Ball, Odin, Sawdust, holy shit, Pope John the Pone himself, Brandawoy, holy shit, I, Mr. Puck, and the Cat's Gat Tats, holy shit, man, and Contagious Marijuana, what up, guys, holy shit, man, y'all are early, we are early, man, it's gonna be one hell of a card. Look at this, we've got Squigs defending his belt in HLD, versus Track Amp. I bet he's... someone asked if Squigs is okay from having to constantly fight these fire droids. It's wild, man. Big cheers to you, Joker Shrimp. What's up, man? Florida man in the house. He ain't messing around, man. Hell yeah. What's up? Good to see you guys. Man, that's gonna be wild. Squigs is crazy, man. He could be on the center of the neck. Something tells me he's probably gonna be on the neck today. That's, I mean, it's just the only thing I think that can compete with this fire droid right now, man. Possibly Sins if you really want to make it a real duel, but it's going to be a long one. Regardless, we know what Track Amp is on, an absolute legend on that fire druid. It's going to be nuts, man. Then, of course, we've got the king of melee, Coach Jason, trying to defend his title against Greenlungs. This guy, man. Another up-and-coming promising druid, but does he have what it takes to be the top of the top? We're gonna find out tonight, man. It's gonna be a wild one. And then, of course, look at this hooligan at the top of the LLD division. Coooley, they call him the top din. But tonight, he's got himself a wild match against AF50. It's gonna be nuts. Can he do it with that little charger? We're gonna find out. And speaking of fooking around, finding out, look at this, man. Leroy coming in, 18 months. At tier 1, 34 months total. He says, wow, can't believe how easily you defended your LLD title last week. Wonder if the Blade Sin will do it. I don't know, actually. Blade Sin is pretty crazy. It's, I'm actually kind of worried about it. Me and AF50 are prepared to turn this into a real duel, all right? We hate to do it, but we might have to do it. You know what I mean. It's gonna be crazy, man. I actually can't wait for it. I think AF50 is super underrated, really good. He's coming in on that Blade Sin. It's gonna be crazy. By the way, Leroy, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. 34 months, brother. Big cheers to you, man. That is so wild. Better warm up that BM Punch-Out music. Yeah, we got to have it on deck, ready to go. We're gonna do it. It's Brand War equals Brand Doom. Oh, no shit. Yo, what's up? I should've, I didn't want to make any assumptions, all right? But now we know for sure. Yeah, GG's, brother. Look at this, though. We've got Austin. This guy made an incredible appearance last week as he took down absolute PvP legend Maddie. That shit was wild. He's going up against up-and-comer Corrode tonight. That one should be wild. And speaking of wild, what is this? 34 months as well from Sawdust. My guy, how you feeling, man? It's so good to see you. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. Big cheers. I hope the mend is going well, if you know what I mean, man. Yeah, early start, Bruno. We're going to do a bit of an Iron Man here in a little bit after we check out this card. Then we've got, holy shit, Baloney Pony going up against Himpapa Weed. Himpapa Weed, both of these guys, absolute rising stars. And Papa can bring anything he wants to this duel. Something tells me it's going to be quite a battle against Baloney Pony's hybrid Warlock. That thing is nuts. If you haven't seen it, I hope we get to see it tonight, because it's crazy. And then look at this guy. Coach Jason also got himself back into the HLD division here. This guy's been tearing it up, man. This guy's a threat. A threat that no one saw coming. And he's going up against an absolute legend in Gem. That one could be wild, man. Sork v. Din. It's going to be back and forth. It's good to see Gemmed back, man. It's been a while since we've seen him. He's an absolute legend. I would dare call him a Sork main. He's really good at it. Plays a bunch of different variants. Was pretty active in the SVS ladder. This guy knows his shit on that sort. Coach Jason had better come with his A game. Then we've got Crypto Ninja, my favorite Paladin player out there. This guy's so different with the way he approaches the build, man. He's going up against Bonkai, and that one's gonna be fireworks. So many good fights on the card tonight, man. Green Lungs versus Lol Rages in some Necro v Zan. Holy shit. That one also gonna be nuts. Lol Rages, just an absolute top tier Zan player in all formats. Green Lungs, this guy also showing what he's made of, not just in Melee, but in the HLD division. However, Lol Rages is one hell of a Zan player. Green Lungs better come in there with some max block, better get up in there, jam, slam, Alabama, and bring his A game. Because it could get pretty wild up in there. Then we've got Jewel Van on the Barb going up against Random Tool Guy. Random Tool Guy trying to avenge his loss against these Barb players. He lost earlier this year to Punch on a Barb, but he's hoping to bring all of his learnings and all of his momentum in the DFC into this match right here versus a legend. It's gonna be nuts, man. Then we've got Lynn on the Warlock. He's got himself two duels here tonight. One against Travix, one against Kyle. And man, he's going to get to put that Warlock to the test. We're going to see what it's made of. This thing is mainly a Firelock. I don't think he goes hybrid, although he could have made some changes. We're going to find out, man. It's always fun to see these sort of fair locks is what I call them. Try to do their thing in PvP, so we can really see in the absence of Abyss where these guys really are. So pretty crazy, man. Then we've got Nimrod versus Will. Din versus Din or Sin. Which will Will bring to the table? Something tells me he's going to go right to that Sin. Why? Because Nim is a savage, and he needs to come in with a build that he not only understands, but the build that made him famous. The build where if this turns into a real duel, muscle memory can take over. But, I don't know. Maybe he'll come in with the Din. That'd be crazy, man. Then we've got a death match, the return. We saw this last week, but we didn't get to see it last week. It's back on the card this week. Polytheist versus Serenity. Hope we get to see it, man. Polytheist, savage player. Serenity got his work cut out for him, but if he can do it, it's going to be wild. Then we've got Super Dude on the Necro versus Stu on Druid or Vitasork, whatever he'd like, man. Whatever he wants to come at him with. Super Dude's gonna be laying it down, man. Then look at this, the return of Thor Jitsu. He's going up against another Jujitsu Savage. These guys we might just actually get a live feed where these guys aren't dueling in D2. They might just do some Jujitsu against each other, which would, you know, I'll allow it. I'll allow it, dude. 5-minute rounds, of course. We'll see how it goes. Big cheers to you, Bruno. 2 big cheers to you, man. Holy shit. 75 stream streak. He goes, about time. He left me hanging on this for 2 weeks. Look, we jamming, we slamming, we Alabaman, Bruno. How was the game, by the way? Good to see you, man. I really appreciate you, brother. And look who it is. We've got Toshank back up in here on the Sin. This guy's going to be throwing it down, man. And he's got himself a Savage. Jovito can bring in anything he'd like to go up against Toshank Sin. Does Toshank still got what it takes to take out the top of the division? We're going to see, man. I think he might be making a run for that title. You never know. You never know. But he's starting himself up with some heavy competition upon his return. Then we've got LOL Rages in the LLD level 30 division here versus Corrode. That one's gonna be nuts, man. It's always good to see Corrode in this division because he brings in builds that most people don't play, and his skill level on them is incredible. So whatever we see from LOL Rages here, he's got himself a Sork now. He's also a Savage Zon player. He's gonna have to bring his A game, I think, because Corrode is nasty, dude. He is just nasty. Then we've got Murder SC. This guy's on call today, but if he can sneak it in, he's going to be trying to go up against GDA Master, the Ariat Summit himself. This guy is a legend on YouTube, but also in PvP. So good to see these guys meeting Zon v Zon in the LLD arena. It's going to be crazy. And then, of course, Nimrod versus Green Lungs, also level 30. That one's going to be wild. We've got Smolps in LLD also going up against Murder SC. Murder SC is getting himself quite the test here. Trying to get it up in here while he might be on call, but man, everyone's got his number here tonight. They're all knocking on his door. It's going to be a busy night for this guy. Then in the Melee division, on top of an epic title bout, we've got AF50 versus, look at this, Nimrod. Holy shit, it's so good to see him in the Melee division. What a legend. It's like a star just re-entering into the arena. The Majestic Din, the man who has stare downs with fires in Act 4. That's the guy. He's stepping back into the arena. Can't wait to see it, man. GDA Master versus Cats, Gats, Tats, also going to be wild in the Melee division. GDA, very seasoned in Melee. Cats, Gat, Tats, coming in on that barb. So you can't help but root for those barbs in Melee. You don't see them a lot. You can only hope they do well. But you also can't help but root for GDA Master. Dude's a legend, man. Dude, just savage. And then look at this. Nimrod also taking on the Smolps. What is this? All these guys. It's the meeting of the minds, a meeting of the legends. And boys, I can't wait. And look at this. My guy. Stay Frosty. The Sergeant himself. Dude, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, man. That is so generous. You didn't have to do that, man. Big cheers to you, brother.
Is your Iron Man game borked?
Holy shit. Is it borked? By the way, Kyle, first of all, thank you for the 2 spot, brother. Big cheers to you. And no, it shouldn't be. It's Hardcore Ladder, I think is what it is. Hardcore Ladder. So try to make your character on Hardcore Ladder, and it's got to be like a level 1. I made level restricts so that we hopefully don't get trolled, but you never know. We'll see. We'll see, man. Should be wild. Again, thank you so much. Stay Frosty. This guy, what an absolute legend, man. Big cheers to you. Can't wait. Let's get up in there and let's get ready for this Iron Man. I think I heard the voices of some other heroes in this game in the background. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what's up down there. Oh, shit. Look at this, man. Looks like we've got some people up in here. We've got a couple of them. I think we actually have some room. So, if anybody's around and wants to be part of a level 9 Iron Man on Hardcore Ladder, just feel free to pop in. Is there a prize? It's bragging rights, all right, if you get them, okay? But hardcore ladder, pop in. It's DFC2. The password is FIG, FIG. That's what we're gonna be doing now, man. That's what we're gonna be jamming. Big fan of the videos. Recently watched one that talks about the lost bugged items from 20 years ago. By any chance, are you able to find the Bone Snap Light Battle Boots item? Nah, man. It's all right there. I mean, I didn't do any more after that. That was the extent of my research. But so no. But we put together a good guess as to what they'll probably look like. How's Iron Man work? It's everybody levels together in this game here. We get to level 9. And once you're level 9, you go to town. You can use your gold. You can use your gold to gamble, to buy anything you want. We do have some rules, though, I feel like we should go over. Let me see if I can find the rules. See if I can find these Iron Man rules real quick. We did set up a few, I believe. So... let's see. All right, yeah. I think this is what it is right here. Bam. Yeah. ROT dubs, hardcore non-ladder. My bad. I made this on. I made it on ladder. My bad. I figured it would be less potential trolls if it was on ladder, but you never know. It's just kind of a guess. But. Level 1 to 9, we're beginning now, well, very soon, leveling together as a group. And no warlocks, no bows, overly passive ranged play, whatever that means, whatever that means, you know. Jabs and throwing axes are allowed. If you die in PVM phase, you're eliminated, right? And you're just out. Do not pick the same class every sign up. Look, if this is your first sign up, like it is for me, don't worry about it. You can pick any class, except no warlocks, right? Replenish life is capped at 5. I honestly say if you find anything more than +5, you're very lucky. But we can trade with each other, right? We're trying to make these some good duels. So if you find some good stuff, man, just hold on to it. You might be able to trade it or just give it to people to have a good duel, right? No cheating using shared stash items or gold. You got to come in with what you got. If you can't use an item that you find, pass it on to someone else, man. So, yeah. +5 is the max for 9 on items. No shit. Okay. Level restricts might be messing with people joining the game. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Is anyone struggling, trying to join but unable to? If so, let us know. We'll see what we can do. But what I did was I put a level restrict of, I believe it was 8 levels, 8 or 9 levels. So, like, theoretically, anybody right now who's like level 1 or 9 could join. As we get to 9, you could be like 16 or 17, something like that, 17 or 18. Oh, you do, Druid Force. Yo, dude, send me a message in Discord with some of those, dude. I'd love to thumb through them and see if there's anything new that we that I hadn't actually gotten photos of. I'd love to see that, Druid Force. Just send me a message on Discord, dude. It's just Coooley with 3 O's, same name as here, right? And that'd be sick, dude. For some reason, I had to get an invite into the game. Weird. Okay, strange. I couldn't join it normally or through friend join. That's strange. All right. Well, boys, we've got some people. I'm just gonna allow everybody to loot my corpse here. I say why not? If you die, you die. Might as well. Could be fun, you know? Could be fun. I think we should have thrown that in there as a rule. Allow corpse loot, so if someone dies, you just go grab their stuff. Rages is on his way too. All right, GG. right, we'll give Rages a little bit of time to get here. And, all right. They say no passive ranged play. Well, I'll tell you, I've got myself a game plan here today. All right. It's a little bit rangy, but I wouldn't say it's passive. All right. I wouldn't, might be dancing on the line a little bit. Might be dancing on the line just a T-tad here, but password is Fig, like a Fig Newton, F-I-G. Yeah, passive is everyone using bows and running away, right? Yep. Ready for a real duel here. Dumpster Den. Look at this, man. Look at this. Oh my god, we got GDA Master up in here. Holy shit, man. Ari has summoned himself. Dude, it's so good to see you, bro. Welcome in, welcome in. Green Lungs, we got Kyle, Nim. We got some peeps here. Just waiting on, I think just waiting on... Law Rages, man. So many dins, I know, right? This is gonna be... What do they know that we don't know? Could be a fun little Iron Man here. I can change if needed. No, you do you. You do you. Don't change based on the meta here, okay? Don't you be changing based on the meta. You come in with whatever your heart desires. All right? If your heart is guiding you towards a din, then I've learned through my experience, there's a reason for that. So you accept that din and you harness all of its power. Oh, it's Brand Doom up in here, man. All right. We don't have Law Rages yet, do we? Or do we? We got Law Rages? I don't see him yet. I'll just friend joined on him. Oh, word. Okay, here we go. All right, we full now. You guys ready to jam?
Die. Time to die.
All right, let's do it, man. We're all just going to level together. And once you get to level 9, just go right back to town. And you can start building your character. You are allowed to use the Den of Evil quest to respec here. I spawned most of these guys on P1 here, so this is going to be an absolute shit show for this first part. If you die in the PVM phase, you die for good. That's it. TKO. Luckily, Nim is also streaming, so if I happen to be one of these dudes that dies, y'all will at least have another screen to watch. Yeah, this is hardcore ladder. Yeah, it makes sense to stick together, and believe it or not, experience shrines are probably not something you want to grab. You probably just want to, actually, you know what? I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna fucking keep that. Because you kind of want to, you don't want to out-level people. You want to be, you want to be here to see the drops. You want to see everything, you know? Oh, we got another ass in up in here. Holy shit. Okay. All right, well, let's do it, boys. I haven't used any of my skills yet. I don't even know what I'm going to use for skills. I think we probably we're gonna use the. I think we're gonna use the quest to respec anyway. Yeah, we probably should do Den. Yeah, let's do the Den. We're gonna use that quest to respec, so I'm thinking about what I should do. If I should go in, if I should really go in on my main attack right now, or you know what? I'm just gonna do it.
Perfect.
I'm just gonna do it. We're just going all in. Going all in on the main. It's not very good. Not gonna lie. It is indeed not very good. We probably should have picked something else. I think that's my game plan. I'm just gonna go straight in. Oh, we got the boots. Hell yeah, rare boots. No way to ID them, but we got them, boys. I hope they have some FHR on them or FR dubs on them, dude, so we can run faster. That would be sick. All right. Iron Man, hell yeah, man, hell yeah. What up, MGT? Tell Joby it's not a PK if he enters the more willingly. Right, we're gonna have to surprise Joby. If he finds his way up in here, you best believe we're gonna be doing something. Best believe he ain't making it out of this. He ain't making it out of this without a PK. One monster left. Interesting.
The rogue's test is done.
All right, here we go. We got that. We're already level 4. We might have some gold here, or at least some things we can sell for gold. Got ourselves a skill point. I think I'm just gonna keep jamming. As crazy as it sounds, we're just gonna keep jamming it right in there. Alright, I suppose we could just get rid of this. You know, I mean, it's something. Those aren't great, but they do give us stamina, which is pretty sweet. Very, very hot TP. Look at that. Damn, someone got a sash and everything? Look at this. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting because I'm not really sure how much gold we'll have at our disposal here. That's the other thing. That staff was pretty good. I wish I would have got that. That could have been pretty epic. I'm just gonna go, I think I'm just gonna go straight Psychic Hammer. I think I'm just gonna go straight Psychic Hammer. And we'll see how it works out. We may need more mana for that type of shit, though. Damn, son. This Mitor is actually pretty good. Kind of allows us to just jam. Kind of allows us to not really make a huge commitment. Not make a huge commitment to our skills right now, or rely so heavily on Psychic Hammer. Oh, we lost someone. There he is. He's back. We are level 5 right now. Big people duels. After this, yeah, we started up early for some Iron Man. Strangling gas potion. Level 6. Better than mine. Alright, we'll take it. Alright, this is where Stony Field is at, so I say we jam it, man. Well, we're missing all of the big money items here, which could come in handy for gambling or purchasing gear, but kind of is what it is.
Thanks.
Oh, chipped ruby. I haven't heard a skull drop yet. Like, no chipped skulls. This could be good. Oh, it's a dagger, but it has no skills on it, so it doesn't really sell for a lot of gold. All right, there's Rock and Issue. I'll see what these guys do. If they go in and tackle this guy together as a pack. If we get to gang banging, we might be able to take this pack out, you know? All right, we're level 6. Oh, damn. We missed it. Travix. Travix got the wand. We ain't getting nothing that sells for nothing. Nothing that sells for nothing. Only mustered up 200 gold so far. We might be able to sell, like, the amulet and ring to help us get some gold, but we're gonna be relatively hurting for that, I think. I'm not exactly sure where we're going here, but I don't know where the exit is. Oh, it's up here. I see it. Never mind. I don't know how we missed that. The exit is all the way up there. All right, let's jam it. No, this will just be every man for himself, FFA. This will be some FFA Iron Man hardcore ladder. Where's our Dins at? We're gonna need that might aura. There it is. All right, we now have 300 gold. Damn, these drops are getting absolutely ravaged. Wolf head, no! I know, right? That's crazy. Damn. And another drop bites the dust there. Coooley slow hands here today. We haven't even used our main skill. We're just jamming. All right. Level 7. We're 2 levels away from from absolute savagery. Yo, what up, Bilbo? Good to see you, man. Two-socket crossbow. Interesting, but probably not useful. That might aura is called Holy Fire. Well, nah, this is, these guys are on might right here, which makes sense. Makes sense. It kind of helps everybody. I guess Holy Fire does too, but... You know, as a Charger main, I recognize that Might Aura anywhere. Alright, whatever, you know. Level 2, I say we hit this treasure chest and see what it gives us. Oh, look at this. Look at this. We've got Green Lungs rushing to that chest. Rushing to the chest. He doesn't know it's all the way down the other way. This guitar don't do nothing for us, but... You know, what if that had something to it, you know? You never know. You never know. It might change my entire strategy if this axe actually is big damage. I didn't know where that super unique went. I was going for it, but... Two daggers that ain't got shit on them. Damn. Alright. Alright. Alright, we are level 8. We're level 8. We're almost level 9. It is almost that time. A lot of people level 7 here. I'm gonna buy me one of these. This is interesting. This is interesting. I'm gonna trash it for 700k. That's what I'm gonna do. And not a huge fan of that. am a huge fan of this. Let's start stacking these up in here. Clear us up some space in this inventory. We don't have many gems or anything yet. We don't have shit. But yeah, let's jam. We've got Stony Field waypoint. We're gonna head our way back to the... Oh, what is this? We're gonna head our way back to the underground passage so we can get to Darkwood. Nah, didn't find shit from that chest. These guys are all in underground passage. I'm gonna go back to town and take someone's TP. There we go. That's better. Alright, some people are still level 7, which ain't ideal. It's alright, it gives us a little bit of time to strategize, theorize what we're going to be up to here. Hey, that's pretty good. We're going to sell that for some gold. We're gonna sell that for some gold. We don't need no droids with that fucking thing. I mean, I would totally share that with someone. You know what? Maybe I'll keep it to trade. That could actually be a smart thing to do. Maybe I'll trade it. Maybe one of these droids is down to trade. Can I has trade for Wolfhead? What you got? Wug. I don't need no jawbone cap. In search of skulls. In search of rep life. Alright, Nefarious is still only level 7. Two-socket bow. Interesting. I mean, probably not. We're just gonna be dueling each other at level 9, so as low as we are on the totem pole with levels right now, these guys are also that low. So, no, res, I mean, sure, if you can get it, jam it, but if you can't, it don't matter too much. Alright, Nefarious keeps piecing out here, so I don't want to get too far ahead of him, because he's all, I don't even, is he still... He's still level 7. Nefarious still level 7. Keeps dropping.
Yes?
Alright, he's level 8 now. Okay, just dinged level 8. I am almost dinging level 9. Alright, there's a ding at level 9. Let's try not to get to level 10 here. That's the goal. We don't have weapon block at level 9. No, we don't. All right, yeah. I mean, if y'all want to do Tryst, I'm already level 9, so there's a lot of us already level 9. So soon we'll have to go back. I'm trying to like hold off on killing a lot of monsters so I don't level much more. I'm just gonna run through and hope I don't die. And just hit some chests or some shit on the way. Hopefully not get PK'd.
Oh, who would want to remember this place?
Get us some gold, you know, for the shopping. See what we can find in the tower here. I think killing Countess might be a little too much on the experience. Might also be a little risky. Might be sort of a risky play. But right now, I'm just looking for shit.
I can't carry anymore.
Just looking for gear. Looks like almost everybody is level 9. Well, that didn't quite work out. We almost had the Countess. Oh, we saved Cain and got a ring. Oh my god, look at that. That's actually really good. That's a really good ring. Alright, let's swap this out. Oh, look at this. What is this? We got another ring. PLR. Okay, okay. Okay. Alright. Alright, I'm level 9. I'm gonna just start building up here. See what we can get. We got some rare boots. We got some FCR.
Hi there.
What can we do? I mean, we have this for some poison damage in our weapon, but I'm not really sure if I want to be hitting people at point blank with this thing. I almost think something like this is going to be better than 4 life, but that's 1,000. 1,000 friggin' gold. That's a big commitment there when we could just roll the dice and see what we get here. Oh, that's a good one. 5 life on the charm. GG, dude. All right, let's go into Jambalin here. Wow. Do we roll the dice? Or just go buy a semi-decent belt for 1K? By the way, what up, Hellink? Good to see you, man. Big cheers to you. All right. All right. We need gloves. That's an easy one. We will go with the belt. We're gonna take a risk. I don't like it. We're gonna risk it again. ATD of 1. You know what? We'll take it. And then I can't get too crazy with the rest of this because you know, yeah, I think what we got to do, we've got one game plan. We've got one game plan. It had better work, you know? All right. Trade Druid Helm for gold. That's exactly what I did.
The Order welcomes you.
Buying potions is hard. All right, I guess we just we have 600 gold left. No pots. Where? Wait, did it say that in the rules? We can have no, we can have mana pots. We could have mana pots. What's wrong with mana pots? Yep, mana pots are good. No healing pots. Right? Them the rules. I don't see it. Hold up. Let me reread. This fucks my entire strategy. Where's the rules at? Hold up. Oh, hold up. Go to this right here. Okay, banned skills, poison creeper, carrion vine, bone wall spells, clay golem, amplify damage, weaken. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I was in the rules. Yep, just reading over. Rule number 1. I didn't see that. All right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, it is there. I was looking down below. I was like, it couldn't be in the first rule. All right. Yeah, you're right. Well, that sucks. I just wasted a lot of gold then. Well, that sucks. All right. Well, that changes some things.
Good day.
I guess we just... Yeah, I guess we just hope for the best. There's energy in this cap, alright. We'll take it. We have no rep life. Well, that blows. I wonder if we should have some sort of backup plan here then. Yeah, I wonder if we need a backup plan. Let me see. This costs 6 mana. I honestly think we should be able to pull it off. I think we can pull it off. All right. Yeah, I think we just go. I think I'm going to use my Akara token and just dump it all into mana. Right? I think we do the same thing. Okay, we have 66 life if we do that. That ain't good. I mean, just don't get hit, right? Just don't get hit. We don't have Poison Creeper and shit to worry about. Just don't get hit. Just don't get hit. Yeah, I think that's what we do. But we just don't get hit. Jam it, boys. 69 energy. Full energy sin. Full energy sin. Let's fucking go, man. Let's friggin' go. When it's 1v1, you cut to top corner. Okay. Good luck, all. I'll give the countdown. Nefarious says, wait. We're going to be right in the middle of the battlefield here. We're going to have to work on getting up out of there. We're not going to have much stamina either, which is going to be kind of a wench, but... Ready? Alright, we've got everybody ready to go. 3, 2, 1, go! Alright, here we go, boys. It is on. It is on. Hold up, we got to, Wow, what the fuck? How come I'm not doing any damage? He's just coming after it. Hell yeah, bros. Okay. Get away from me with that aura.
I need mana. I need mana.
All right, I mean... We just gotta recover this. We gotta recover this mana.
Not enough mana.
Randoom's so low, I don't want to hit him, but he keeps coming after me, you know? I want to hit him.
Not enough mana.
Seems like he could be a good target for other duelers here.
I need mana.
I didn't want to do it, Brandoon, but he was coming after me. He was coming straight for me.
Not enough mana.
All right, we got some of his items here. Nothing huge. That could be something. I guess we do have a bow. So if we're low, we can shoot. It's not going to do much damage. All right. Oh, that's actually a pretty good shield. I'm just gonna try to help someone else randomly in their duel. While I recover mana. See that? I didn't do a lot of damage, but I led to some damage. I led to some damage here. I'm the best helper.
Not enough mana.
Is he using prayer? It wasn't banned. Dumpster Den is on the prayer. So that is interesting. We might have to focus on the prayer, because that's going to lead to some shit right there. No, it's good. It's good. It's a good strat. It's a good strat for the long real duels. We might need to team up to take down the prayer den, boys. We might need to team up. I'll stun him.
Not enough mana.
I can stun him.
Not enough mana. I need mana. I need mana. Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to beat prayer. We might want to ban prayer in the future. Like, we've all been hitting him, and he's healing. We could do it with mana pots. I could beat it with mana pots. There's no fucking way. I can do 2 attacks per hour. He's hurt. He's hurt. This might be our opportunity. The dumpster den is healing. He's healing. Look at it. Look at the fucking life. It's just going up so much. Bros, in all seriousness, if any of us want to win this, we need to jump on GDA right now. We need to, like, we need to... Literally, I don't think you see the life regen of this dumpster den. It is absolutely ridiculous. Like, this needs to be a all versus dumpster den right now, or else no one else is winning.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
Nefarious didn't get the memo.
I need mana.
There we go. There we go. Look at this. He's literally healed like 11 times. All right, he's aggro me. I'll try to lead him back if y'all want to. If y'all want to get it. Y'all want to get it. He's coming. He's coming. Get ready. I'm gonna stun him. He's coming. All right, whatever. Fuck you, Nefarious. I'm now just lasered in. He's just shooting me for, like, literally. We're all gonna lose. It's all right. Well, let's do it. Oh. We all lose to the prayer den, I think, now. I think everybody loses to prayer den. Yeah, we can't fight amongst ourselves. Prayer den wins. I'm gonna watch prayer den stream so y'all understand. This needs to be banned. It's allowed. I mean, I think I could have competed with it with manas. Wait, he's using manas. He's using manas. We definitely can't use manas. That is definitely against the rules. I didn't know. My bad. Word. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now. He was cheating. I think technically, honestly, I'm kind of curious about how busted prayer is if he's not sucking down mana pots. I'm kind of curious about that, because does it run out and stop healing you? Because if that's the case, it might not be that bad. But he was just using mana pots for like the longest time. So that could be, it could be that. It might be that it runs out, but even still, it is kind of ridiculous. Damn, son, down he goes. They actually got him. They actually got him. All right, here we go. Nope, Nim is out. Let's pop into Kyle here. Kyle is out. Anybody else in the Iron Man that's still in? I think that's all of our perspectives for the Iron Man. But we can kind of see on our screens, we've got Nefarious up here against Green Lungs. Let me see if anybody is streaming that. I don't think they are. But yeah, so mana pots, I think I actually could have beat Prayer. I didn't know he was sucking him down. I would have chugged him too. I would have just chugged him and spammed Psychic Hammer, and that probably would have... That was my plan all along, which honestly was pretty cheesy as well. But then I reread the rules, and it took me a while because reading is hard, but we figured out that mana pots were indeed banned in the rule set. So then I was like, oh, well, that fucks my entire game plan up. Yeah, no, I honestly, GDA, I fucking missed it too after looking at the rule set like 5 times. I missed it too until Sir What's-His-Name was like, by the way, learn how to read. It's the first fucking rule. I was like, oh, okay, there it is. Yeah.
GG's was lots of fun.
Holy shit.
Build, lol.
Yeah, dude, that was interesting. That was a good duel. Big cheers, Kyle. That was fun, man. Great duel. That was fun. Yeah, I think prayer, it is such an advantage because it forces everybody else to get rep life, right? Or else you just can't compete. You can't turn it into a real duel. Yeah. I think we ought to really refine this Iron Man rule set. This is kind of fun, man. This was fun regardless. It's actually good to see how busted some of these skills are in just regular level 9 play, right? It's kind of crazy to see GDA just throw a wrench in the whole system with the prayer den, right? Kind of crazy to see it. You never really know the full power. Yeah, I think so too. I think stamina should be allowed. I do actually like that mana potions aren't allowed because I had a pretty cheesy strat with Psychic Hammer and it just relied on sucking down mana pots and holding down name locks on people and making it so they couldn't fight back. So I'm kind of glad that mana pots are banned. That seems like a really good rule and makes this game plan, which would have otherwise been pretty cheesy, it makes it a pretty bad one. Or at least one they have to use strategically. Yeah, crazy. Reading is for nerds, right? Yeah, that's for nerds. Nerds do all that reading. Friggin'. If I wanted to read, I'd go over on that website, read it. Run walk toggle becomes a thing. Mana breaks it. It's just Necro and Sork. Yeah, they ain't on my screen, boys. We done dead up in here. Well, damn, we tried. I think it was a good game plan if we had mana pots. I totally missed that rule. Apparently we don't have it. But you know, hey, is what it is. I actually think I made that on EU as well, which I did actually. I accidentally made that on EU. But hey, that's fine. I'm glad because GDA joined. I made on EU, GDA joined, and we all had kind of good ping. Hell yeah, man. I think that was pretty good. That was a fun one right there, man. Yeah, that ping was terrible. Yeah, that was my fault. I joined the EU server earlier and forgot to turn it off, but we're good now. Yeah, I totally my bad for that. I didn't even check it, Nim. I didn't even think of it. That's crazy. Wasn't on EU. Okay, yeah. That's probably why people couldn't join. That's probably why only the friend join worked, is because it was on EU. My bad, dude. That was my fault. Look, I made the first mistake. And I made a final one. All right, boys, we've got some duels going on. I'm gonna get a little queue going here as we get ready to check out some digital violence. Let's jam it. All right, let's check this out, man. What have we got? What have we got up here in the queue? I see Travix up in there. He might be in the duel. Yeah, let me check this out real quick. He might be. Oh, he's actually ready with his duel. All right, yeah. All right, let's do it like this. I'm gonna go. Let's pop into Travix while we're here, and then we'll go GDA. That boy's got some duels, and he's over in EU, man. We got to get it done. We got to get him up in there. All right, so we've got GDA. Then after we're gonna start up with Travix here, and then we're gonna go give us a min. Okay, no worries. We'll start with GDA. We'll come back to Travix, and then let me just iron out this queue. Then I'm gonna go Nimrod, Kyle, Jewel Van, and who is Random Tool. Oh, actually, Random Tool guy is up in here. He's also EU, so I want to get up in there. Let's get our EU friends in there first, because it is late for them. So we'll go GDA, Random Tool Guy, Travix. Then we'll go Nimrod, Kyle, Jewel Van. All right, and some of these guys might be dueling each other, but we'll figure it out, man. We'll get up in there. We'll make it happen. Good duels, man. We're gonna have to iron out this Iron Man. We're gonna have to iron it right out, if you know what I mean. I think that was fun. Even though we run into a whole bunch of broken things that it's like, wow, holy shit. We shouldn't allow it. It was fun, man. That was some fun shit. All right, man, and here we go with this right here. Let's get into the right view. We're headed over to GDA first. This guy's going to be throwing down. He's got himself a matchup. It looks like it's melee to start things off. This is going to be dope. He's got no mana pots. Could be LLD too, but he's got 222 mana. Even in LLD, I would think. Cats needs to finish eating. Oh, word. Okay, no worries. We'll head over to Random Tool Guy. Who is also jamming. No worries, dude. Thanks for the heads up. We'll circle back, as they say. All right, boys, here we are. Random Tool Guy. This guy is going up against, he's got himself some duels here today, boys. Random Tool Guy versus Jewel Van. Okay, good stuff. So these guys are jamming together here. Random Tool Guy versus Jewel Van. I knew some of these guys were dueling each other. This should be pretty epic. Jewel Van is on the barb. Random Tool Guy on the Zan. And Bill, it's looking like he's got that Bloodmore music. Let's check it out. Let's see how she sounds. There it is. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Squigs and I also should be ready for the matchup. Squigs and I should be ready soon. GG. Throw you in there, brother. Squigs v Track Amp. That's gonna be wild, man. Super dude, I'll deathmatch exhibition you on Windy. Oh shit. Damn, son. All right, is Jewel Van ready to throw down? He is. He's getting ready. He says, go, bro. He's ready to put on a show. Now, you see, the thing is, Punch came in last time with all of the tricks versus Random Tool Guy that he could possibly have. And that was, he came in with a little bit of not only that shield, but he also had that Holy Freeze flash aura getting up in there, making some Holy Freeze slowing and landing some shots against Random Tool Guy. So far, Julvan hasn't done any of that. Oh my god, big hit there from Random Tool Guy. Julvan went from a pretty healthy life total to a pretty low one. And look at this. He's strategically staying right in these puddles here. Now that's very interesting. That's a very interesting choice. That's going to make these whirlwinds pretty difficult for Julvan. However, there is an answer to that. If Julvan comes in and just chooses to stay right up close and use Concentrate, not Berserk, but Concentrate, that's a big problem for the Zon. Keeps her trapped right into these little puddles with no way to get out. It's pretty wild.
Pending 12 became a member. Patent Pending 12 celebrates 14 months of membership. Hate I missed it. Ready for a night of violence.
I am as well. Patent pending, my guy. Thank you so much for the 14 months, brother. That is so crazy, dude. Big cheers to you. And did you see that violence that just went down? Random Tool Guy almost had that, and then out of nowhere, Julvan comes in and steals it. Gets in there, steals it, man. That's the risk to being in these puddles right here, is sometimes it can keep you trapped. I didn't actually see how that went down. You know, we had to give a proper cheers to Patent Pending over here. Thanks again, man. Really appreciate you. But the drawback to it is if the Barb comes in and just starts using Concentrate, not Berserk, Concentrate. Now, there's a reason for that. Berserk will do magic damage, and you're thinking, wow, they're all prepared for they have their DR on. They can't resist magic, right? Especially, you know, well, the Zon has those magic boots to help against Berserk, right? She's just perpetually wearing those now. But there's another reason. First of all, Berserk will drop your defense down to 0. So if the Zon does what she's supposed to do in that moment, she'll just start jabbing. And she will practically always hit you. She'll have like a 25% chance to hit you through your block, which is pretty bad. That's not what you want to see. But if you go Concentrate, it actually raises your defense and raises your attack rating. But most importantly, if your opponent has knockback, which a lot of Zons do have, Concentrate is uninterruptible. You can't get knocked back through Concentrate. So if they stay in the puddles and you're having trouble getting through that whirlwind, if you just go in and Concentrate, it suddenly turns into a vicious, close-range combat duel where those puddles are trapping them in. Gets in there, takes a couple of swings. Looks like he's also setting up the Hydras here. Not necessarily for a Hydra PK so much, as he's setting up for just proccing that dodge, avoid, evade. That's the big thing that he wants to do there. And you can see Julvan closing the distance, getting in there, using that Concentrate. Using a little bit of whirlwinds there. That puddle did a lot of work for Random Tool Guy. Nice shot again from Random Tool Guy. This is wild. All right, and I see Green Lungs is up in there joining the queue. Hell yeah, man. That one's going to be sick. That might be the melee title battle of the evening. Could be LLD. Close round here. Very close round, but Random Tool Guy gets there. Evening out the score for this one. It's now 1-1. What a good duel, man. All these tricky barbs. He says so many tricks. Yep, that's what it is, man. That's what it is. In fact, when I had a BVA character that I'd put together, the A was you know, it was basically it technically stands for all, but on my BVA it was basically a BV Zan is what that A standed for. Reading is hard. Anyhow, that's because I put all of my spare points into Concentrate. Made it hit even harder, give even more defense, even more AR. Pretty crazy. Zon does have magic boobs. She does. She does have the magic arrow. But it's a little risky to be both sides. They did, Shirley. They made it so that all of the perks you get from making the rune words, finding all the things, all of those like chronicle benefits that you get are now active until you turn them off. So like you can toggle them on and off, but when you toggle them on, they're on for like all your characters. You make a new ladder character, you'll have a back glow and footprints and a new TP, all of that. Yeah, it's crazy. Green Lung says all of my matches are ready. All right, well we might have Green Lungs up in there multiple times. I'm gonna put Green Lungs in multiple times to let us all know he's ready to jam on all fronts. Yeah, I was pretty happy about it. Look at this big damage here so far for Random Tool Guy. That ain't good. Julvan trying to close the distance. I really do think when Random Tool Guy chills out in these in these puddles right here, I think you just turned it into a melee match. I think that's what you got to do. That's definitely what the Zon doesn't want you to do. It might seem like it's fruitless when you take a couple of swings and they miss, but over time with that concentrate, the dice tend to roll in your favor. And look at this, because that ring slot is opened up now with the CBR, with Ravenfrost, with the Zon not needing Ravenfrost, she can now have an Oak Sage up. She can now have Nature's Peace on her ring, which makes her life pool even greater. Makes that a huge life pool there. And look at this, Random Tool Guy trying to make a big comeback here. Oh my god, and he does. It's now 2-1 in his favor. He's trying to get back on the board versus these barbs. Is Abyss banned in LLD? No, not currently. There has been no Warlock specific rules added to the LLD rule set. I'd love to see some maybe added, but we'll see. We'll see. You could be the guy. You could be like Max and him. Bring it in, trash somebody on, make it look miserable, and then maybe it will be. Armos can duel if anyone's a no-show. All right, GG, man. Why would we ever do that? What is wrong with pre-buffing, Daily Bearjaw? Explain to me what is wrong with pre-buffing in a duel. Like, why are we like, oh, god damn it, this guy's pre-buffing again, for fuck's sake! You know what I mean? Like, I haven't ever caught myself saying that, or feeling that way, but... Alright, GDA. Y'all are up next, we'll check back in, brother. Some damage early on from Random Tool Guy. And you can see Julvan, he's really just taking this whirlwind approach. I mean, he is not fucking around with that concentrate. Concentrate is sort of weird where, you know, it does help if you've put points into it. You know, if you're going at it with points into concentrate. See, I really like this right here. I really like that. I like that concentrate approach. Julvan getting in there with whirls, though. The thing is, if the Zon starts walking down, that's the answer to concentrate, right? They'll start walking down and throwing jabs up at you. But that's where the Barb, much like they do with every other class, they gotta turn it into a mind game. So it's like, you can't just click and hold, right? It's like, if they start walking, you teleport whirl. You punish them for walking, right? And then when they stand still, you punish them with concentrate. Then when they start walking, you punish them with whirl. You know, it's just one of those things. It turns into a mental match there. Uh-oh, Julvan in trouble here again. Random Tool Guy. Oh man, there it is. Now 3-1 in his favor. Julvan might have been trying to bait out the bow there. Noticing that those jabs are running a bit low, he might have been trying to bait out the bow. This one is close. Julvan's got a good strategy up in here. I like it. But Random Tool Guy staying by the puddles is very... Oh, man, it's tough. He definitely knows this matchup. He certainly knows how to go about it. And man, he's getting in there. He's making it count. That's for sure. Let's pop over to Julvan's point of view here. See how it's looking from the Barb's perspective.
What can I do for you?
I still want to spend 200 on upgrading my stuff. Oh yeah, all the accounts and everything. Yeah. How are they not 99 yet? I don't know, man. We've had what? 5 years at this point. Jesus. What are these guys doing? What are they thinking? By the way, loving that abyss on the weapon swap there too. That's really cool, man. I think there's some merit to that. I like it. I love that Julvan has gone that approach there. I think that is an underrated bow stick right there. Perfect 3 slots, gives you abyss, and you know, if you get somebody down really low, that abyss like can finish them. If you won them with open wounds, or hell, even if you get poison. There it is. He's going in. See, look at that. He wins the melee duel, and Random Tool Guy knows it. He's trying to do that walk down. Oh, and he gets in there with that conch, baby. I told you. I told you that's the way. You got to turn it into a mind game. And now he gets in there. It's 3-2. The Barb getting on the board, baby. Julvan up in there. Zon should be Inner Sight, can also name lock a few GAs as the Barb resets. True. True. Inner Sight, yeah, and it looks like she has casted it. You can see the sparkling going on the Barb here. You see those little sparkles? That means he got Inner Sighted, meaning his defense is slightly compromised. Now that's intelligent for the Zan, because it makes it so that when he does do the worst possible thing that the Zan doesn't want to see, gets up in there with Concentrate, then at least she has a chance to hit him, right? That is a move right there that is assuming that the Barbarian is playing at the highest level, and that's certainly how Julvan jams it. I think it's 3-2. It's 3-2 right now in favor of Random Tool Guy. Yeah, Void on offhand makes it so that if you cut somebody open, get them to 1 with like open wounds or some shit, you can actually kill them, which is like, it's very good for a Barb because they really had no real way to do that in the past. You had some really weird, inefficient, creative ways you could do it, but you had no real like always hit skill that could just deal 1 damage when you needed it to, right? And that's what Abyss does. And it also gives +2 to skills, so you only lose +1 to skills on a bow stick. It's essentially what it comes down to. Nice fancy footwork here from the Random Tool Guy. A lot of puddle work here from the Random Tool Guy. Gets clocked that time, though. Damn, son. Big hits from Random Tool Guy. Now Julvan is in trouble. Takes a little bit of a long whirlwind there. Random Tool Guy stays in the pocket, throws some jabs, and that was a big hit. This could be a close round. Oh my god, dude. Just like that. Random Tool Guy gets in there and puts him down, man. GG's. That was fucking epic. Epic bout right there. That is wild. Yeah, he's definitely using it as a bow stick right now. I think he has it on the backup. I mean, it is something... It's something that's... It's a good move. I am really in favor of it, man. All right, boys, let's cut over to GDA, man, in the Melee division. Let's check her out. GDA throwing down against the Cats, Gats, Tats. Cats is on a Barbarian. GDA on the Paladin. Does he have what it takes to take down an absolute legend here? We're going to find out. Cats Tats is just... It's so good to see this guy in the melee division because he is a barb main. And, I mean, he has got the world stacked against him, essentially, as soon as he steps into the melee division on this class. Right now, the melee division is ruled by druids. It is the best melee class. Paladin, a close second. But below both of those classes on the technical ladder here is just about anything else, whether it be Zons, Barbs. So it's always good to see someone really make a big commitment to these builds and try to work their way up. And we haven't seen a lot of it in ROT dubs. In ROT dubs melee. It could be something that's really good. And look at this. Cats gets that first round. He gets the first round on the Barb here. This is nuts. Did someone tell the Zon to get out them damn puddles? Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's crazy. There is a strategy for it, though. The puddles are a bit annoying, but there is a strategy for it. And Julvin was doing it at the end. It's just, here's the thing, is like, if you pick the concentration route, you really can't give your opponent much room to breathe, right? Like, at that point, they can't swap to the bow. So what you got to do is just con some up close. If they so much as move, you whirlwind in their direction, right? If they so much as move, you see that foot fucking move, you just name lock them and whirl right to them. Like, it's just like that. What a close round there, man. Holy shit. 1-1 between these guys now. And after this, we can cut over to Green Lungs. He says all of his matches are ready to go. So we'll try to mix them up in here. We'll throw them in a bunch of different random spots. A bunch of different random spots. Epic duel here. Now, melee is a bit different than regular HLD. Another very close round. Look at this. GDA surviving by the skin of his teeth here. That's crazy. 2-1, but the 2 rounds that he has defeated Cats has been literally, I mean, if he got any sort of ATD there or something, that would have been over. Caveman Ken the Rubinex, what up, man? Big cheers, brother. By the way, we've also got a giveaway courtesy of the Foozer Man tonight. Primo has sent me a list of names. We're going to draw a random number. I know some people have these nice little spinny giveaway wheels set up. I just started streaming today, so I don't know how to do all that yet, but someday I will. But until then, we're just going to do it kind of randomly. Yeah, once I become a real streamer and I figure out how to do it, figure out how to do the streaming. Yeah, nice to see a new streamer. Thanks, man. Thanks, yeah. Good to be here. Good to be here. Big lead here early on for GDA. Holy shit, another very, very close round, but damn, son. Cats Gats Tats has been literally 3 rounds here from just like landing one more hit and then it's over. Melee is a toe-to-toe combat dueling style here where really it does come down to your build, your gear, and to some degree your swaps depending on who you're going up against. And you know, understanding the full extent of your character, how to adjust it. It's quite the intricate type of duel, but it is indeed the click and hold, right? And that's what we're seeing here. It does come down to RNG quite a bit. And now you're seeing that really fall out of favor for Cats early on. Where he is just one hit away so many times. And thanks, Smolfs. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, trying to just get good. Trying to get good. All right, we'll pop back over to Cats, Gats, Tats over here. That time, not so close in that round. And now he's got his work cut out for him. He says, you savage. It's 5-1 in favor of LX Agent Smith. Which I believe is a, what was that movie with Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie? The one that they got married over. I'm pretty sure that might be a reference to that. Either way, dope name, man. Legendary. Yeah, always very, very close. This time, he's landing some big shots. He's going to need to get there. It's 5-1, now 5-2. Cats, gats, backs on the board here. 5-2 in this melee showdown. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, that's what it was. Thanks, Bonies. That's what it was. Aha, Agent Smith is in the Matrix, mate. I see. Okay, there's also the Matrix. Look, there's a lot of Agent Smiths out there, all right? There's a lot of Agent Smiths. There's a better chance that it's from Mr. and Mrs. Smith because they're both, there's two Smiths versus the one in the Matrix. So odds are in my favor, all right? Free Warcry because Barb sucks. Because Barb is fucking ass. That's why they are allowed a free Warcry. Same with Zan, how they're allowed to do the inner sight to lower the defense. It's a rough life for those Barbs out there. I wouldn't look at class balance in Melee as 100% balanced. There's some Melee classes you would figure would be the kings of Melee, such as the Barbarian, right? Just makes sense that they would be an insanely good Melee dueler. However, they are technically, I would say, probably B tier. They're a B tiered class. So they're allowed things like Fortitude, which Dins and Druids aren't allowed, just because Dins and Druids too good, man. And yeah, man, a few other things as well. Same could be said for the Zon. It's now 5-4, by the way. Holy shit. Poison Necro Melee Champ win. Well, unfortunately, Poison banned. Poison banned. All physical damage. I would love to see a Necro try it out. Necro would get owned by Crush and Blow if they tried to cheese with the bone armor. Holy shit, man. Agent Smith getting in there again, delivering some punishment. Now 6-4 in GDA's favor on this here Din. I see Coach Jason ready to throw down. After this, we will cut over to the Melee title bout of the evening. Green Lungs versus Coach Jason. It's going to be epic, man. Trang Melee Necro, right? I'm shocked GDA is not using pots or Repor. Burn! Get him! Get him! Oh shit. Oh shit. We got it. GG. Now 7-4 in favor of GDA. Yeah, there it is. Holy shit. And it appears as though Katz is going in for a swap at the stash here. Let's see if we can catch a little bit of his swap and see what he's doing. See what kind of changes he's making here. Looks like he's just ready to go and he didn't have his body. So that means everything that he changed there was in his inventory. He probably swapped out either some defense or AR charms, try to shift the equation in the other direction. Let's see how much it pays off for him here in the next round. He's off to a good start, but that Agent Smith getting in there with some damage. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage, and down he goes. Holy shit, another very close round though. Holy shit. Iron Golem Fight League? Yeah, Golem v Golem, Iron only, yeah. The thing is, you gotta be careful with that, because if you do that... Actually, you know what? No, you don't. That would actually be kind of cool. You would just be straight Necros, because actual skill points into Iron Golem do matter there, and make a difference. So, yeah, that could be cool, man. Could be cool to see. Uh-oh. That one could have gone either way, literally right down to the wire. LX Agent Smith, aka the GDA, has been so close on so many of these rounds. The RNG gods are smiling in the favor of GDA tonight as he advances to 9-4. Oh, dude, I would go Malice all day. Malice or, what was the other one? Duress. Actually pretty good, too. Duress is a really good one. Trash everything. Here it is. Cats, gats, tats. Got a big mountain to climb here. Gotta let that RNG stack up in his favor, as he does in that round. Now 9-5, but can he get 5 wins in a row? That would be a pretty epic comeback right there. This is a non-title bout, so it is first to 10, no win by 2. It is just the first person to get 10 wins here is the winner. GDA, the Paladin that we're watching right now, he just needs one more win. That is it. He's off to a good start here. Getting some big damage in there. And he is rather untouched. This is looking clean, looking like it's gonna be his round. He's using the circular motion here, trying to get that RNG in there. And there it is. He just showing no mercy on this. No mercy today. Absolute zero mercy. That was crazy. Black Cats has like 5K ping. Be nice. Oh, word. Yeah, I didn't even see that. Didn't even see it. Yeah, he might be dialing in from Asia. He says, the life on my armor saved me a couple times. All right, boys, let's get in there and check out this gear that these guys are rocking. Damn, son, look at this. He says the life on his armor might have saved him. And you can see this thing is E-Rep, probably 2 sockets. Enhanced defense, and I would guess on that Paladin, possibly some 40-15s. Oh yeah, 2 40-15s matching. Look at that thing. Kraken Shell, it's E-Rep, 191 defense, 2 sockets, 56 life. That's so crazy. That is such a nice armor right there. It's so good to see that, man. It's so cool to see that. And look at that. Perfect, kind of perfect F Death Cleaver. 280 is perfect. I think it goes up to 9 life after each kill, but nobody cares about that in Melee. And look at this. An Armet, 2 socket, Vizzo. Damn, son, Deadly Strike on it with some base life. And he has 2 max damage jewels in there is what he's got. That's kind of wild. That's an interesting play right there that many people are doing with their gear these days, throwing those max damage jewels in there. He ain't got. I didn't see a new jewel in there. I just saw the Cham and the shield. Yeah, he's going for it old school style right there. That fanged knife. Look at this thing. That is quite a beauty. A little bit of cold damage there. Doesn't matter so much because usually in these setups the barbs will have that right there, a Raven Frost, possibly 2 Raven Frosts. So that cold damage doesn't do a lot, but really insane fanged knife that he's got there. That to have 400 plus damage on that is so wild. That's such a cool weapon. Very likely that is 40 ED or 30 ED, some sort of, that jewel has, I'm going to guess, 40 ED, 15 max damage is what's in that. Because, yeah, makes sense. But that was crazy. Great duel between these guys, and y'all know what time it is, bros. It might be time to check in with Coach Jason for the Melee title bout of the evening as these guys get ready in the River of Flame. Here we go. In this corner, we are checking this out from Coach Jason's standpoint. He is the most fearsome Fury Druid in the land. Going toe-to-toe with Green Lungs. The toughest bout in recent history for Green Lungs, but he gets there in round 1, getting an early lead on the champion. Now, Green Lungs, this guy, previous Melee DFC champion, looking to reclaim that belt here today. And what an epic champion that Coach Jason would be if Green Lungs can pull it off. He's certainly been the most fearsome. He's taken down some of the most savage players of all time. and certainly seems to be this unsurmountable wall of melee violence that players just can't get through. Now, this is a title bout. It's first to 10, but this time you got to win by 2. You might be asking yourself, who is this little paladin out here BMing and just killing this druid after he wins? Well, that's our boy Nimrod right there, and the reason he's doing that is because you can't go in pre-buffed in a melee duel. So, he's killing these druids to undo their Mark of the Wolf buff that they get from connecting if they're wearing Metamorphosis. By the way, what up? Yeah, it's good to see everybody. Welcome in on a Thursday night, man. Welcome to the absolute show of D2 violence. Holy hell, man. Very close round there. Lycan, aka Greenlungs, almost took that one right there. He was literally one hit away. And now this is a very interesting duel as well. There's some more caveats to this Fury v Fury melee showdown. This is the type of duel. When it's Fury v Fury, both of these guys can actually morph back. When they go to human form, the rules say you can't morph back if you're going up against a paladin or a Zon or a barb, right? But it don't say that against another Fury druid. It is allowed. So that kind of adds this whole new level of RNG and skill, essentially, to this bout. And you'll also see these guys casting another skill randomly throughout this duel. Sometimes their Oak Sage gets a little froggy, decides it needs some more friends, and takes a big risk to make a new friend and dies as it goes in a little too close to the battle. You know, that's what happens. But then the player has to make an interesting choice. Do they recast the Oak Sage, you know, and not attack during that whole time? Or do they just keep swinging and hope that the time that they have left without that Oak Sage is enough to get there? Yeah, that's what it is. Fucking Oakley, Will. That's who he just ventures. He's always looking for friends, and everybody's just picking on him. Always. That's how it is, man. Let's pop over to the Greenlung side here. See how this looks from his end. Violencia as he tries to take down Vegas, a.k.a. Coach Jason, the current champ. Another close round there, but the champion prevails in that one. Score is currently 4-2 in favor of the champion. It's still not a runaway. I think Greenlungs, he still has what it takes here. He still has a chance. Damn, son. And just like that, it's now 4-3. The RNG gods might have shit on our friendly barb player Cats tonight. However, they certainly aren't frowning on the challenger tonight, as he tries to tie up the score here and does it. Now 4-4, tie game in this melee showdown.
Impossible.
Yet life is indeed unfair, especially for Oakley. Poor guy, man. Poor guy. He's always like eating bone spirits and shit for necros, and yeah, he doesn't have an easy life. There is a quick recast from the champion there. That was a great timing on that. Oh my god, and still, for the first time, or the second time I should say tonight, now Greenlungs pulls ahead. It's 5-4 in favor of the challenger. Greenlungs with some good momentum in the beginning part of this melee title bout, trying to leave with that belt. But this duel is only half over. And now the champion getting some big licks in there with that Fury Druid, and Greenlungs is in trouble, on the verge of morphing back into human form, and a quick death for Greenlungs, tying up the score now 5-5 between these guys. This is indeed very close. This is crazy to see.
What do you need?
Yeah, bro, I got cooked. I know, dude. I'm gonna have a word with those RNG gods. I'm gonna have a word with them. Let them know. We're gonna stop. We are not gonna continue to put change in the little church-like tip jar that these RNG gods got if they can't start smiling on Barb's a little more, huh? That's what it is. (6-5) in favor of the champion. Fury v Fury showdown. Nobody making any swaps yet. Full confidence in their builds as they go toe-to-toe in the iconic River of Flame where all the Melee title bouts and Melee go down. Uh-oh, and there it is, man. Green Lungs again. This duel is so close, man. It's 6s between these guys. Now, here is the big difference. This could continue to go back and forth, and if it does, this is a win by 2. This could be the first title bout to go into overtime in a very long time here. Would be crazy to see. But this is usually the part where the champion just starts going absolute apeshit, channeling his inner lycanthropy and going absolute 8 balls on his opponents. That's what he does as he advances now to 7-6. This is where many have been felled before in their title bouts versus Coach Jason. They're so close in the beginning parts, but then this guy really turning up the heat here. But here it is, Green Lungs not having it. Getting a good start there, but Coach Jason coming back. This round is so close. It's really hard to tell how it's gonna go. Oh my God. Lycan goes down. Now 8-6 in favor of the champion. He says, I need another match. This losing streak is tough. You know what? I think Nim was supposed to go up against somebody in Melee tonight, and I think it was... Correct me if I'm wrong, Nim. I don't think it happened. I can't remember who now. We might need a fill, cats. We might need a fill. I'd totally be down for that. We'll call that the second chance right there. Squigs is ready in 5 minutes. Oh, shit. We got a little bit of a queue going here. We're going to check back in. We've got Green Lungs versus the champ right now. We've got Travix up next. Nimrod. Kyle. And then Squigs v Track Amp. And then we're going to check back in with Green Lungs. DFC chat gonna cry, I'm going fire. Yeah, fuck him, dude. Fuck him. Put Javito versus Toe in the queue. Oh, hell yeah, man. Toe Shank v Javito. Holy shit. Yeah, we're getting a little bit of the queue. Maybe we'll see if we can get multiples going at once here after this title bout. Work our way down a little bit quicker, you know, because we've got some fire ones in there, man. He says, come on, coach, here it is. I'm telling you, this is where he runs away with it. I don't know what it is with this coach here. Coach Jason just gets up in there and he starts running away with it, man. He starts running away with it. Right now, coach is ahead. You might notice the difference in the graphics here as we swap over. These wolves look so different. Why is that? What's going on here? Well, that is basically the graphic setting. There's some setting you can mess with that actually changes the look of the fur. In the graphic settings here. Uh-oh, and down goes Coach Jason. It's now 9-8 in favor of the champion. Coach Jason is going to need 1 win. 1 win here will solidify it. But if he loses, we're going into overtime. Green Lungs is hoping to just fell him once here. Bring this duel to overtime, and let's friggin' go. Damn, son. Big hits for the champion to start this off. This ain't looking good. Green Lungs in trouble. And down he goes. Coach Jason holds on to the Melee title on this Fury droid. Holy shit.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Damn, son. Who is gonna stop this guy is the question, man. Who is gonna stop him? It's wild. as we go into town here and check out these guys' gear, see what the difference was in this melee matchup between these two. Nim is resetting. So what he was doing is at the end of a duel, he's resetting. So whoever wins will have a pre-buff called Mark of the Wolf. So he's killing them to reset that pre-buff so you don't go into the next duel pre-buffed. Great gloves there, and you can see it from Metamorphosis right here. Because of that item, he's resetting them. Undoing the pre-buff. 5 in a row for Coach. That's wild. Also using Death there. I gotta say, that's an interesting choice from Green Lungs. I like that. Using a Death at Nax. Look at that DFC Melee Champs 100% perfect string of ears. Holy shit, man. It's crazy. That is crazy. Very similar gear here with a big difference in these gloves. You'll notice that the champ has dual stat ED 2010s. That is just so crazy. And look at this hammer that he's got too. And look at that ring. Ooh, 11 life leech. Not dead, honestly, in melee. Kind of not dead these days. But look at this. Look at this thing. E-rep, 1 socket, but cruel masters. Everything. This mallet is made out of actual sex. The essence of sex, right? And look at this fucking thing. The renewed bone break. It's got a little bit of MDR on there, which does help in melee. Actually does help. But look at that. 100 ED, 22 FHR, 62 life. That is one hell of a Sunder Charm there. Neither one of these guys using the new Jewel, but certainly that Sunder Charm makes a big difference. That's crazy. Yeah, that mallet, man. Yeah, I'm telling you, that's crazy. It is wild. It is wild. Wow, boys. All right, on to the next one. We might try to get a couple of going at once here. We're going to check in with Travix, see how this is going. These guys might be ready to throw down. And then, of course, we've also got Kyle. These guys possibly going against each other here. Nope. Lynn is going up against Travix. Travix. Oh, yeah, wow. Yeah, Kyle also going up against Lynn. All right, both of these guys trying to get a piece of Lynn here today on its Warlock. Let's see if Travix has what it takes. Oh, they did have Jewel and Storm Shield. I didn't see it. My bad. They both had the Jewel and Storm Shield. Hell yeah. Yeah, GG's, man. I think the Jewel is interesting. I have noticed that it's pretty hard to deal with that Jewel, right? Or it's pretty hard to deal with both Sunder and Jewel. I think there might be some merit to... I like the concept of making players make a choice, right? You use a certain item and you give up something for it. So for a Sunder Charm, you give up essentially minus 10 DR in your melee build. You have to make that up, right? The Jewel is just a no-brainer. It's just a freebie. It's just a freebie, you know? It's just minus 10 enemy physical res, and it's just a freebie. Holy shit, he's on a bow lock, boys! He is on a bow lock, is Lynn. I'm telling you, I actually really think that is an insanely cool PvP build. I'm really glad to see this, man. Hybrid Bowlock he's on. I gotta say, I think this is an insane one. Of all the fair locks right now, this one might be my favorite. Holy shit. I think there's a lot of merit to it. A lot of merit. He's on a Hybrid Bowlock. He had a chance to snag my perfect Jewel once, right? Yeah, I'm fine with it, honestly. Like I'm fine. I mean, I'm not that big on it. We'll find one eventually. Jewel is flat 10-10, which is nuts. Yeah, it really is. I like the concept. I am considering, and more data needed, but I am considering if we do need to ban any of the new items. I don't like the concept of banning everything, right? But there are clearly some things that the devs didn't really think about with, had no respect for in the new patch here. And that is basically... Holy shit, nice shots there from Travix. Down goes Lynn. And that is basically this concept of magic resistance, minus magic resistance, minus enemy physical resistance, all kinda dumb. Especially when I mean, you can tell it wasn't really thought out that well when it was treated exactly like all the others, right? It was treated exactly like all the others. Yeah, we'll just throw it on there, 10-10 for a magic jewel. Same thing as fire and poison and all of this other shit, right? You know, and you know what? We'll do the same thing for physical. Fuck it. Well, that throws the balance off a lot in the game. Sure, it might be good for PVM, and I understand there's a lot of people playing PVM, but if you don't need to isolate and further segregate an entire group of players when making changes to the game, I say you just don't do it. It isn't ever going to bring in so many more players that you're just like, oh, wow, man, we've really done a good thing. You're always just breaking the base down even more. So that's why I think it's important to balance and have some respect for PvP, PVM, even the mod makers out there. I think all of these things are very important to consider whenever you make updates, whenever, you know. But PvP is often gets shit on quite a bit, and it's too bad because it's sort of it was like the final, D2 is like the final frontier of these ARPGs that had nasty PvP in it. So the more changes that come to a game like this, the more of that gets chipped away at. You know, I wouldn't say the Warlock has made PvP better. The class is really busted and really bad. I wouldn't say the items, to a large degree, have made dueling better. With the exception of one. I think there was one really good item that made dueling a lot better, and it was just the item that had cannot be frozen, the Horizon's boots on the boot slot. Really good. A lot of the other items are interesting. They might have had some impact, but not a very significant one that was, you know, anything but, you know, more game breaking and stacking things towards overpower, you know, with no need. Actually, yeah, Geed's Belt is really good too. I like the concept of Geed's Belt. Again, it has that minus magic res on it, which, God, I wish they just wouldn't have done that. I wish they just wouldn't have introduced that concept. Minus magic res, minus enemy physical resistance. All of that shit is just so weird, man. It's not how it should have been. Like, if you want to make things proc amp, go for it, right? But like, just having flat minus physical res is very odd. Same with magic, right? Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right, Titan. Yeah, the Geed's wager is really good. Both these guys are on controller right here. Or actually, sorry, I know that Lynn is. I'm not sure about Travix. We can check in a minute here. Travix is landing some big shots. Now, this could be a big advantage for Lynn as he gets in here and closes the distance on this bow lock. Could be a big advantage playing on controller. It's just going to give him the ability to hit these shots from far on the outside, right? And you can see as he hits with mirrored blades, as he targets in, you can see all of those arrows just sticking right in the same spot there. Both of these guys are super low on mana right now. Both these guys extremely low. Oh my God, and he got him. Holy shit, the Penguin got him. Yeah, both of these guys ran out of mana there. Only available in classic and expansion games. I missed that. What was it? He must have tried to do something on that controller. It's not an advantage. Can't aim arrows ahead of people. True, actually. Yeah, true. Can't aim it ahead of people, but I would argue that it might actually be. As someone who has played the bow lock and understands kind of what you want to do, I'm going to say 90% of the time, you want to get a name lock on the dude as soon as possible with mirrored blades, with the bow. The other times, they're not on your map, and you want to just be spreading out the arrows, which is what it does if they're out of range on controller. Yeah, controller will just give you an auto name lock, is what it will do. But look at this, man. Travix getting in there. Holy shit. Flooding the moor with bone spirits, making it very difficult for Lynn to get up in there. I gotta say, I love this build, though, man. I actually love that he's mixing in the bow with the warlock. Let's take a look and see what see how Travix is looking over here. He is flooding this blood moor with these bone spirits. And man, one of the rules that we put on the warlock, because I mean the class, you gotta understand, there's other dueling organizations that just flat out ban the warlock, right? Just because it's literally like everything about it needs work. It's so, this is coming from someone, and you know, if y'all aren't familiar, right? This might be, if this is your first time like checking out a PvP tournament in D2. We've been running this for over half a fucking decade, right? Since before D2R came out, we were running DFC and doing this. And we were criticized quite a bit for our lack of rules, right? Like our absolute, like we don't give really too much of a fuck about what other rule sets say. We just kind of allowed almost everything, you know, to a degree. I say that with like a fucking 20-page rule book, but it's all nuances, you know what I mean? It's all little nuances. Well, anyway, the point is, for us to like straight up ban a skill before it even, you know, gets used is rare. It has to be so obviously busted that a retard like myself can see that it would take no skill to be an effective PvP. Like, it would just make PvP miserable and take zero fucking skill to use. That was Abyss. As soon as I put together an Abyss lock, I just took a PVM character and statted out for Abyss and was like, all right, let's do this. And I stepped into a pub game, murdered everyone. Everyone was pissed, but there was nothing they could do. You know, so I was like, yeah, this is pretty busted. And it wasn't just like noob players either. Yeah. I guess that was probably my quick way of saying that. Exactly. There's no counterplay to it. I guess that's what I mean by no skill. There's no, like, you don't have to play around someone countering it. There's like no, it's just, it's so brainless. It's like, get a name lock, or you don't even need a name lock. Just cast Abyss somewhere close to your opponent and win the game. Oh, nice shots there from Lynn. But it could have been there that Travix actually landed quite a bit of his own. He's got to watch out for these residual arrows now, because they could be flying across the moor. The thing is, it gets a little dangerous if you wait for Lynn to come in and try to get a name lock with one of those spears. It gets a little dangerous, because you know that his name locks are going to be quicker. Right? His name locks are going to be a bit quicker, because he's got that controller, right? Uh-oh, there it is. Nice setup there. Very nice setup from Travix. Holy shit. 3-2 now. In favor of Lynn, I believe. I believe it's in favor of Lynn. Holy shit. Oh, yeah, I did 5v1. And then when you get somebody good on it, like Marvel, Marvel went 7v1 against actual really good PvP players. Marvel just came in with an Abyss lock, went 7v1. So yeah, I mean, what I meant to say there also is it's more than just Abyss that's banned on the Warlock, right? So we also just banned all pets. Pets are just really broken in a lot of ways. At first, it was just going to be tainted, but then when you think about it, there's also, if you're going to allow chains, then the defilers are also just kind of busted, because if you hit a fucking pet, your chains do asinine damage to the player. So it's like, well, then that's kind of shitty. But then if you really go heavy into Goatman, you can just max showed us. You can just hold down Telelock and the fucking Goatman will absolutely smash a player. Like, it's so, even the pets are just like, every single one of them, like, they're all busted. Oh my god, big hits there as he ties up the score. Travix here versus this Bowlock. What a great duel here so far. Or is that over? Did he win? I think it's 3s, yeah. Yeah, Tainted Lock is busted as fuck. I mean, with Tainted Lock, you just hold... Yeah, Tainted is just... I thought everybody knew that. So sorry, that's a good point, Dr. Grinth. Like, Tainted is just busted. Like, it does... All you do is hold down Teleport. You don't even need to click on your opponent. And the Tainteds just shoot fireballs. And for some reason, they do absolute metric ass tons of damage that can barely be absorbed even. It's so much. Yeah, 2-4, and there it is, man. Holy shit. He got it. Looks like Travix gets there on this Necro. This guy, what an absolute savage, man. This is crazy. All right, we're going to do a couple more duels here, and then I want to put in, I want to do this giveaway And we'll mix that up in there. We've got a giveaway for, it's going to be for someone randomly who is qualified. We don't like to just do it randomly to anybody because this is really good stuff from the Foozer Man is what it is. We're checking out these guys' gear that they were rocking here. It's a giveaway from the Foozer Man. He gave away basically an entire rather decked out Hammerdin to a player in need. We're gonna give it away to a random list of people that that Primo has vetted and said, all right, these are the random people right here that that can get it. These are the eligible folks, you know, basically not for resale, for use, you know, people that actually PvP and have a genuine interest in it. Yeah, we miss Foos. I know, man. He's a savage. Look at this freaking gear. 220 amulet, chaos amulet for Lynn. That's kind of wild, man. I love you, Foos. Her. I know, man. He's that guy he's famous. How is Rabies Druid now that the new Opal and D-Web? Bad. You can't teleport and catch people, so it makes it bad. I mean, it might be good in PVM. I haven't tried that. It might be interesting in PVM. I might try to put one together, but then you would kind of rely on monsters grouping together to like be good. Otherwise, you're just running around clicking on them, which still doesn't sound very good. All right, let's get into the Nimrod duel, and after Nimrod, we're gonna do a giveaway, boys. Oh, look at this, Nimrod. What is he doing with this cow? We're used to seeing Nimrod as he stands by the fire ominously, but now he's using Abyss. This is a level 30 duel. Abyss is not banned in level 30 duels, as he's getting obnoxiously close to this cow out here, and he's on a Warlock, so you really can't put it past him. You can't, like, what I mean here is that his sexuality is in question, if you know what I mean, okay? Already. We're not biased here. We're not biased here. But look at this. Okay, here it is. He is going up against, Goki is, Green Lungs, right? Is that who he's jamming against? I think that's who it is. Let's see. Yeah, Green Lungs v Nimrod. Holy shit. This is an epic throwdown right here. Green Lungs on the Sorceress, and you can see that, Nimrod is on the Warlock. And I think this can actually be a really good duel, because this build is pretty broken, right? The Abyss lock in LLD, still, Abyss doesn't do a ton of damage in LLD, but chains really do. Chains are insane. However, there is sort of a range to them, right? So if you can outrange the chains, or, you know, sometimes if you turn it into a real duel, you can make it happen from far on the outside, but you just got to watch out for getting hit by those chains, you know? And the fireballs, with some good timing and some good aim from Green Lungs, I really think he can get there. I think he can outpace Nimrod from the outside. We're going to find out, though. Nice shots from both players. Nim lands a chain, and Green Lungs lands some big fireballs. Nim doesn't have teleport like his opponent Sorceress does here, but he does have Blade Warp, which does allow him to... it's like a wannabe teleport skill. As you can see, he throws his purple blade in front of him and teleports to that location after some amount of time. Very close to it, but it looks like Nimrod has landed a bit more damage when he's able to land those chains. Not being able to see mouse cursor is weird. Oh yeah, yeah. By the way, what we can do is we might be able to get multiple duels going on at once. I know Kyle is ready as well, so we're gonna get, before we do the giveaway, I guess it'll be after this. It'll be we'll do Nimrod v Green Lungs and Kyle v Lynn, and we'll bounce back and forth between rounds if you guys are ready. I know Lynn just had a bout on that Warlock. He's trying to get it in here again against Kyle. Kyle trying to beat them Warlocks down. Yeah, you just missed some Diaxile right up at the top of the stream, man. We did level 9 hardcore Iron Man. I didn't actually catch who won that one, though, unfortunately. It was, I died, and I think there was 2 players left. I think it might have been Green Lungs, and he was going up against Travix, maybe? It was between one of those guys, I think. The bosun? No shit, nefarious one. Damn, son. Damn. Well, at least it was a Sin player. You got it in with the Sin here today. I shouldn't say that. There was Brethren Dins up in there. Am rather unscathed after that first exchange there, where you caught a few fireballs. Hasn't really been punished by Greenlung since, but look at this. Greenlung's using those Hydras. That netted him some damage there. But as you can see, he is super low, and Nim is going to be looking to finish him off with a, very likely with an Abyss. But the thing is, in LLD, Abyss doesn't do a ton of damage, and most of it can be negated by things like Skin of the Viper Magi and SOE, right? String of Ears. And probably in this matchup, I would guess that Greenlungs has both of those items. As you see him get hit by an Abyss there and not die, being at very, very low life here. This Hydra's adding up, doing some damage, making Nim move a little bit here, making it so he can't post up and just keep casting chains. That's very smart. I think some matchups are really bad, Sea Grapper. I think some matchups are very bad. There it is. He gets there in that round, does Nim. All right, boys, let's kick over to Kyle versus Lynn for this next matchup here while these guys get set up for the next round. Holy shit, boys. It is looking crazy in that LLD division. Yeah, Chains is really powerful, man. It's the fact that it can be spammed now, too. I mean, it's wild. The thing is, here's what I like about Chains. It's got its limits, right? It kind of has like this sort of this range limit to some degree, unless you get a name lock proper, right? But it is very powerful. It is very powerful. It's pretty crazy. Ask yourself this, though. This is how you got to look at it, right? If they just introduced the Hammered in, you know, and it gave it all of the synergies that it's always had, people would think that was busted, right? I kind of look at the Chains lock like that. Like, it's very powerful, but it's probably appropriate to some degree. Like I said, Abyss doesn't do a ton of damage in LLD. Look at this. Nim using a bow here as well. That is interesting. He's using Mirrored Blades on a bow, or that could be Echoing Strike. No, it's Mirrored Blades. He's using all the skills. He's got Fire Magic that he's using up in here too. What is this, dude? Holy shit. Oh, wait, no. I'm so fucking... Wow. Listen here, boys. It's been a long night. I done forgot what we were watching. That was Bill's fault. I don't know how, but Bill, we're cutting your pay.
How low will I have to sink to accomplish my goal?
We are watching Lynn v. Kyle, okay? Bill. Fucking holy shit. All right.
I am overburdened.
Get with the program. This guy. This is Lynn on the Warlock that we just saw him go up against Travix on. He is taking this Bullock, and now he's trying to beat Kyle. Kyle is he's notorious on that Cold Sork, man. Trying to land some big shots with that Blizz, but the risk is he's got to stay out of the way of that bow. I think the distance on that bow makes things very interesting for this Warlock. Oh, accidentally dropped the belt on the ground there. People trying to make their Warlocks fair by wasting half their points on useless fire skills that never hit. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think fire skills just ain't got what it takes at this point. You know how you know what they should have done to fulfill the fire and magic fantasy with fire spells? They should have made these fire spells almost like the druid, how they do hybrid damage. They should have made him do magic and fire damage. Like, half the fire damage and turn the other half into magic damage. I think that would have been interesting. Holy shit, man. Big shot from the bow as Lynn racks up 2 more wins here. Let's cut back over to LLD. Check it out from Nimrod's perspective on his Warlock as he's throwing down. Uh-oh. He's catching some big shots from Green Lungs in this round, though. And Green Lungs catches a chain. You see, the shittiest thing about getting hit by a chain, this is what I hate about it, is that it actually locks on and does damage multiple times to a player. Because it just forces uninteresting gameplay. So when you get hit by a chain, the only way to prevent yourself from taking damage from that chain, again, is to telly like 3 or 4 screens away from your opponent. You have to break the chain, literally, which is just so uninteresting. Remember how I said the devs didn't really think about a lot of this stuff when they put it together? I think that was probably one of the things that was not thought through, right? Like, it's not really cool in PVM that the chain hits multiple times, because it still takes a few seconds before it hits, right? But it's just asinine in PvP. Yeah, true. I mean, everything from the bow max with mirrored blades to the magic spells, like, all of that stuff is so vicious in PvP. Look at this, Green Lungs. He might be a little low here. Based on how the distance he's keeping, he might be a little low, but he is winning these exchanges here so far. Nimrod trying... Oh my god, he wrapped him up in the chains, and that's another thing that you gotta be careful of, man. Those friggin' chains, let me tell you. They can literally be actually wrapped around your opponent. They don't even need to hit. It's so crazy, man. Chains are wild. What a wild day it is here for these Warlocks. Holy shit. All right, as we cut over to Kyle's perspective here on this Cold Sorceress, he's trying to take himself down a Warlock. He's trying to get some Warlock ears under his belt here. It's now 1-2 in favor of Lynn on his Bowlock hybrid. Kyle can do this. He's gotta stay out of the range of that bow. He's got to know that as soon as he gets in the range of that auto aim from controller, he's got to drop a blizz and get the fook up out of there. He can't be kicking around, right? And he also can't get too close. He kind of has to play this mid-rangey game versus the lock. Very nicely done there, though. He pulled that one off. Landed the shot, got up out of there. That's exactly what he's got to do. He can't get too close to catch those auto shots from the bow. Stomping is, stomping with Ice Blast is a little questionable, right? You don't want to do that. You could not only get hit by the fire spells, but you could catch a quick hit from that bow. And if all 5 of those hit, that's pretty bad. He might have got hit with a Apocalypse there. It's hard to tell. Apocalypse can be invisible sometimes. If you telly off someone's screen and then telly back onto it, it can be invisible. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, dude. Yep, I wish they would, at least... I was talking about this with Maddie and Joby the other day. Nice shot there from Kyle. He takes down Lynn almost from the brink of defeat. 2-2 between these guys. That is wild. Nicely done, Kyle. Let's kick back over to Nimrod here on his Warlock in the level 30 division as he's chucking chains across the moor. We were talking about, if you're not going to fix the Warlock, right, give us the ability to create games that, like, make it so we can lock a certain class out of the game, right? So, like, you can make it so Warlocks can't join, or you could make it so Barbs couldn't join if you wanted to for whatever reason, right? Like, you could create games that only allow certain classes, right? So, you could make a duel game that just doesn't allow Warlocks. Like, you can't join on a Warlock. It would indeed prevent... It would actually, I think, fix a lot of pub duels, really. I mean, you could have done that... you could do that versus Mosaic Sins as well. You get a Mosaic Sin that's being a cunt, just make a new game where Mosaics, like, Sins can't join. Sucks for legit Sins, but at least, like, you can kind of solve the problem. I think if they're not going to fix this fucking class, they should at least do that. right? Like, it's probably a pretty simple change, right? Probably a pretty simple change. Could be crazy. Ban murder dance. Can't join on a dance. It'd be the closest thing to a PvP arena that we'd ever gotten, right? Like, banning certain classes from joining the game. So far, Nim is in a really, really advantageous spot here in this duel. He's getting hyper aggressive. He's not even scared of these fireballs anymore. He's closing the distance, wrapping them up, trying to score these chains, trying to hit with Abyss, and just getting in there willy-nilly. He's gonna straight aggro here. You don't even give a fuck. You don't even give a fuck. But that could cost him. That time, that was some big hits. Oh my god, what were we saying? What were we saying as he gets in there with these chains? Damn, son. This is lame, ban it, Nim says. It says, this is lame, ban it. You know what? I'm kind of, I'm kind of on board with it, but at the same time, could just be a bad matchup. You never know. You never know. DM always needs to be allowed, in my opinion, just needs to be beatable. Yeah, exactly. But if they're not going to fix it, then they might as well fucking just make it so, you know what I mean? Like, if they're not going to fix it, which I don't think they even can conceptualize how to fix the Warlock, I am fully convinced it is out of the devs' ability to conceive how it needs to be changed to appropriately fix the Warlock. It will never happen. So because of that, because you're going to have a broken class, I think you ought to allow us to make games that don't allow it to join. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. They had a chance, Sid, as we check out this LLD gear here from these guys. Relatively similar with a lot of their gear choices in LLD here. Another thing you can do, which doesn't actually, it's interesting, you wear the new armor on certain builds that has magic res in in LLD. However, if you do that, it actually opens you up to taking more damage from Abyss because it does so little. You end up actually taking damage from it instead of wearing like the MDR from Viper Magi. It's really weird. Really weird, but that's how it shakes out, man. All right, let's kick back over to the HLD locks over here. GG's in the LLD division. Nim says, this is lame, ban it. Kyle v. Lynn as these guys show down here. I believe it is 2-3 in favor of Kyle, I think. If I caught that correctly. Kyle might be ahead here, looking for that final win on this Blizz. That would be wild. Let's pop over to Kyle's perspective here. There's a game mode that doesn't allow Warlocks, right? Yeah. Well, I just think that feature needs to be in the game anyway. So, like, if you make a melee game or something, right? Like, you could just make it so only, like, Barbs, Zons, Druids, and Dins can join, right? Like, no Mosaic Sin trolls, no Caster trolls, all of this. Like, you know. Threes between these guys is what it is. Holy shit, it literally comes down to this. 3-3. Kyle, he's excited. He's trying to take down these Warlocks. He's trying to get one on the board here. Lynn, trying to get up in there and score a big win against a savage cold sorceress on his bowlock. This is his bowlock hybrid with fire skills as well. I love that he mixed in the bow, I gotta say. That is a really cool change to this. Yeah, he says, come on, Kyle. I know, right, man? This is crazy. Good to see, man. And here we go. Yeah, I think Cold Sorceress is an interesting matchup for Warlocks in general, but even particularly here, it's I think it's a very cool matchup to see. A little bit of frame drop in there. I'm gonna swap over to Lynn's perspective here and check this out. I disagree about Pally. I don't think the Pally has ever been broken. I don't think the Pally has ever been in a spot that it's been broken. Changed my mind. It has never been broken at all. Hammered in, ooh, man, that shitty PVM build and shitty PvP build. Oh shit, busted. Oridin, shitty P1 restricted build, busted. Okay, maybe in the times where auras were busted, maybe the Origin, but that was because of a glitch, right? Like, it was because of an obvious glitch. Yeah, but holy shit, man. Kyle gets there with a big blizz to take down Lynn. That was epic, man. Kyle is stacking them up over here, becoming one of the most fearsome cold sorks in the land. Up next, boys, we've got ourselves a giveaway. We've got ourselves a giveaway. We're gonna check some names, and I'm gonna leave it up to you guys. I'm gonna throw the question your way. Wow, look at this. Cold damage, FHR mana. I like that for like an ES Sork. Like ES Immortal. Look at that beautiful Nightwing's Veil there. He's got the Mage Fist. He's got the 35 Spirit. Snow Clash for the Blizzard, giving him a little bit more damage there. I kind of like that. The new Jewel in a D-Fathom. It has so many abilities, it almost looks like an Oculus right off the rip. Some 2011s there as well. Gotta love it. Look at that Faith Bow. I really think, I like Faith Bow. I think it's fine in this matchup. Also, Mist is really good on the Bowlock. But, yeah, I love this setup, man. That new Hell Warden's helm is so good in a lot of ways. Beautiful setup here for both these guys. An Obsession. Obsession War Staff for this Warlock. Damn, son. Great setup. I love the Bowlock, Lynn. This thing is cool, man. So good to see it. Absolutely epic. All right, just to give you guys a heads up about the queue, we have got, I just want to check in, make sure we've got some peeps here. Let me know if I'm missing anything. We've got Squigs v Track Amp for the title up next. And then we've got Toshank versus Javito. Those two in the queue, but up next, let's do a giveaway. And I've got a question for you guys on this giveaway, all right? I've got a bit of a question. I'm going to need your help with it. Gonna need your help deciding something, all right? And I'll give you the rundown as we go. Let's do it. All right, so this is what we have. We have an absolutely epic Din, hammered in setup, although it probably could easily be converted to some other type of Din that we want to give away to somebody who is interested in PvP, who will put it to use, who needs it, and we'll put it to good use. All right, that's the thing. You got to be a DFC dueler. That's the caveat there. So we have a list of names. However, there has been only one person that directly reached out to me. I won't even say who it is. All right, I won't say who it is. But there's only been one person that has directly reached out and said, "Hey, look, that HDIN set," and I quote, "that HDIN set would look real good on my Paladin. Otherwise, I might be playing this Necro forever. I might never be able to afford a whole new setup." And that message hit me, all right? That message, that was awesome, all right? Because that means someone might join the Din Brethrenhood here. But this is what I'm going to do for the YouTube viewers over here. And we'll do Twitch too. We'll do a poll on Twitch. We'll do them both, all right? If any mods know how to start up a poll on Twitch, start one up that says, should we give it to this person who needs it, or roll a list of random names that also qualify? All right? Should we give it to dude in need, or actually, we'll do it like this. What should we do with HDIN giveaway? Give to person in need, in dire need. Roll 20 plus random names who kinda need. All right, let's see what we do. I'm gonna start it up on YouTube. Let's get it going on Twitch as well. See what y'all think. I'm gonna ask that same question. Let's see what the community thinks. Give me one moment. Give me just one moment here. I'm a new streamer here, so I'm still trying to figure all this stuff out. All right, what should we do with HDN giveaway? Dire need. Give to dire need. Give to kinda needy. Randomly. Alright, well, it won't let me type out everything, but you get it. You know the situation now. Someone has reached out, one person reached out and was like, hey, I would really love that, would really put it to use. And I was like, you know what? It's the only person that's reached out and asked specifically. Alright, like, hey, I could really use that. And again, this is a gift from the Foozer man right here. This guy, absolute top tier savage dueler. So you know this build is going to be something good. So y'all let me know, dire need or random list of people that qualify for kinda need. Like they all might probably use it. Kinda need. What do you think? We'll give this about another minute. Avito really needs that to get wins on HDN. Right? Avito needs it for wins on HDN. All right, boys. We'll get those votes in as we get ready for the next match. Toshank versus Avito. Now, or I'm sorry, Squigs versus Trackamp. Toshank versus Avito after this. And let's hope Avito can get some wins on those dins. All right. Let's jam it. Let's get up in there. It's almost time, boys. Squigs v Track for the title. Damn, son. All right. Well, we've got 22 seconds on the poll for the Twatch. And we've got 2 minutes on the other one. We're going to end it early. They're both going to end at the same time. You've got like 20 seconds, let's say, over on YouTube. Get your votes in. All right. Get them votes in. Squigs playing on the Necro. This is epic, man. This is going to be a throwdown. This is for the HLD title right here. All right, we've got dire need. I need something to win on my cons. All right, boys. There it is. There it is. We're gonna end it. It looks like dire need. So that person was indeed Super Dude. This guy plays on the Necro a lot. He's a really cool guy. Love seeing him in PvP. And I think, you know, I felt it in the message. He's like, you know what? I might not be able to afford something like that. Really worked hard to get his Necro together and wants to play other classes. I know he would certainly play it. So hell yeah, man. We're gonna give it to Super Dude. All right. That's how we do with these things, man. I think that means, I think, more to us as it means more to me, but also I hope means more to you guys. To instead of just random giveaways, they actually go to someone who it means something to them. They're gonna use it. They're gonna put it to use. They're gonna enjoy it, right? That's what it is. That is the whole point, right? I think that's. I really don't like random giveaways at all. I love it when they mean something. So that's really cool, man. Thank you guys. I wanted to ask you about that. I'm happy you chose that. GG's. Super Dude, it is all yours. It is all yours, bro. I'm gonna let Primo know right now. I'm gonna let him know right now. Super Dude is the winner. And a big cheers to the Foozer man. Got a little bit of pixelation going on here. I'm gonna swap over to Trackamp's point of view here. See if it's a little less pixely. By the way, let's all tip one back to our boy, the Foos Her. The Foos Her, man, is an absolute savage, man. You know that guy's got some nasty gear. He's a nasty PvP player. It's really cool to see people give back to the community like that. So big cheers to Foos Her, and also a big cheers to Super Dude. That's awesome. Yeah, hell yeah, Super Dude. That's awesome, man. I'm glad it went to you, brother. And welcome to the Din Brotherhood. Welcome to the Din Brotherhood, Super Dude. I mean, it is also a very interesting class, right? We say this all the time in the DFC. If you're starting up PvP and you're not really partial to the Din, you're just like, wow, Din looks fun. Don't do it, all right? It's a trap. It actually, you want to get some experience in PvP before you go trying on that Din, right? Like, it is actually a very hard class to pilot. And it takes a lot of practice. Take someone who's committed to doing it, you know? So I think that's really cool, man. GG, I let Primo know, Super Dude. I don't think he's going to be around tonight, but he'll be on at some point, and it's all yours, brother. Hell yeah, man. Welcome to the Din Brotherhood. Stay Frosty says, I got gifted a box of my own ears. That's hilarious, dude. With Diablo, I think it was Diablo Immortal, or no, Diablo 4. Blizzard actually sent me a box that included like a bunch of shit, but in it was also ears, which is really cool. I think if I ever become a real streamer and I have like a background setup, I'll probably have it in the background, and we're gonna add a name to some of those ears. We'll add like Maddie and Joby, you know, the most common ears that anybody finds in Bloodmore. Maddie, Joby. Yeah, that's probably a ton of, I'll have to get out there, but those are the only ones that pop into mind immediately. Fire Druid action, Toshank says. Hell yes. Toshank is super excited. And that, some of y'all might be thinking that is a load of sarcasm right there, but I know that Toshank, and he's not at all sarcastic. He thinks that this build right here is one of the most hyper-aggressive builds that he has ever seen. And to impress Toshank on a build like this, you've got to have it, boys. You've got to be something. Toshank, definitely a big fan of the Fire Druid. It is a very tough class, man. When you get both of these guys, I would say the two big Fire Druid players in the DFC, these guys have taken it seriously. We've seen other Fire Druids come in and try, but it takes a playstyle that you have to get used to. That it's the weirdest one. It is like mid-range aggro. As weird as that sounds, that's how you gotta do it. Because if you don't keep the pressure on, your opponent just reps life back. You can't be having that. So you've gotta keep this pressure on at mid-range. But your skills, while they can be devastating at close range, at mid-range, they're doing hundreds of damage, which isn't nothing, but it certainly isn't the big KO hits that some of these other classes can do at that range. So you have to be good. You have to dance around your opponent. You have to study their angles, their timing, and all of this just to keep constant damage on them, which is what Track Amp is doing here. He's doing a great job of keeping some constant pressure on Squigs. But as you can see, Squigs has the timing down for this matchup. This ain't his first rodeo with it. As Track Amp comes in here, you're going to see some crazy shit happening. You're going to see Squigs go from the spirit spamming, possibly even teeth from the outside, to looking directly for an aim lock, just like that, getting in there with the spear. And damn, it gets ridiculous, man. Fire Shank win. Yeah, he stops to summon, he dies. He stops to recast Geddon, he dies. Yep. Yep, respectable. He said 13 last night. No shit, no shit. I would never show that kind of mercy to anybody on a Necro in the DFC. I would fucking be... You got Warlocks in this division. You've got Fire Droids. I'd be 20 Spirit all day. The only thing is Teeth versus Dins. They ought to change that. Someone who has any say around here ought to change that. You really ought to do something about Teeth versus Dins. Otherwise, Bong Kai is he's gonna do it. His name, he changed it to it once on Discord. He'll do it. Yeah, true. I think so too, Max. It's like that Kano could have been so much better. I think there's a lot of builds that get better in PvP, and I mean so much, quantifiably, observably better, if they just undo the 2.4 changes. Sure, it would really suck to have Mind Blast locks on Sin again, right? If they really get froggy and they're like, we're gonna fix it just for the Mind Blast, then great, right? Cool. But so many classes get so much better in PvP if those fucking 2.4 stun changes just get trashed, right? Like, so many get better. The field is kind of almost leveled again. It might even be to the point where, let's not jump the gun too much, but how busted would Abyss be if you could just get mind blasted into oblivion and trapped, right? Like, how busted would it really be? I mean, probably still busted, but there would be a counter. There would be something to it. But with taking one of the core mechanics out of the game in 2.4, they have fucking assed this game in PvP. That mechanic needs to come back. Yeah, very true, Max. There was a lot of shit broken on the sim. Maddie was showing me an old video where IAS on Fire Blast wasn't capped. So he could cast Burst of Speed, which he often would in between like certain attacks in the duel. He'd have Fade up, but he would cast Burst of Speed because for some reason it was like affecting his Fire Blast damage, and it was like his Fire Blast casting, and it was like uncapped. Yeah, 6 frame per for attack Fire Blast. It's so crazy, dude. Like, absolutely wild. Yeah, I think they should too. Honestly, like, don't even worry about Mind Blast. Just undo it. I don't even think PVM dudes care. You'd have one fucking guy who sucks at Diablo 2 on Reddit crying and trying to make a big deal out of it, and they're ruining our game, but really they're fixing it. Like, they're just making it how it should be and always was. Like, they really ought to undo those changes. I just think they're so bad. GG's Travis, big cheers to you, man. Yeah, I think it'd be a good start. It'd be a good start. All I'm saying. All I'm saying. It's time. We've suffered through with it enough. I tune in for 1 minute, this guy's talking smack. Now, shame on you for just tuning in, Maddie. Yeah. We were just talking about how bad you were. Alright? Collecting ears and all this. Yeah. You can't hide it anymore. Whole community knows. Whole community knows. By the way, what's up, Maddie? Good to see you, brother. No, in all seriousness, Maddie's a savage, guys. We make fun of him only because I still remember that time. I don't forget. I still remember that time he came on to a PvP stream back in LOD, and he whooped my ass. Maddie whooped my ass for a good hour and a half before I finally realized that I didn't know how to duel. Holy shit, nice shot there from Squigs, and down goes Track Amp as we get ready for round 2 here. Can Squigs hold on to the title? Let's find out. Spear to the back, Bonkai says in-game. Bonkai just really adding some commentary in here into this game, keeping these fighters on their toes, keeping them tilted a bit forward, if you know what it is. Hit him with the Ricky, no?
Greetings.
Hell yeah, man. Track and I play a lot. He can defraud. He could defo win this. Yep. Yeah, he definitely can, man. It is a tough bout. This is probably the toughest match for a Fire Druid. But, that being said, some people assume it's a freebie, right? They assume it's a freebie for the Necro, but that is not the case. It ain't no freebie, and if you get a Fire Druid that knows what they're doing, they will absolutely wear down a Necro, man. It's crazy. Nice stomps there and a nice chain from Track Amp. Track Amp, a bit of a BMF on this Fire Druid. No fucks given. Oh, man, but sometimes you gotta give one. Sometimes you gotta give one. Those spears are unforgiving. But yeah, that was about 1,000 damage. And in PvP, that means he's probably doing somewhere around 1,300, which would make it like a 6.8 or 9k spear. I'm assuming that Track Amp is wearing the boots. If he's not, the point is here, Squigs' spears are doing anywhere from 6k to 6.9, which is not absolutely asinine 20 spirit damage, that's for sure. Especially if he has all of the other gear there as well. 6k spears, so 950 actual. Okay, so that means that Track Amp doesn't have the boots on. They must have agreed 13 spirit, no boots. That's probably what they agreed to for this. Yeah, because he just took 1k on that hit. Beautiful shots there from Squigs. Holy shit, this guy's an animal. This guy is a next level Necro player right here. It really, I mean, we have seen some absolutely savage Necro matchups versus this Fire Druid, and it's so crazy to see. It really brings a whole new respect to Squigs' playstyle and his ability to aggro in a way in this matchup that is so much different than many other people. Like, look at this. Every time Track Amp doesn't want him there, he teleports away. Squigs is right on top of him with that double telly. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. It's in those moments where Track Amp is actually trying to get away, which is really hard to tell. Sometimes it can look really random with people when they chase down a Fire Druid. They end up getting hit by that Armageddon, right? It is a weird timing that you just have to, the only way to learn it is to just jam this duel, right? And that timing is something that Squigs knows about, man. He knows when his opponent is ready, be it with the up boulder or whatever. He just knows. Mad respect to how he plays this matchup. And by the way, Kyle, what is this, man? 10 gifted memberships? Bro, holy shit, man. I'm just a new streamer, Kyle. I'm just new at this. Bro, you made my day, man. Holy shit. Big cheers to you. That is so wild. Thank you so much, man. You did a hell of a job tonight, man. Kicking ass in the hardcore throwdown, but also stacking up some wins against a very tough opponent. Lynn coming in with that Bullock was scary, man. That was a scary build. I gotta say, I love it, man. That was an epic one. Back and forth. Could have gone either way. So wild. Big cheers, man. Big cheers. Thank you so much, brother. Huge. Yeah, Barb's got it bad. I mean, even removing the leap stun, too, like, where you can't just, like, catch them with a leap and then, you know, progress towards them with leap, right? That really sucks, too. Like, you catch him in a leap, and then you can close the distance with leap again and just kind of work your way in with whirlwind, especially if their FHR ain't on point. Keeps your opponent honest, right? There was a lot of things. There's a lot of, like, little tricks that are just gone. The Barb got absolutely assed with it. The Din, Barb and Din went from A-tier duelers, like, not quite S, but, like, A-tier duelers, all the way to fucking C-tier, both of them. All the way to fucking Z tier. It ruined the class. Both of them. And a big buff 8 cheers to Kyle as well, man. That is so crazy. Really appreciate you, brother. Here, I'm gonna chuck this fucking sig back behind me here. I'm trying to watch the amount of puffs that I take in a day, and I only have 101 left. I'm gonna have to have a smoke sesh after the DFC, and I don't wanna have to worry. Right? We're down to 220 puffs a day, boys. It sounds like a lot. But it's like a crack addict weaning himself off, you know? That's what it is. I don't believe Track has Horizon boots on. I think these guys agreed to, I'm guessing, this is a guess here. 13 spirit, no boots, no horizon boots, because allegedly Squigs is at 6k spears, and we saw a spear hit and do 1k damage with no oak up, or with an oak up. Either way, it did 1k, and appeared to be legit. But who knows? It could have also taken out the spear and done, or taken out the oak and done 1k. Hard telling, either way. By the way, what is this, man? Coach Jason with 10 gifted subs. What the fuck, man? Dude, y'all are making my night, man. The coach, the scariest hero at the top of the melee ranks. Bro, big cheers, man. Really appreciate you. He says, thanks for doing this every Thursday. Bro, thanks for being here, man. It has been an absolute pleasure seeing you up the top of the melee division, dude, coming in like an absolute savage. That druid is so beautiful, and it's so good to see, man. I'm happy to have you here, too. Thank you so much, man, and a big cheers to you for that. That's so crazy. Big cheers. Let's tip one back to Coach Jason and to my boy Kyle out here. Y'all are too kind, man. Thank you so much. I hear you with the vape. Still trying to get myself down to a few puffs a day. Smoked for 10 plus years, so I think I'm doing very well. Dude, that's what it is. Like, it isn't going to be easy, right? Like, it ain't going to be easy. You get addicted to that shit. I didn't know how addicted to nicotine I was until they asked me to give it up for like 30 days while I had my surgery. It was the most miserable 30 days ever. And that was when I switched to zero nicotine vape. I was still smoking, I just had no nicotine. And it was so bad. I was like, dude, I am literally like fucking withdrawals and all of that shit. It was so bad. I was like, this is crazy. It never got any better. And I was like, all right, man, I gotta wean myself off of this like a fucking crack addict, because there's nothing wrong with it, but it's just like, I don't like the fact that my body is addicted to it. So my goal isn't to quit, it's to not be addicted to nicotine. So little exercises like this where I'm like, shit, I only have so many puffs. I have to put this fucking thing away for a bit. It's like slow exercises in control like that, you know what I mean? Crack addict shit, that's what it is. Yeah, I hated the zero nicotine vapes. They're not the same, dude. It's like they're fucked up. Yeah, I'm down to basically a non-existent level of nicotine, though. Like 3 milligrams really isn't much at all. It's like less than a cigarette. How do I know? I smoked a cigarette with my friend and I got fucking nicotine high. Granted, they were pretty heavy cigarettes. They were like those, I don't know, she did some homemade shit or whatever. But like, I smoked on it. I literally almost fucking fell over. I'm like, oh my God, like this is so much nicotine. And like no cigarette could ever touch me when I was at 30 milligrams of nicotine in the vape. No cigarette ever touched me. GG's. Thanks again, Kyle. I really appreciate you, man. It's like giving up caffeine before shipping out for basic training. Yeah. That's also a drug, man. That'll get you too. Yeah, rolling your own cigs. Yeah, dude, she's a pro. I vaped like 2 mods a week for a while and finally got off them by going to the dip pouches. No shit. Yep. By the way, now 2-0 in favor of the Squigs here. Let's see if we can cut over to Squigs if the pixelation got a little better here. We can see it from the champion's standpoint as he tries to defend this title. Look at that back glow that he's got here. Damn, son. Damn, son. Not only a savage PvPer, but further ahead in that chronicle than most PVMers. He's got the footprints. He's got the back glow. He probably got that portal, too. My brother actually just left a can of snus over here. Yeah, he has snus, and yeah, I almost tried it out, but it's like bad for your teeth, so I'm like, nah, fuck it. I don't need to switch to that and then just develop that as a habit. So I'm just like, all I need to do is just not be addicted to nicotine. That's my goal. Not to quit, but to just be like, all right, if I had to do something for 30 days that required me to not smoke nicotine, I could do it with no problems. No, like, physical withdrawals. That's the goal. Got bang to the brain? Yeah. Half pipe tobacco and half Ryo. Yep. Yeah, man. Yep, nothing wrong with vaping. It's probably the healthier way to smoke if you're gonna do it. But the thing is, like, I just don't like the fact that my body's addicted to shit. I'm doing the same thing with coffee, too. I've actually been, like, lowering the amount of coffee that I drink per day. Because I'll start to get headaches and shit like that if I don't drink coffee. And I'm like, so that's also something. You gotta break your body of it, you know? Just gotta... We're addicted to a lot of weird drugs in this life. A lot of it's coffee. A lot of us, it's coffee. And Necro's around to give reps versus Ashton. Oh, shit. Damn, son, that's going to be a sick one, man. That's going to be a sick one. Punch getting some reps in here. That's going to be wild. I can't wait to see it. On and Ashton. That's a tough match. Nice shot there. Holy shit. Track Amp landed a big up boulder. He's starting to learn. He's starting to learn a little bit of Squigs' timing here. The thing is with Squigs, as he gets out here, as he gets beat up, that's where you're going to start to play the distance game as the Necro. You're going to make that Fire Druid chase you a little bit, and you're going to punish him with spears when they do. Beautiful shots and a nice up boulder there that Squigs quickly got out of the way of. You've just got to be aware of where the Armageddon is coming down. That is a whole nother thing. It's like being aware of Armageddon is a whole nother skill, I think, in this matchup. Knowing where it is and how the AoE plays out, it's one of those things that if you jam the duel enough, it's like you can kind of tell where it's going to hit and when you're in trouble. Like right there, we could tell within a few frames Squig was actually going to get hit with multiple Armageddon shots, as he did. Damn, son, big hit from Track Amp. And now it's 2-1 in this epic title showdown between these two titans. But how is it gonna go? Squigs venturing back out to pick up that body. Slipped a little bit there, got up bouldered. Got put in trouble early on, but a big comeback is in store. He might have lost his focus for that round, but he knows. He's got faith in his abilities. Oh, and look at this, man. A hype train reward. Holy shit. Look at this. Absolute, dude. Abso-fucking-loot. It wants me to share that. I don't know. I'm a new streamer. I don't know what that means, but courtesy of Coach Jason there, we're gonna share the respectfully no emote. Okay, check your PMs, girl. If you rep versus Geddon a lot, it's not bad to deal with. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, it's just all realizing where it's coming down and what the actual hitbox is. It's not, I mean, it's similar to Blizzard in the sense that it has this like weird hitbox when it comes down, but unlike Blizzard, it's actually very true to the graphics of the meteors. They are indeed related to where it comes down, right? And like where it actually hits. So if you can learn where those meteors are actually gonna go by seeing them on the screen, and that has to do with the actual size that they are on the screen. It tells you the depth that they're at. It's really weird, but it's like this sixth sense thing where once you understand that, here's how to do it. If you just play PVM, level up a druid, a fire druid, to like level 99. Just play through some PVM, jam it. You'll start to learn where they come down with Armageddon. It's like the first introduction to it, you know? Joby sent me a message about an hour ago, says, found your Din's Shaco. Oh god. Jesus Christ. It's a reel that's about trying to get home, but I'm wearing my dumpster magnet hat. Alright, I'll show it to you. I'll show it to you. Don't tell nobody. Don't tell nobody. All right, this is. Joby says this is my Din's Shaco. Right here. I don't quite understand why you would say that. Hold on, let me fix this. I'm no good with this technology shit. See, look at this. Comparing that to my Din over here, who does he think he is? Don't he know who he's talking to? No debate about top Dins or nothing. This guy doesn't even know. I dumpster your Din. Sounds rather provocative, but he'll get the point. Do not 99 a druid if you value your time. True. But, you know, point is, if you've played on a fire druid a bit, you kind of know. But the best way to still learn about where the Armageddon comes down is just a duel against it. Yeah, it is certainly a weird one. That's no cap. Yeah, that's also true. Although, Bruno, me, Maddie, and Joby have been doing just like random Sunder runs, and Maddie actually just 98'd a Necro, basically P1 and P2, sometimes P3, and he hit 98 on it. And you know why? Hunting Sunder Charms, hunting Heralds. It actually like adds some sort of value to like running in P1. See to put Thor Jitsu and Kin Jits in the queue. Sorry about that. I totally missed it. Thank you for the reminder. We'll also check in with Green Lungs after Toshank versus Habito, but we are going to add in Thor Jitsu. Thank you for the reminder. Sometimes I miss that stuff. Versus... it's the Jits. Hell yeah. After this epic HLD title bout, we've got ourselves Toshank versus Habito. We might actually be able to cut in and check it out at the same time. Honestly, if these guys are ready, we might be able to bounce in between rounds here and see some multiple duels. Punch and Habito as well. All right, yeah. Yep. Punch Habito as well. All right. Punch Habito. Let's get him up in there. Let's jam it. Punch Habito. That one's going to be wild. Coach Jason and Gem ready? Oh, shit! All right. Yeah, hell yeah. That's actually good. Thank you guys for letting me know. That's, I didn't know we had so much in the queue as well. So we should definitely start checking it out. Do we have, let me check in on the Toshank and Habito. I think these guys might be ready to throw down. Toshank, Habito. I see Habito ready to throw down. He might be doing against someone else, but either way, you know, we'll check in with Habito. Give you about a minute or so to get ready. We'll check in, man. We'll check in. These tend to be epically long matches. Anything with the Fire Druid. Usually, they tend to be pretty epically long. Yeah, it's just because of the nature of the damage. Just how it is. I mean, it's a pretty hard build to deal with, but it's usually not big KO damage. Well, they basically do. If you're going Warlock v Warlock, you can do anything. So in DFC, if you get matched against another Warlock on your Warlock, anything goes. Like, you can use any of the skills. If you get matched against anybody but a Warlock, then rules apply. But yeah, that's currently how it is. Yeah, from last week, Punch versus Habito. Yeah, let's do it, man. Let's pop in there. And let's check out Habito v Punch. Habito ready to throw down versus an epic Barb player in Punch. But the question is... the roles have reversed. Habito on the bar. Punch on the Din? Is he... Or is Toshank right? Either way, look, we're whoever he's going up against, we're ready to see it. Yeah. All right, Toshank is up in here. Okay. We're all squared away now. It's Javito on the Barb versus Toshank on the Sin. Now, we have seen in recent history, we've seen this go either way. It could go to Javito. It could go to Toshank. But either way, it's a pretty epic throwdown here that, man, we saw Austin take out Maddie. Maddie was on a Barb, Austin was on a Sin, but we also saw Maddie take out some Savage Sin players as well. We have seen Barbs in recent history take down those Sin players, man. It is totally possible. But Maddie seems to think, he says, look, if I was on my Sin, I'd never lose to a Barb, all right? But look at this, Javito with some nice locks here. I've got to say, that is looking clean, man. He is very quick, as he has got to stay, right? He's got to stay quick. Because Toshank is an absolute savage. How much Bloodmore Ring Rust does the Toshank have, though? And is he ready for the absolute fuckery of Javito? Look at this, some CT casting on behalf of Javito here. Oh, he gets caught in some big traps, though. That flurry of traps was a strategic setup there from Toshank. He realized the aggression of Javito and not only set traps behind him, but when he got there, he just had this star-like pattern set up around a tree. Hard to see and hard for Javito to teleport out of. And that was a multi-step setup right there from Toshank. He knew where he was going, he was kiting him in, and he's doing the same thing now. You notice him setting up back and forth with these traps, just avoiding these whirls. When he tellies out wide like that to reset, that is Javito's opportunity. That's where he has to get ridiculous. That's where he has to be absolute no mercy. He clips him there. That was great timing from Javito. Oh my god, huge hits from Javito, and Toshank is in trouble. Toshank is very low. Holy shit, man. Oh my god, and down goes Toshank. Javito clipped him. That was huge, man. Huge. Wow, Javito is a savage. You can't underestimate this guy. Javito is a savage. Holy shit. Let's kick back over to Squigs here, see how this is looking. Holy shit, man. These guys grabbing some gold, getting set up for the next match, and it looks like Squigs took that last round there. Squigs took that last round. These guys are just getting set up for the next one. Let's pop back over. Toshank versus Javito. Damn, son. That was a very good round for Javito. Dude, right as I was saying that, I was like, it's in these times where Toshank sort of takes, if you're familiar with the trap distance of a Sin, right? When you see the Sin teleport out of their, of their trap distance, once you put that together, and you see them make that move just outside of their traps, that's your time to get in there and attack, right? And that's exactly what Javito did there multiple times. And he got in there with that very nice Zerk, landed a couple of Zerks, almost finished Toshank in that exchange. But he was timing those very well, not letting Toshank set up on it. That was crazy good. That was a very good looking round for Javito.
I am overburdened.
Barb's job is to get close, Trapper's is to stay evasive. Exactly. That matchup would not play the same without Telly. True. Very, very true.
I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened.
But yeah, Rabbit, like it isn't like, oh my gosh, they're just, whatever would they do? They just don't know that they have to get close and fight. That, I mean, it's no offense. I don't think people are trying to be mean about it. But I think that is the mentality of people who don't really understand. Like, there's a lot of people that believe that. They're like, God damn Enigma, see how much they're just teleporting around? It's like, it's strategic, right? Like, you want to close the distance on your terms, right? And that's the thing. If you want to see what it looks like without Enigma, and probably a bit over exaggerated, but probably what the entire thing would look like, is if you saw at the top of the stream when we did the level 9 hardcore Iron Man with no mana pots, that's about what it looks like. It's pretty miserable. It's very, very slow, uninteresting duels. Enigma makes things fast-paced and interesting. And it also opens up a lot of builds, that's the thing. I'm surprised there's still people that think Enigma ruined the game. It's one of those things where, like, for 20 years, most of us have understood that it doesn't. But there's still, like, this small subsect of people that do think that. It's strange. I don't understand it, but hey, more power to them, you know? We all enjoy and love the game in our own ways. That's what I say. We all enjoy and love the game in our own ways, and there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong. True, melee duels ain't like that. That is true. Melee duels, yeah, that's the way to do it. That's that's the way. It ruined the game for me since I can't find one, god damn it. Hey, appropriately rare for such a powerful item, right? Yeah, exactly. I think melee is very cool, very interesting format as well. It's a different way to PvP, different setup. I mean, I think PvP to a large degree, ever since it was really the only end game. Ever since those days, it has always been this back and forth of, like, you know, using the most powerful shit that you can in the game. You know, and unabated, right? Ever since those days. Ever since the days before Enigma. Which were also equally miserable with Zons and Sorks. Equally miserable. But, yeah, it's crazy how far PvP has come along and the evolution of PvP in Diablo 2. It's kind of wild. But Enigma played a very critical role in it that certainly changed things for the better. Nice setup here from Toshank. This round, he's taking a bit of a different approach here. You see this CT casting. Toshank, I'm so glad we're seeing this here. Toshank is a great example of there's so many classes he plays on that he plays at the highest level. And all of these little tricks that might be almost seizure-inducing for some people as he brings up his character screen, his skill tab, and all of this to give him, that's called CT casting. That's giving himself more distance to cast his traps. It allows him to teleport away or do anything from teleporting, casting traps, anything at a further distance, right? By shifting your character over on the screen. It's so wild. It's something that doesn't come natural in regular PvM gameplay. It's not something you ever really get used to doing in PvM. It's really something that you might see for the first time in PvP. And Toshank is so good at it, man. He's so quick, bringing these screens up for literally milliseconds as he changes angles, gets in there, and just executes flawlessly. Beautiful round for Toshank there. Even in up the score, now 1-1. Let's kick back over to the Squigs versus Track Amp here. The epic title bout of the evening, I believe it is 3-1 in favor of the champion Squigs. I believe it's 3-1, if I had to guess. It might be 2-1. A little bit of pixelation here. Let's kick over to Track Amp, see how this is looking. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, but even in that sense too, right? Yeah, like the Sin wants to stay away, the Barb wants to close the distance. Dude, Javito looked good when he landed those Zerks, though. That's really hard to do. When you grab that name lock and, like, actually Zerk, keep it through another teleport, that shit is just crazy. That shit is just wild. It's hard to do. But it looks so clean when you pull it off, man. Javito was looking clean. GG, Mnemonic. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, it is always good to see a Barbarian player win, because Barbs are kind of like Z tier bad, right? Like, I mean, bit of an exaggeration, but they're certainly not even close to being the best class, right? They're certainly just not even close. They've got bad matchups. All of them are basically bad. There's no real good matchups these days. With, you know, you might be able to argue a Necro, but that still really comes down to, like, skill. If the Necro is really good, they're still going to beat you. Even if they're mediocre, it's going to be a duel. Get them, Squiggles! Abrasive, what's up, man? I feel like Telly can be boring when it's just zapping around, and I'm not good enough to use it. But that's also why I love LLD. True, and that's honestly a good point though too. It's like, no matter how much we justify and say Tellying makes the game better, there will just be some people who can never come down off of that hill. They don't even remember the game that they think was better without Enigma. That's the funny. They'll say they do, but they really don't. Like, they actually don't remember those days. They'll never come down off the hill, right? That's okay. The good thing is, if you do PvP, there's a dueling format that will probably appease your playstyle regardless. Right? Like LLD, a lot less teleporting, right? Cutinity, what's up, man? Here for some Zelda lore. What's up, man? I hope you enjoyed it. I did something a little different with that, man. Been wanting to do that one a while, but I never found a good time or place for it. I just said, fuck it, man. Put it out there the other day. Squiggles is ahead right here. I believe it's 3-1. We've been bouncing back and forth these duels here. I believe it is 3-1, though. Squigs is ahead. Let's take a peek at his life total here. See how he's looking. Track Amp has been beat up a little bit in this round. Squigs might be about half life. Yeah, he's a little under half life. He's getting beat. He's getting beat up here. He's got to keep that distance. Hey, thanks, Wicked. I'm glad you enjoyed it, man. Yeah, it was different. It was different. I think it could have been a little better. I thought it was good at the time, but, you know, I think I might do more Zelda stuff if my heart desires, you know? It's, I'm gonna just do what I love. That's what I say, man. Just put out good shit that's hopefully you guys find entertaining, too. I think I could have made it a bit more entertaining and easy to follow at some parts, being critical about it. But either way, dude, probably more to come. All right, let's kick back over to Javito. See him on this barb here as those guys whittle each other down. They whittle each other down. They're about half life in that title bout. Holy shit. All right, Toshank, a little bit pingy on the Sin side there. Javito getting in. Javito is West Coast. Toshank, East Coast. And in these matchups right here, the ping advantage will almost always go to the barb player if there's a difference in region. And that is just because they're usually at a disadvantage. Toshank realizing that and kind of keeping his distance here with these traps, making sure he sets them up good. And by the way, the GOAT himself, Gotenheim, welcome in, man. Good to see you, brother. Big cheers. I hope your stream went well. Big cheers to this guy. You've come in at the perfect time. It's Thursday night, and you know what that means. It's time for the DFC, boys. Every Thursday night we get together and we have the most epic players in all the land to join in on the Bloodmore and throw down, go toe-to-toe with each other. And right now, we are watching Javito go up against Toshank. Toshank is on his Trap Sin. And Javito is on the barb. I think these guys are 1-1 right now in a 1-to-4 matchup. We also, at the same time, have the HLD title bout of the evening going down. There is so much happening. So much rapping, so much clapping. And another big cheers to Goat, man. Really appreciate you, brother. Welcome in. Yep. PvP, the quintessential cornerstone for many of us in Diablo 2. Beautiful lock there from Javito. Scored him some big hits with that name lock. That one was sneaky. I don't think Toshank knew he had that one. And you notice now that Javito is staying on the outside here. He's become real keen. He's become real keen on Toshank's trap laying strategies here. He notices if he leaps from the outside here, he can kind of figure out what's going on. He can kind of figure out where Toshank set those up. Beautiful chain there from Javito. Toshank punishes him. Escapes the chain, puts him in that Mind Blast lock. He escaped those traps though. Didn't catch too much damage for it. You notice Javito just kind of leaping around out here. You can get punished if you go in teleporting willy-nilly just looking for your opponent. Sometimes you have to kind of progress across the map and study where your opponent's at. Learn how they might have set up traps, especially as his life total dwindles down here. Vito very low. He's looking for his opportunity to get in there versus Toshank. You can tell though, Toshank's got some mad respect. Javito did an amazing thing right out the gate. He grabbed Toshank's respect with those chains and that Zerk there. That was insane. I thought Javito was going to go for that up whirl. I thought he was going to go for that up whirl. He saw it coming. Toshank was in this pattern where he's looking for that Mind Blast lock, and then he would just kept going for that telly chain. And I thought Javito saw that. I thought he was going for it. He did that one whirl away, and then bam, like he did one telly away, and then I thought he was just going to start whirling, waiting for it. Toshank went for it, but he weren't ready. Toshank got away with it. He knows about that time, and he senses when people are onto him too. Very, very high level player, not just in the builds that he uses, his tactics and strategies, but in his actual knowledge and know-how in the Blood More. He can read his opponents, he reads the maps, he reads the situations. There's many a class that this guy can jam on that is it plays at the most impressive level. Javito is very, very low here, and that's why he's being so cautious about approaching Toshank. But Toshank also knows, very nicely done there, he gets in and out, but now the problem is Javito is Mind Blast PK. He's swapped out to CTA here so that he can rep back some life, or CTA or possibly Hodo, maybe both, so that he can rep back some life because he doesn't want to die to Mind Blast going in. And Toshank knows this. He's setting up these traps, and he's not really moving out of them. He's being very patient, just staying in his trap range and letting Javito come in because he knows that when he does, it's going to be bad. It's going to be real bad. Patience. He says, "Where's the fucking mana?" Toshank says. Damn, son. Just being overly offensive, Javito could bait and name lock and self-whirlwind, potentially upsurge. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I saw it there for a second. There was a window of time. I think Toshank was stunting there. Toshank was stunned. I think you're right, Punch. I saw that too, and I ain't even on that level with the barb, but I saw it too. I was like, Toshank could get caught here. And there it is. Toshank went in with the Mind Blast PK. He went for it. Holy shit. If only the barb had a Widowmaker. Wiser words never said, I gotta say. 1-3 in favor of Toshank. Let's kick back over to the title bout here. See how this is going. Squigs very low. Track amp very low. Beautiful chain from Squigs. This guy is an animal, man. Both of these guys, extremely low. I believe it's 3-1 in favor of Squigs here. Beautiful shot, but a nice up boulder from Track Amp. If Tempest was walking those traps, he'd be CP. Yeah, exactly, dude. He'd be in the cold plains all day. Yeah, cold plains, traps somewhere in the moor. Oh, GG, I won. I was just saving Kane. Wild, man. Squig's still looking for that name lock and that chain. Look at this pressure, man, as he dances in and out of these Armageddons. This is what it is. He knows when he's in trouble. He recognizes this. That is something that only reps of this duel right here specifically can teach you. He knows how to dodge those Armageddons. It is so wild to see. This one could be over in an instant. It is so close, man. Both of these guys. One wrong telly for Squigs here. It could get real bad. One wrong telly for Track Amp. Squigs got to be very careful not to chase there. You notice he backed off. Didn't follow in the footsteps of Kane, a.k.a. Track Amp. That's a good way to just keep getting caught by those Armageddons. Don't ever really want to follow a fire druid. Teeth is really useful here too. It makes it so that at mid-range you can kind of work down the life total of the druid. It makes it so it's difficult for them to rep life back. Epic showdown, man. Let's pop back in to Javito versus Toshank as this one continues on here. Javito has taken about 40% damage here. Oh, big hit against Toshank, though. How much trouble is Toshank in, though, is the question. Whoops, wrong screen, my bad. How much trouble is he in? He's at about half life. If it came down to just a percentage of the life totals here, theoretically, Javito would be on the up and up. Maybe not after that exchange, though. Toshank piecing him up, getting him down to about half-life, maybe a little under. Now you're seeing the absolute savagery, the hardcore CT casting, the seizure-inducing CT casting that is the casting of Toshank here. Beautiful chain from Javito, but a great ability from Toshank to even through all of the CT casting recognize that he was in trouble there and that he needed to continue doing so to get out of it. Needed to continue to just CT cast that teleport and get out of that chain. He knows. He recognizes the power of the Javito here. Javito is an absolute legend, man. This guy on the barb here tonight. Absolute legend. And not just on the Din. He was a Din main for the longest time. We've seen him on so many classes. We've seen him on the Druid. We've seen him on the barb. Look at that beautiful chain from Javito again. He's really stepping it up. I mean, this guy has a way. Javito has a way of stepping it up and playing at the level his opponents are at. I really do believe that about Javito. Like, he just has a way. He quickly adapts. If his opponent is a god tier opponent, suddenly Javito is a god tier opponent as well. Like, it's just literally... I mean, he always is god tier, but you know what I mean. Like, always rises to the occasion. Like, it's so crazy to see. Great hits there from Javito. Jess might be in trouble, but he landed some big shots with those traps. Javito backs off. He might be very low now. Toshank setting up these traps methodically, traversing this map. He might know that he has Javito very low. He's now looking for that Mind Blast finish again. As he whittles Javito's life total down, he's noticing that he has no natural life rep. So the more he can get that name lock and hold down Mind Blast, the more he's just gonna whittle his life total down, which is, it's gonna put Javito on a clock even from the outside. Great timing there from Jess. Oh my god, big hit from Javito. Holy shit, what a duel, man. This is wild. Holy shit, he caught him, man. He friggin' caught him. GG's. What an epic bout back and forth between these guys, man. He says, look at this. He goes, you have improved. a lot. It's been a while since Toshank has dueled against Havito, and even he notices it. You could tell from the way Toshank was dueling, he had mad respect for how Havito was in there. I say this all the time, and that is big accolades coming from Toshank, man. He notices it. Big accolades from that boy right there. Big cheers to Toshank, man. What is this? That's so crazy. Welcome back to an absolute legend, and congrats. That was an epic duel, man. If this was UFC with fight bonuses, we would say, all right, fight bonus for both them boys right there. Looks like Squigs might have won this one, boys. Coming out on top and defending against that title as he shows off his gear here. Both of these duels coming to culmination right at the same time, but damn, son, I love that. Minus magic res, FHR, life on that Sunder Charm. And look at that, new jewel with 6 bone spirit, 6 spear, 20 cast, 2 sockets. That is so gorgeous. What a wand, man. That is so nuts. We finally have a wand that's better than white, right? Jesus. That is a great Black Clef charm. Even got a little bit of DR in there for those pesky sins. Not like you need it on a Necro, but... yeah, absolutely incredible play by Jess. It's crazy to see. Jess was keeping his distance, but was also relatively aggro about it too. Just a really good duel there. That was just incredible. All right, boys, let's check in with Green Lungs. I believe he might have one more match here tonight. I think anyway. Let's pop in. Let's check her out here. Let's check her out here. No, this is Gemmed. Sorry, we're on the wrong screen. One moment, boys. I guess I don't see Green Lungs up here. Yeah, you know what? Let's check out Gemmed versus Coach Jason. We're kind of skipping the line a little bit here. Sorry about that, but we're here now, you know? My bad. That was my fault. That was my fault. I say we jam it. This is VT versus Sorceress, so I don't think this is going to be a long duel no matter how you slice it. And it appears as though Gemmed is on Cold Sword. So this could be wild, man. We might also, we have 3 in the queue. We're checking out Coach Jason versus Gemmed right now. Thor Jitsu versus Jits next. Sorry for skipping you guys. And then Punch versus Havito. Havito just taking on all the absolute top tier legends here tonight. That's crazy. What a good duel, man. Yeah, great play by both players there, I think, Max. Like, that is a tough matchup. I think the Barb is technically disadvantaged on that matchup. And for that, I gotta say, Havito looked real good up in there. Beautiful chains, speed, the timing, everything, dude. He's looking clean. Look at this, though. Coach Jason has landed some big shots here early on versus Gemmed. Gemmed's landed some big blizzards, though. Both of these guys, I was going to say, both of these guys are actually in trouble, but Gemmed was FOHPK there, and Coach Jason gave it to him. Dude, Coach Jason, I think, is like, this guy, this guy's a threat. This guy's a problem in HLD. This guy came in, out of nowhere, king of the Melee division, steps into HLD, and this guy is an absolute menace. Just starts taking people out with the most savage 3-piece combos that y'all have ever seen. He's insane, man. Just an absolute menace on this Stin. It's beautiful to see. Let's see if we can catch it from his standpoint here, too. He's an absolute menace on this thing. It is very tough to pilot it in, man. It takes a lot of practice, the timing, everything. Like, look at this. That's some Joby level grabs right there. Just name grab, bam, just instantly in, walking up to him and everything. Literally, that play style, it reminds me of Joby, which is insane. That's a compliment. I know I shit on Joby a lot. He's a really good player. Really good smiter as well. But, like, it takes a while to develop that cadence right there. And you can see how much those blizzards hurt, man. Gemmed getting in there. Trying to stay evasive. Oh my god, what is this? He knew he had it close, but somehow, he says, oh my god, we missed it right here. He's like, oh my god. Yeah, that was so close, man. Gemmed basically had that. Gemmed basically had it, But Coach Jason just gets in there, closes the distance, lambs some smites, and the Dins get the wins. Gemmed is so aggro for a Blizzsork versus he is, man. Gemmed is a really commendable sorceress player in general. Not only extremely knowledgeable, extremely skilled, but just his play style and everything, dude. Just actually an incredible sorceress player. It's wild to see, man. It's good to have him back.
Your power was no match for mine.
Hell yeah, man, and here we go. Round 3 between these guys. Coach Jason, I told you he's a menace. You can't ever count him out. Blizzsorks, I mean, especially, dude. Cold Sorks are insane to play against. The power is unmatched. It's just wild. Cold Sork is the one that nobody likes playing against, but it always feels good to beat, you know? But when you get a savage skilled player like Gemmed up in here, it gets wild. It gets tricky, man. You know he knows the tricks, the distance, the timing, and he's, oh my god, but so does Coach Jason. What is this, dude? That's 2 times he's been on the brink of defeat and just gets in there and nails it. Dude, big props to Gemmed for this, though. Like, that is actually pretty wild. Pretty wild that he's just, his play style on this Cold Sork makes you want to play a Cold Sork. He says, okay, comeback. It's time for the comeback. Can he do it? He's going to have to keep that distance. I think he really does have to back off on that aggro a little bit. I think he does, man. I mean, you can see how absolutely savage Coach Jason is. He is not one you can mess with. Certainly not one to underestimate. You got to treat him like he is an absolute top din. Because he is. He really is, man. He's insane on this smiter. Yeah, Baloney or Ready? Can you put us in the queue? Oh, yeah. Hell yeah, man. The Baloney Pones. Oh, man. Oh, man. Fuck, he says. And one just like that. Coach Jason, man. What is this? What is this? All right, so him Papa Weed versus Baloney Pony. Let's freaking go, man. We'll throw you guys in the queue. Him Papa Weed. The Baloney Pony. That is so wild, dude. I gotta say, Coach Jason, y'all thought his melee gear was insane. Just check out this VT. Dude, this is actually a tough matchup for a Din right here. I mean, you could really gay this match out in a lot of ways for both players, right? But neither one of them did. You had Coach Jason getting in there, and he mixed some FOH in, but he was trying to smite. He was trying to close the distance and actually land smite. And the same could be said for Gemmed. He could have totally just gained this out and thrown rando blizzes, CT casting blizz from across the map, and, you know, just really not ever tried to get close at all. Both of these guys got in there and made it a duel, man. And that was crazy to see. This was also a wild bout. Yeah, look at that belt, man. 20-20-20 on that Geed's Fortune or Geed's Wager. Damn, son. Yeah, wow. Wow. Wow, boys. All right, and now we've got, after we check out this gear here, GG's from these guys. Thanks for showing off the gear here, too. Really appreciate it, guys. It's really good to see, because anyone trying to put something together like this, they might not know where to start in PvP, and it's really good to see this, man. Let's get up in here. We've got Thor Jitsu versus the Kinjits himself. It is time for the showdown, the throwdown of 2 absolute legends. It's the Jits on his charger, man. You can't get away from him. This guy is just, I love that he just straight mains a Din charge in particular with just about anything he does. I think this could be an interesting match right here. Thor Jitsu is on the Sin. And he looks like he is really doubling down on the lightning sentry damage, which is totally allowed in the DFC. You can do it. But look at this. I think he's got some, looked like he had himself some facets. Certainly the new jewel in those claws. This is like borderline elephant Sin. which is so wild. That means these traps, as Jits closes the distance, are gonna fucking hurt. Like, he is borderline, I'm pretty sure he's like full Elephant Sin just about. I mean, with the exception of like an Elephant Sin might use something like Infinity to lay their traps. But yeah, this is, I mean, he is really gone in. Look at this shockweb and everything. He is confident in his lightning damage abilities here, but Jits really being patient, picking his angles here. Jits, oh yeah, look at that. There hasn't been many interactions where he has, where he's been in the middle of them, but he has been punished hard for the ones that he has been in. Uh-oh, Thor Jitsu was charge locked there. He does escape, but damn, son, he is in trouble. No traps up now, and Jits is trying to capitalize on it. And he gets there. Holy shit, man. It's the Jits from the brink of defeat. That was crazy. What a round right there. That's why it's so cool to see this guy, man. Jits is just wild. I'm going to try to pop over to Jits' point of view here so you can kind of see what's going on, because this guy has a very weird way that he utilizes what he calls the best skill in the game, charge, right? It's he is not biased at all, certainly not a Din main. This guy, he not only uses charge offensively on a charger, but defensively as well, almost like it's fancy footwork inside the octagon, you know what I mean? He uses it to create angles with his opponents. He uses it defensively to dodge attacks and remain evasive, and also to get in there for the big hits. As he says, the best Coooley in game. It is, man, it is. It's crazy. He has 22k trap damage. Damn, son. Pre-casting traps before go. Yeah, gotta be careful of that. Gotta be careful of that, Thor Jitsu. No pre-casting those traps, alright? You don't want Clint coming in there and fucking slapping you around a little bit. Thor has good build, but I think he is lacking a bit of experience on how to play versus charge. He is making mistakes setting up camp in the open like that. Yeah, potentially. Yeah, there's only so many angles that charge from which charge can approach you. That's true. If you you know, if you choose carefully where you set your traps. But yeah, but look at this though. Even with making some mistakes here, Max, these traps are doing so much damage. Nice hits from Jits. He is very low. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. Literal 33 life. You saw Jits charging away from that trap. We were just talking about charge being used in the wildest ways sometimes. Jits was charging away from the lightning sentry beam, which would have killed him if it would have connected. And that was how that duel ended. He literally charged in, took down Thor Jitsu as a trap went off. At 33 life, he's charging away from the lightning beam. Might seem counterintuitive for a campfire next to puddles, but it's the way, yeah. Yeah, I think so, dude. Puddles makes a lot of sense. They're really bad for chargers. Yeah. Yo, what up, Paulie? Good to see you, man. Jits from downtown. Damn, that's crazy. Jits is up 2-0 right now in a matchup that is certainly not fun for him, that's for sure. Jits closing the distance fast that time. Thor Jitsu not ready for it. He has to tele off reset here. Thor and it's the Jits giving him no time to recover there. He knew, he just charged it immediately before he set those traps up. He's like, all right, before he sets these traps up, we fucking getting in there. Now it's 3-0 in favor of Jits. Jits charging around, he's having fun. Hell yeah, man. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Hell yeah, man. It's so good to see you here too, Paulie. Welcome in, man. Happy Thursday. Chargers scare me. Yeah, it is scary, man. It is indeed scary. Clint says, and using Master versus Dins. Hey, look, it's a book of rules over there, all right? So cut him some slack. Thorjitsu just got in here on this Sin, and he's really trying something different with between the facets and this full elephant Sin setup. Cut him some slack, all right? It's a fucking Bible of rules, okay? That we only learn as we do, right? That's what it is. That's what it is. You cut him some slack. He's trying new shit up in here. Now, I gotta say, you better hope Thorjitsu don't become an absolute top tier Sin Pro. He's already on his way here, but damn, that build is nasty. I think he's looking good. There's just a few tricks, right, that he needs up his sleeve. You can tell he's new to it, but some of these skills have carried over, and you can tell this guy knows what he's doing. Just needs to jam some duels on this, right? Just needs to get him in. There was a couple of times, yeah, Max was right. Setting up by the puddles, which is what he was doing there at the end, could certainly help. But yeah, also just the timing. Also playing against a charger specifically, knowing when you're charge locked and what that looks like when they desync, right? Like, that's also something you can't really teach besides just jamming that duel. But yeah, I think that's really cool. He's really on to something with this build. If you check out what Thorjitsu has here in his inventory, you check out these claws, check out what he's kind of set this up with. He's got the Sunder Charm in there, new jewel and everything. It's like he's really on to something because, oh, look at that, 100% perfect marrow walks too. Beautiful. Oh yeah, that's a new jewel and a facet in there. And that's the offhand claw. I really like that. I really like that. He's got an IAS jewel, 15-15, and a 5-5 facet matching in his main hand. That's just incredible. I love that trapper setup. Look at this, 3 traps, 100 life Ami. So he doesn't go 102. He's not on 102 cast. He's on 65, which honestly I think is probably fine for a Din. But he's more, he's certainly more like elephant setup here. You can tell, man. That's so crazy. I love the setup. Minus enemy light res. Now that one's interesting. I almost think that would probably be better as a 15% lightning damage, just because they can stack up against it, right? But you know, either way, that's so nasty. I think that's really cool. This is what I mean. I love this about Thorjitsu because he's taking a version of the Sin here that I think is very underrated. I love that he's got the new jewel on his offhand there, and he's really just used that offhand to boost up his lightning damage minus enemy res, make it inconvenient for him, right? Perhaps that's what he's doing with his Sunder Charm too. But yeah, like all of that, man. He's putting all these new tricks, you know, on the table with the Sin, and it's really cool to see. And then you see Jits up in there with his charger. Looks like he might have used Grief today. He might be on Grief. But this guy has been known to use Death Rune Word. Oh no, he's on Death. Never mind. Nope. Grief is on the swap. No shit. He's on Death. Yep, there we go. Using the Death Etnex. That's crazy. So good to see, man. Thorjitsu versus Jits, an epic showdown. Next up, we have got Punch versus Havito. Boys, let's get up in there. This one's gonna be nuts. All right, man. He says, let's run it. Let's heal. He's ready to go. Punch is going to be on the Din tonight.
Greetings.
And he's going up against Havito on the Necro. This is a very tough matchup for a Din. But speaking of people whose skills translate to different classes, the Barb is the class that made Punch famous, right? The one that he defeated Joby to win DFC Season 2 way back in the day and be the reigning champion on the Barb back then, right? That is the class that made him famous. His aggro is on point with it, but how well will he be able to translate those skills to the Din, especially as he plays against someone who played on the Din class, who one could argue the Din class aggro made him famous in Havito. This guy is absolutely wild, man. And both of these guys playing on a class that they may not be 100% comfortable with, but they certainly know the tricks of their opponent. Punch is also incredible at NVN, incredible on Necro in general. He has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, very versatile dueler. But this guy's been known in team duels and otherwise to play on the Necro, so he might know the tricks, he might know the timing here. It all comes down to who can pull off the game plan better, who can execute first out here.
Not here.
Hammer Pal needs Holy Shield, helps versus Necro damage. I could block some of the random iron or random golem hits for sure, but it probably doesn't matter. Oh, nice walk spear there from Javito. This is a tough one, man. Beautiful cut there from Punch. I was just about to say that that's exactly what he needs to do. A little bit of frame drop in there. That was exactly what he needs to do is as Javito walks down, he needs to cut him off and have Hams waiting for him. Javito's doing a great job too, is when this duel gets to be close range like that, he's actually just walking down and looking for the walk spears, almost treating it like it's NVD, right? I mean, I guess it is. It's Nec v Din, right? But like it's Necro versus Druid. He's being very patient with those walk down spears. That's really how you do this duel. That's the setup for that. That's the counter to those Din stomps. Yeah, Punch is good on everything. He really is, man. He's an incredible player. He already, and you can see some of these skills translating pretty well. His ability to just get in there, grab the name lock, something he's so good with on the Barb, grabbing the name lock and just telly-stomping like right away, chaining when he needs to, keeping this, just keeping it so much pressure on you, being very unforgiving. Also, AF50, bro, I see you, man. Shit, sorry about that. Alright, yeah, hell yeah, man. I'll pop in and check this out, because we've also got the Top Din versus AF50 for the LLD title. Jesus Christ, we got to get in the zone for that one. AF50 versus Cools. Let's do it. We've got him Papa Weed versus Baloney Pony after this, and then we're going to get ready. We're going to jam this. Then it's the LLD title. Thanks, Rennie and I can probably go in queue. All right, we'll get you in after that, brother. Serenity versus Polytheist.
Yes?
Yep, for sure. Put Nim and I in the queue? Absolutely. I'll put you in right in before Poly and Serenity. Nim v. Will. That one's going to be wild. Hell yeah, boys. Sneak them right in there. I totally missed that. Who took that round? Was that Javito? Oh my god, nice ham there from Punch. It didn't pay off. Top 10, is that Jits? Hey, no. Hey, no. No. We've already proven who the best LLD charger in the world is. I guess we have to get specific, all right? Top charger at the level 30 division. That title goes to Coooley. Top charger HLD goes to Jits. There is a distinction, right? There may someday be a unification of the belts, but we'll have to play it by ear. Beautiful cut there from Punch. That was incredible. I cannot believe he didn't actually land a hammer from that. Holy shit, man! And just like that, beautiful stomp. Damn, son. And here we go. LD Charger is hard. I burned through my mana in like 2 seconds. I like the happy feet too much. That's what it is, man. There's a lot of matchups where you just got to have that insight on the swap. You got to rebuild that mana, you know?
I can't carry anymore.
Just slinging ham. That's what it is, man. He's giving him a good old ham sandwich is what he's doing. Beautiful timing there from both players. Great angle from Javito. Punch trying to be very tricky with his timing. As he gets in there, even goes for the smite. A little bit of smite FOH Telly Stomp PK combo that he's going for. I gotta say, Punch is looking clean. You can really tell how his barb skills actually translate over to him playing on this Din too. And I'll explain that to you. You'll notice that every once in a while, he will barely grab a name lock on his opponent. He'll grab a pet randomly or something, but he knows impulsively, like you would, when you just barely teleport on top of your opponent, you grab a pet or something like that, especially when it's like so far out they barely notice it, you are whirlwinding on the next frame. That's exactly what he's doing with hammers. He's landing that he's teleporting it and immediately hammering. Like he knows that cadence, that timing, man. And he just caught Javito again there with a very nice cut. It is at least 2-0. At least 2-0 here. Might be 2-1. Yeah, okay, 2-1. That's what it is. Yeah, so it looks like Javito took that first round. Punch took the next two. A fine Christmas ham. A good old ham and cheese. Are me and Clint next in queue? I'm ready to pwn him. Yeah, fuck him. Get him in there. I'd love to see it. Fuck him up, dude. This is just beautiful gameplay from both these guys. This is a very, very tough match for Punch, and I honestly thought it was going to be. It felt like a bad matchup, like very bad when I saw this. I was like, uh-oh, Javito's a savage, and Punch is kind of new on this Din. You know, it's like the first time we've seen him on a Din, and holy shit. He's up in here doing some work, man. He might be relatively new on the class, but goddamn, man, he's good. Finally getting off work, be home in a bit. GG, super dude. Hell yeah, man. Beautiful shots from Javito. He's got to be very careful here. Oh my god, I saw that sneaky ass telly right there. I thought that one was gonna land. Punch held that name lock for the longest time and tried to hold it so long that his opponent forgot that he could even possibly have it. That was very, that was some barb level fuckery right there. That was crazy good. Damn, dude, what a duel. And what is this? Slick Knight, he says FTC, my guy. Bro, thank you so much for the 6 months, man. Time flies, doesn't it? Bro, I can't believe it's 6 months. My guy. Big cheers, man. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it, brother. I hope your week is going well. Welcome in, brother. We are watching Punch versus Javito Din v-Neck right now. It is 2v2. An absolutely epic showdown. Tough match for Punch, that's for sure. Relatively new on the Din. I think this is the first time we've ever seen him on the Din. But this guy, this has got to be the best Din debut I think we might have ever seen on a Hammer Din. This is crazy. Punch is new on that H-Din like I'm new on my Sin or Wind Druid. Yeah, I suppose. Right. New to the DFC, right. New to the DFC. Yeah, we'll put us up. We got me and AF50. We've got him Poppleweed and Baloney Pony next, right? And then after that, AF50. Let's throw down. I got to man, I got to think about how I even set up Curses of Blade Sin. I don't even think I've got to. I might have to take a minute to assess my build. Yeah. Oh yeah. Same here, man. Same here. You can't help but root for the Dins because they are indeed the superior race. This is canon. But, man, Javito is such a great player, likable dude. This guy is really an all-star in a lot of ways. Javito is just, he's nasty. I mean, it's very rare to see somebody with, like, such high skill level of play, just such a good dude to, like, play with in-game and pubs and DFC, even to, like, such a good sport. And just to exemplify all of those things, just be, like, a great PvP player in the community in general. That is, like, literally Javito. And he's insanely good on top of it, like, on so many classes. No shit, Clint. No shit. Yeah. I think by new, I mean this is the first time we've seen him in, I believe the first time we've seen him in DFC on H10. I think last week, I think this is actually about from last week that was supposed to happen. We didn't get to see it, but so we're seeing it today. Kind of crazy. But yeah, I mean, you can tell this ain't his first rodeo, that's for sure. What's the difference between a bird and a donkey?
I am overburdened.
What the fuck? Bro, I don't know why it translates everything. YouTube does this weird thing. Like, let me show you some of this chat here real quick, so you guys know what I'm talking about, right?
I am overburdened.
Like, just look at this chat conversation. You see the message in the chat that says queue up Donger and Shipendi? Look what it translates to. What is the difference between a bird and a donkey? Why the fuck does it do this? Like, are you seeing this? Like, what the fuck? What is YouTube up to here? Good luck, bird. Good luck, bird. Shipendi actually means bird. You up Donger and Shipendi. Alright. Donger, Shipendi. Thank you, AI. Good job. I know, right? Thank God we got AI reading the fucking chat and trying to interpret it. Because I am a new streamer, and I'd never be able to tell what they were saying. Like, thank God AI is making my life better. That's so fucking... New DFC motto. It's so crazy, man. Yeah, does it show up like that on you guys's, or is it like just my screen that it does that? Yeah, I gotta say it does. I've actually rolled the dice and like tried like A/B testing versus YouTube's thumbnails that it randomly generates, and I gotta say it's embarrassing to admit, but they beat some of mine. Holy shit, man! It's now 3-3 for these guys. It literally comes down to this. Yeah, sometimes their thumbnails are just good. It's very rare that they beat mine, but it happens, which is crazy.
Good to see.
Like, there's one thumbnail that just like obliterated my, and I guess it makes sense when I look back at it, but like it fucking I tried my thumbnail in I Got Hunted by Pros versus AI generated YouTube thumbnail, and like AI generated thumbnails crushing it. Like, it's so much better than mine. I'm like, I guess I probably should have done better on that one, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah. He's leaking dark red paint, right? Exactly. Punch's hotkeys are insane. Z key and F key. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I have, I mean, I don't know, I have those keyed to different things. Not skills, but F key for me is like potion, Z is skill. I think Z makes sense. It's all on that left-hand area. Now, crazy hotkey for me would be like P or L or like, you know, something on the other side of the keyboard. Even like U or I is just like strange. It's too far over, you know? I think it's 3-3 right now. It literally comes down to this round. This is an epic one, man. Tough bout, but really cool to see. This literally could go either way. Nice escape there from Punch. Sometimes you just gotta know when to fold them on the din when you've got too many fucking bone spirits coming at you. When you're in too much heat, sometimes you gotta get the fook up out the din kitchen. What was that? Did he just get hit with a rando ham? I think he did. He got caught with a residual ham that I think even... I was going to say that Punch forgot about, but no, that was a purposeful hammer placement there that he certainly planned on. That is how all H-Dins go, and if you hear otherwise, if you think they just throw random hammers and get lucky, you're dumb. Alright? Those are all planned and calculated. AI can also make some convincing D2R items that don't actually exist. Yep. I don't doubt it. Being a good friend is like being a photographer. You have to wait for the right moment. Well said, man. Well said. These guys might need some mana if y'all are up in here. It's literally the last round. It literally comes down to this. If anybody's in this game, DFC 5, I'm not sure what the pass is, but if you can join on Punch or Habito, we can jam it, boys. You might need some mana here in a bit. Thank you. Being a good fiend is like being... Oh, I see what you mean. Well, it works the other way too, I guess, you know? Works the other way too. Malapropism works for both. Uh-oh, Punch got hit without bow there. That was bad. He's probably not used to having to cast battle orders, but more than once every 10 minutes. What is this 3-minute battle orders horse shit?
I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore.
Nice spear there from Javito. Punch barely dips out of the way. Holy shit, man. Punch setting up some traps in the Bloodmore. Thank you so much for the Mana Moon. That is dope, dude. Holy shit, what a duel. Nice spear again from Javito. Now Punch is in trouble. Hiding some hams by the trees right there. I love it. Trying to piece him up, a little bit of teeth coming in was Javito. Nice name lock there from Punch. Just closes the distance. Immediate name lock, man. I'm telling you, this guy's a savage. You can really see, like, you can just really see that aggression has no bounds, has no limits. From Barb to H-Din to just about anything this guy plays, straight aggro. Nice shot there from Javito. Near miss for punch. What is this? Holy shit. Thorjitsu says, dog shit performance, but I'll be back with 1,000 bits, my guy. Holy shit, man. That was so generous. I really appreciate that, dude. Big cheers to you. Look, Sin is actually harder than most people think. It's like easy to learn, very hard to master. And when you step up in there against some wild savages in the Blood Moor, man, it's like you gotta learn the tricks so fast, it seems, you know? Bro, thank you so much. A big cheers to you, bro, and I can't wait to see you back. I love that build. I love what you've done with it, man. Big cheers. Damn, man. GG's. Back and forth between these guys. Two absolute legends that Javito had to go up against here tonight. He pulled it off against Punch. This was a tough duel for Punch, though. This is not easy for a Din. There ain't no duel that's easy for a Din. But, like, this one in particular, I think, has gotten really asinine. So the fact that he pulled it off is pretty crazy. Look at this. Minor healing pots. These guys must be in normal? No, they're in hell. What the hell is going on here? That's so strange. Never seen it before. That is weird. That is so weird. These guys are in hell difficulty, and there was minor healing pots there. That was kind of wild. That was insane. Boys, we've got him Papa Weed versus Baloney Pony up next if these guys are still ready to jam. And then after that, let me log into the right account here because we've got a title bout between the top Din and HLD or LLD versus AF50. And that's going to be fucking nuts, boys. Whew, man. Actually gonna be wild. Sloot always has the answers. It's because level 1 char in there. Well, I mean, usually, but the level 1 char can be in the game, but usually what will happen is the vendors will reset or whatnot. And the only way is if your level 1 char stays exactly on the fucking on the potion screen in the vendor is the only way that, like, gets fucked up. All right, here we go. That was my fault, boys. Just had to launch this here and now. Let's put this over here, and we have got Baloney Pony on the lock. Oh my god, what is this? What is this? Down goes Baloney. And Papa Weed took him out on that Necro. See if we can pop over to him Papa Weed over here. Him Papa Weed popping in on the Papa Necro over here. Oh shit, D-Clone rip. Oh hell yeah, dude. That might have been the second one that they did too. Hold up one sec. Make sure D-Clone didn't sneak into this fucking house. He's looking pretty good. I just want to make sure we had the door locked. Fucking D-Clone always sneaking up the streets. This is crazy, and you can see the amount of damage. You can see the amount of damage him Papa Weed is taking here. I think it's from these blasts from... it is from the miasma bolt blasts, or even possibly the clouds, like these residual clouds. Hold on, I'm going to try to fix where this is at right here. There we go. Get the UI overlay to go away. Yeah, like, it is so dangerous, these locks, man. This is HLD, basically a miasma lock. I mean, he has some tricks. He's technically a hybrid, is Baloney Pony, but I mean, he is really leaning into miasma here. He's got the chains, he's got the bolts, like all of these skills, they really hurt, man. And he's also got, what is this? Is he shooting? Oh my god, dude, he's gone. Has he gone bow as well? He might be completely off of the fire. He might be completely off of the fire and swapped out to bow. If so, that's fucking wild. He might have just eaten a ton of bone spirits though. And Papa Weed might have just pieced him up with those bone spirits. By the way, another big cheers, Thor Jitsu. Really appreciate you, man. I might have left a couple of quill rats in the moor to help me out. I say we call it fair. With this, probably we'll play some punch out music and all of this, so it'll probably be fair. By the way, 2-0 now in favor of him Papa Weed on this Necro. Wild.
I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
Crazy, man. What a duel. What a duel. What a night so far, man. And Papa Weed up 2-0 versus the dreaded, the most fearsome Warlock player in all of the DFC. This guy, Baloney Pony, one of the nastiest Warlocks, man. Really leaning into the busted, broken power of the magic skills. Abyss, of course, is banned, but everything else, I'll allow it. And holy shit, it really is crazy, man. The distance that can be covered with those chains. With the miasma bolts, everything. It's kind of nuts. Oh my god, and look at that. You can just blow up immediately, bro. You can just die immediately to those things. 10-10-6, actual worst Annie you can get? I would agree. I would actually agree. That's pretty bad. Sorry to hear that. Most fearsome? True. Yeah, I suppose we do indeed have the most fearsome Warlock player Max up in here. What am I thinking? We do have the closest thing to the BMF belt in the DFC is the Warlock title. Unofficial top Warlock title belt holder. And that is Max in Lock v Lock. Sweep the leg, get up in there. Ban this filth. Oh man, it's almost like a H-Din but with worse range, which is why it appears as though, holy shit, Baloney Pony in there with the bow. That shit is crazy because that makes your range way broader. And he connected there. I think that was a crossbow kill. That was nuts, man. He connected on him. And him Papa Weed thought he was safe because he didn't see the chains coming after him. But you don't see those bolts coming from that crossbow, man. You just don't see them. They're so small. It's tiny projectiles on the screen. It's almost like quill rat shots is what they are. Ban chain versus Din? Maybe. I honestly wonder if auras could beat it or a bow could beat it. Honestly think like an aura Din might actually just be the answer to a Warlock. Like if I go up against a Warlock on a Din, I'm just going straight aura Din and just lates in the fuck. Oh my god, him Papa Weed closes the distance, tries to get a nice spear in there. That was a nice stomp. But unfortunately, dude, standing toe-to-toe with those chains, that's like stomping a hammer Din right there. It was a nice stomp, but it's like, man, when they start spinning, it's just fucking over, right? Yeah, I think you're right, Muchas. He has to keep the distance. You have to keep the distance against a Warlock, especially knowing that they have like this vicious bow now too. Gotta make him chase you a little bit. You know, I would never go looking for a stomp. It's like, it's weird. This is literally like it's like a Murder Din that does like vicious KO damage with a bow and with his hammers. Like, look at that. He just got plugged by a fucking bolt for 1100 damage through bone armor. Through bone armor. That was crazy. This is an insanely cool Warlock that Baloney Pony has. This thing's a problem. This is a problem, man. He's tagging him with fucking bolts from the outside. Yeah, IBS the whole time. No need to go in, right? But IBS the whole time. Teeth. I would totally fucking elite. I would vamp the champ this duel all day. Gotta vamp the champ it, dude. When they get low, they might back off. That's all right. We've technically got the range. But the thing is, Baloney Pony is adapting on this Warlock, and this bow really does give him it gives him the ability to compete with a Necro at great range. The bow does. I think this is just an incredible addition to this build. It makes him a threat from so many different distances here. But yeah, more of a reason to just IBS. Holy shit, man! That was another bow shot right there. Wow. GG's, man. Baloney Pony gets there. This is, I should say, let's rephrase this properly, Max. The most fearsome Fairlock out there. The most fearsome Fairlock. IBS and Step, in my opinion. Necro needs to use walk movement. Yeah, walk and just jam. Holy shit. That is a crazy build. Did he go with the 100% pierce there? If he went with Mist, I think that's the play. It looks like he might have. I didn't catch the aura when he was shooting, but Mist would be the play on the bow, I think. The pierce is just hard to beat. No, he's on Insight. Interesting. That's a perfect Insight too. He had a 275. I didn't catch the CS there, but holy shit. Insight bow. Wow. I guess that makes sense. It allows him to hit 125 casts. Holy shit. Right? Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's a problem, man. It's a problem. This thing is indeed a problem. Not gonna lie. But hey, boys. It's a thing. It's a thing. And now it's time, boys. The LLD title bout of the evening. May the Dins get the wins. Let's get it ins. All right, boys, we need to show absolutely no mercy versus our boy, AF50. We're going to get up in here and check the ping. All right, make sure this ain't too asinine here. Let's see what our ping is. We can't be having bad ping against these sins. 1188 it was there for a second, but I think we're good. I think we're good. All right. We've got a strategy. We're going to have to pull this off. This is tough. I actually am going to want something else for armor here. BRB, one sec. I gotta set my din up. All right. We got to set it up. We have to be ready to take on an absolute savage of a Bladeson. This is not an easy matchup. This is really not an easy matchup for a Charger. So you have to be ready to play dirty. To get in there, make it count. And sometimes you gotta be a little bastard. You gotta be a little bastard with this Charger. Let's go, Farley AF50 getting up in here. God, how dare you root for those non-dins? Who do you think you are out there? What do you think this is? Slick Knight, I thought I liked you. God damn it. Rooting for the friggin' sins. Man, oh man, why I oughta. Alright. I think this is okay. We probably... Do I have a caster amulet too for this? If so, that would be dope. Let's see. We kind of do. Do I need it? I might need some gloves. I got them. What's the... Got these. what's our cast at? It's oh man, we're short. We can go 125 though. I think we can. I think we can. What have we got for caster rings up in here? All right, I suppose that'll do. It'll even matches. Wow. It even matches. All right, 125. We got this. Get up in there. And friggin' jam, man. I guess that's just how it is. All right, boys. You know what time it is. Bill, I want you to find my favorite track because we need to get up in here and we need to defend the title. The Dins need to get the wins, and you know what that means. We need that BM punch-out music. Sorry, AF50. This is just how it's gotta be. How it's gots to be. You too, brother. Good luck. All right, here we go. Oh, I needed to get a name lock faster. All right. I think we need to switch it up because the FOH isn't doing anything. All right. I don't know why. The FOH just isn't doing shit. Sometimes we just gotta jam. All right, actually, hold up. Let's get a better ammy. Let's get the right ammy on. Go, bro. 0-1. We got rep life, right? All right. Holy shit.
Hello.
He's my homie. I do prefer the pallies, right? Attaboy, Jet says. All right. We got to do this. 1-1. Go. Damn! Holy shit!
Good day.
Get him! Get him! Holy shit. All right. It ain't over, though. This is fucking wild. This is an insane duel. This is insane. Charge best skill. Go. 2-1. All right. LLD champ, baby. He's got a good angle on those blades. Yeah, right. Oh, yeah, right. Two. Go, bro. Rubber band, baby. Holy shit. All right, we get a rep to full. Where do we rep faster? On insight side? I think so. Risky on that side. Bullshit. All right. Well, I don't really know what to do. I'm just gonna throw it, boys. I don't think this is a winnable one for us. I don't think this is a winnable duel.
Greetings.
Go, bro. 2-3. Just gotta throw it sometimes.
Good day.
It's Pride Month. You know what to do. We know what to do, boys. In times of Pride Month, we must pride it out. 3-3. Holy shit. Let's rep some of this mana, rep some of this life. We'll try it again. He's setting up with them blades. He's protecting himself with them blades. That was a good little trick right there. Led me right through to the Blade Sentinels. We just got to rep to full. We've got to rep to full, Beavis. We have no options here. We have to rep to full. Good shots. All right, we really got to rep to full. Track amp 10 months. He's like, nah, been like a year. My guy, thank you so much, man.
10 months. No, been like a year.
Holy shit. What a savage. What a savage, man. Thank you so much, brother. Look at this. We're both in title bouts here tonight. We're both in title bouts. I'm dancing around my opponent. I'm trying to catch him off his guard here. He's too good. Trying to catch him off of his guard while we rep to full. See, if we keep charging in like this, the ref will never suspect that we're actually just repping to full. Keep charging and actually clicking a skill, the ref is going to be like, nah, man, he's definitely fighting. You can see him charging out there. There's no way he's repping to full. Like, he is actually fighting. He's actually doing his thing. That is a dirty little corner right there. That's too dirty. There's too many blades in that corner of the map. I don't know what they're doing down there. Cleansing with insight. Now that would be BM, all right? That would be BM. I can hear those blades. He's playing it real safe with them blades, all right? He's playing it real safe. We have to be opportunistic here. Playing it real safe with them blades. Damn, so many blades around this house. All right. It is Pride Month, boys. So we can run around this more with some pride like this. Carrying our banner and our flag with pride. Oh my God! Sorry. We just had to wait. If you wait, you can wear them out. You can wear them out. You just wear them out. He was always prepared. He was always prepared. We had to wear him out. We had to wear him out, boys. Holy shit. Good fucking tool. Holy shit. Let's check him out, boys. This is wild. Damn, son. And by the way, Conical with the Prime, my guy. Thank you so much, man. Holy shit. Damn, son. What a duel. What a duel. That was right down to the wire. 3-3. Look at this thing. Look at this guy. Look at this. This is why we couldn't gay it out too much, because he had the Rep Life boots. That's what it was. Those are really nice Rep Life boots, dude. I was wondering why. I was like, I guess I can't gay it out with FOH. I noticed that right from round one. I was like, he's got too much rep life. Like, it just wouldn't work. He's got the rep life here. He's got, yeah, like, that was good, man. That was actually really good. I'm surprised it isn't more. It's, let's see, like 14 total, but just enough. Oh, yeah, look at this. He's got massive light res in this, too. Gets that light res up there, allows him to keep burst of speed up instead. That's so crazy. Big dexterity. That boosts damage and max block. That's so crazy. That was insane, man. That was insane. I literally was waiting for that exact opportunity. Because, dude, AF50, he's fucking good. This is what I mean. He's fucking good. He knows what he's doing. Like, every time he would approach, you saw him, like, he would lay the Blade Sentinel, then fucking Blade Fury. Blade Sentinel, Blade Fury. Makes it so I can't charge in. So I'm like, all right, I'll just be super patient and just wait for a golden opportunity to just take, like, a pot shot when there's no fucking blades or nothing up, and then I'll just zeal till I die. But that time we just got there with the charge, but I was like, I don't want to go in with blades, you know, flying, because that's a good way to die. But, like, once I get a clean opportunity, I'm staying in there. But he did good. He made it so I couldn't get in for, like, 5-10 straight minutes there. Just couldn't get in. He had 2 good defense, man. And I was like one shot. So I was like, sorry to play like that, but I was like, I kind of have to. Like, I'm one shot. I have to wait for an opportunity. So, like, we jammed it, man. That was crazy. I actually can't believe I won that. I thought I was dead to rights on that. That's fucking wild, man. Holy shit. Should have used Wake of Fire, right? Bro, holy shit, man. This is what we were rocking right here. We had the Crush and Blow gloves. We had Zeal Fanat on the Scepter. That's because I've noticed against Blade Sins, if you can close the distance in Zeal, you could just kind of roll the dice, almost like a melee duel. And because they go so heavy into dexterity, you'll actually do a lot of damage to them. And especially with, like, Crushing Blow boots and shit, it gets pretty bad. So you make up your faster run walk in the helm with damage. Like faster run walk, enhanced damage, max damage, jam it, right? We just put 224 maxers in that. That's a 30-30-30, 2-socket, perfect, 100%. And then just maxers in the shield. And we just try to bang, dude. We just try to bang. That's it. We just try to swang them and bang them. That's what it is. That's what it is.
GG Helm on that sin.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you. AF50, he's got the setup. He is a skilled player, man. This ain't his first rodeo. Like, he knows how to play that Blade Sin. That's fucking crazy. Like, too good a defense, man. By the way, stay frosty. Big cheers to you, man. Thank you for the 220 tip. Absolutely wild. G fucking G's, man. You had me shitting. I thought I was just dead there. I just thought I was straight dead. I thought you had my number, AF50. Thought that was it. Wow, man. Holy shit. That was crazy. All right, let's get ready for the next match, shall we? That shit was insane.
GG
All right.
Helm on that sin.
It show is. Next matchup. Let's check the queue here. I'm sorry I had to play like that, AF50. I'm sorry, brother. I literally was like, you have to play to your outs, Coooley. I was like, what is your out? I was like, the out is AF50 fucks up and doesn't defend himself and gives me a charge in. I was like, when that happens, I'm just gonna charge in and fucking zeal. And if I get there, I get there. If I catch a blade, I catch a blade. But there was always blades up. I was like, that's so wild. I was like, there's no opportunity. That was really good, man. We've got Nim versus Will up next in the queue, boys. I say we get up in there. We've been keeping these boys waiting long enough. Jesus. That is crazy. Thank you guys so much for your patience. I know sometimes it's hard to swap off from that friggin' LLD champ. It's hard to swap off from his screen for some reason. I don't know why Bill doesn't do it more, you know? It's crazy. And by the way, Squigs, the man, the myth. My guy, what is this? 14 months. It must be Pride Month. You had to swang them and bang them. Bro. Had to swang him and bang him. That's what it is. That's, who says that? Derek Lewis, the Black Beast? Bro, that's who it is. Squigs, thank you so much for the 14 months, brother. And also, Chuck with the Prime, what? Holy shit, man. Y'all are making me feel like a champion up in here. Let me tell you that right now. Bros, thank you so much. Squigs and Chuck, you guys are the best, man. I appreciate that support. Big cheers to y'all. Swang 'em and bang 'em. That's what it is. That's the Black Beast. He says, I'm just gonna get up in there. We gonna swang. We gonna be swanging and banging. That's what it is, bros. Holy shit, what a duel, though. No, we need. There we go. That's what it is. That's what it is. Holy shit, man. I actually can't believe I got that. I was literally mentally checked out. I thought I was gonna get trashed on, dude. And what is this, by the way? Will coming in on a din. I'm now processing what's happening here between these absolute charge, these din brethren, charging, smiting, hamming brothers out here. We have ourselves a din v din matchup. Will brought the din to the table against Nimrod, one of the most savage dins in the HLD division. Charge him between 6 and 9 o'clock. Yeah, bros, I had to do it. I had to stay and wait for an opportunity. You're basically, dude, if you're like 50% health versus Bladeson, you're practically one shot. So although we were repping, it's like we could have never repped to a safe spot. It was just not going to happen. I was literally going to go out on my shield. I just wanted a clean op to get in there, you know? Holy shit, man. Look at this. Will trying to get up in there and smite his ass. And it's like Jit says, you gotta get it. Sometimes you just gotta charge him. This is a VT versus Hammerden. Nim is on a Hammerden here. He's on Crondirt. And we are watching the perspective of Will. He's on a smiter. Now, theoretically, this is actually a pretty fun match. I actually love this match right here. But it is very tricky, I think. You have to be really alert with the smiter. You got to be super patient. You got to make that Hammerden cut you off. Make them pick their angles, right? And while they're doing that, you're just FOHing them. The FOH is meant to piss them off so much they try to fucking stomp you. When that happens, you know you've done well, right? FOH and just be ready with the up smite. That's what it looks like on the smiter's end here. Very nicely done there from Will. He's got to be careful though. You can't chase too much after you land that smite because those hams are coming. Yeah, sometimes, always, right? Exactly. Wow, man, there it is. Is that 2-0 for Nim? Holy shit. What else card was a joke, but glad Ilya lost? I don't know, man. I think that card was actually pretty nasty. Like, that was probably the best UFC event that I've ever seen. Like, just calling it what it is. I mean, I don't like the place that it was at either. I don't think they ever really should have done that, but like, bro, you gotta give credit where credit is due. That was the best fucking UFC event that's ever been. Yeah, Jits, I think you're right. He definitely has to. Jits ain't even memeing. He's got to dance around with charge. The thing is, you can't get too greedy in this fight. So like when you get a smite on the smiter, you can't get greedy. You just kind of have to. I mean, sure, if they're puddled or something and they're just going to keep giving it to you, whatever. But like, you can't get greedy. If you get a smite, just telly away. You know what I mean? You got to figure it's probably it's a shot you probably shouldn't have got, right? There you go. That was very, very good from Will. Very, very good from Will. Hey, yo, look at that. That was all he could hope for right there. He actually got it. That's an actual draw right there. I think it might be 3. Yeah, I was going to say it's 3-0 in favor of Nim right now, so that nullifies it. That nullifies it. Yeah, it's 3-0 Nim still. Holy shit. Bonkai and I had some scheduling conflicts. Might have to do it off stream. Is there anyone that wants to do an exhibition with me? Oh, shit. Oh, dude, sorry about that, man. Bro, you know what? We'll throw you up in there. Crypto Ninja. Bro, you know what? Yeah, I say we could try to jam this, dude. I might be down. I might be down to throw down Crypto Ninja unless anybody else wants to get up in there. I would actually, you know what I would love to see? I would love to see Baloney Pony's Lock versus Crypto Ninja Oridin. I would love to see that. I'm actually curious as to how it would go. Well, like, not Oridin, but the Crypto Ninja Vanquisher Inquisitor. I would actually love to see that. Yeah, charge biggest offensive weapon, charge right into blind spot. Time it through hammer, yeah. And even if you have to, if they're staying in one spot, even if you take a hammer to land 2 smites, it's worth it. But you can also telly into their blind spot. I probably wouldn't charge into it in HLD. Can't do enough damage from range? Oh, no shit. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, and plus he's got the bow now, too. Yeah, so that's an interesting one. Yeah, wild. Holy shit, man, and Nim gets there. Pretty dominant HDIN victory over here. This guy, Nim, not to be underestimated on this din. He is an absolute wild man on this thing. This guy's crazy, man. I charge into blind spot versus HDIN a lot just to fight for the bottom left corner, yeah. Yeah, it's all a timing thing, dude. That's how it's all timing. It's crazy. Interesting. No Sunder here for Will. He doesn't have a Sunder charm in his inventory. This is probably one of those matchups where you could definitely get away with it. You know, the minus physical res, maybe not, but throwing in a 100% damage Sunder is actually insane in this matchup. I mean, it's basically like a you know, third of a fortitude in the inventory. Just like off weapon enhanced damage is insane. I mean, of course, and Will coming in with a Phoenix shield there too is pretty good. F Grief? Nah, you wouldn't want F Grief. I mean, it doesn't repair itself, but B, the damage doesn't really come from it doesn't really come from the actual damage on the weapon. GG's, hell yeah, man. Oh, it might have looked that way because the chat box was over his grief. Oh, F Griff, my bad. I misread that. My bad. He might have been, I'm not sure what he was wearing. Possibly. Who knows? Who knows? I totally missed that. Damn, son. All right, up next, we've got Pauly versus Serenity. If these guys are jamming, I don't see it, though, so we're going to skip over it for now. We've got Donger versus Shapendi, though. These guys in the melee division will return to Pauly and Serenity later, and then Crypto Ninja is looking for a bout. He's looking to throw down. Yeah, I didn't see that. I would doubt it's an F Griffins, but I did see that he had an F helm there. Makes me wonder. Like, maybe it was an E-Rep helm. I mean, a strange one. Would be strange, but it could have just been an F Griffins. I mean, you got to figure with a hammered in, you're not going to be taking any damage to your items, so you also don't really need the defense. I mean, it's an odd choice. Trackamp versus the Crypto. I actually just have a straight Oridin. I'd love to bring that in, see how that does. Holy shit, man. Shapendi versus Donger. We are watching this from Autobander's screen right here. The name Donger gets him auto-banned on the YouTube for some reason. I don't know why. It's just what it is. But he's really leaned into that name. I love it, man. This is Donger's screen. He's on the din going up against Shapendi, who is Noah in game here. You might remember Noah from the epic melee battles of the last couple of weeks where we did teams in melee, and this guy was an absolute MVP. As soon as someone fell on that team, if they were going up against Noah next, he might have been known to shut down the entire Din team on the opposing side. This guy is a savage, but now we're seeing him 1v1 versus Donger, who is also a really insane Din. This guy is just absolutely has flatlined people in the past. Many title bouts, even a previous title, I believe. Gotta have Bill get the facts up in front of me or something, you know? Fight Crypto with your Auradin. Yeah, I'd probably get smashed. I have no res on it. It's not PvP, where it's just for hunting Sunders. Fight Crypto with the Auradin. I might, you know what? I might, though. Maybe I'll just run around. I really gotta convert my real Din. I gotta get my real Din up in here. It's still on non-ROT dubs. It's so good. It's so decked out, man. I finally have like a perfect Din, you know? Holy shit. My bet is the guy on the right is gonna win. Damn, son. All right, here we go. It looks like Donger's going in for a swap here. Swapping out some of these beautiful 32020s for what looks to be AR life. So he's going all in on that AR, using a Grand Charm for this. Trying to really stack up that AR. He appears to be having some trouble hitting Shapendi. And he is thinking this adjustment in his charm is going to correct that. Let's see how it goes. So far, so good in this round, but Shapendi could come back. It is a absolutely close round. That one was very, very close. I believe it's now 5-1 in favor of Shapendi. That's crazy. This is wild, man. Right, and here we go. Din v Din violence. You could tell from the hit recovery animation there that Donger took a big hit right off the top, right in the beginning of that round, but he survived it, and now he starts the comeback. May the RNG gods smile in his favor, is what he's thinking. Man, this is nuts. Me and Corrode, good to queue up for the LLD match. Hell yeah, man. If y'all are down while we let Crypto Ninja set up, we could run that next while, if you're ready, Law Rages. Law Rages v Corrode. We could run that. Crypto Ninja is trying to set up as well. Get himself a duel. We might have to do an Auradin matchup. Or we could actually, he's going up against, you know what? Let me just pop in there with my Auradin real quick. Crypto is looking for blood, all right? I'm going to give him, let's do a quick 1st to 2. That way I can surprise him, give him no time to adapt, and then walk out like the top Din that I am. All right? That's the way to win. Quick FT2 versus me and Crypto, and then anybody else that wants to go up against Crypto. Once you see how easily I trash him on my Din, then you'll be like, oh, I could do that. I got his number. It really does, man. Shapendi, aka Noah, this guy, it's like an absolute truck. There's a reason he takes out absolute teams of players in melee teams. He's wild, man. You can definitely see. And here we go. The Dins from all the way across. Uh-oh, swap bug. This guy is swap bugged. Pick up a piece of gear, Donger. Pick up your armor. Just put it back on. Getting killed also probably works. Alright, there it is. He's back in it, boys. And here we go. Damn, son. Big hit from Donger, and he survives that round. Actually, flawless victory in that round. That is exactly what he was looking for right there. He needs that speed, violence, and momentum of this Din to keep on carrying through. That's just how it is. Uh-oh, though. Shapendi must have a pretty good lead this round. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Such a hard time hitting him there. 4-8. Shapendi, a.k.a. Noah, with a savage start in this Din v Din showdown. The real question is, I'm very curious to see how these guys' builds differ from each other. Because this is kind of nuts. Damn, big hits for Donger right off the rip. But some return fire. Who will it be? Damn, Donger takes this round. Very, very close one. He's trying to start that climb back to the lead. 5-8. Still in favor of Noah, a.k.a. Shapendi. A.k.a. Bird in some sort of AI translated language. You know how it is. Uh-oh. Shapendi off to a great start here. Oh my god, and Donger does it. With 10% health left, barely pulls it off. Now 6-8. No shit, Super Dude. That's awesome, man. I bet that setup is gonna go real well with that gift, man. I really think that's the way to run an H-Den. I think Hell Wardens is the way to go now. Definitely Void. Like, that's gonna be your main setup, man. I can't wait to see that, Dan. Big hits, man. Donger might be making a comeback. There it is. Near flawless there as well. Now 7-8 from what was once an absolute shutout landslide victory for Shapendi. Donger seems to be making a pretty epic comeback. And he's off to a great start in this round. But who will it be? Shapendi making a comeback. Oh my god, and Shapendi. Now 7-9. This is crazy. Now he's going back in to swap. He's going in for more of that AR, it looks like. Swapping out to a 36-20. Stacking up that AR so he can connect. He's noticing the fruits of his labor off of that first swap. And now he knows the way. Giving himself a little bit more AR and hoping that that allows the RNG gods to smile in his favor. But Shapendi coming in hot. Oh my god, and there it is, man. GG's. Almost a big comeback there for Donger. But 7-10, the final score for Donger versus Shapendi. Shapendi takes it. And let's check out the difference that these guys got going on. We've got Shaft Stop in here. We've got F up to Zotted Shaft Stop for Donger. And he also has CB gloves with IAS. He's got that beautiful Pally Vizzo. I would guess that's an Alma Negra shield or possibly a Phoenix. I didn't quite catch it. I don't think it's a Phoenix. But yeah, that's got to be Alma Negra. And yeah, look at this. A mythic sword from Shapendi. Cruel Fool IAS. Look at that armor. 2-socket sacred armor, 186 ED. 230 to max damage jewels up in there. A nice rare jewel in that storm shield. 30 ED, 45 AR, strength dex. Beautiful. Again, max damage jewels in the helm, in his Pally Vizzo helm for Shapendi. He's got Gore Riders. These guys both went with that AR charm option. Raven Frost ring for Shapendi, dual stat melee ring, High Lords, Dungos. And look at this. 2-socket Cruel Fools Falcata. That is just a beautiful Pally Vizzo helm. 2 to skills Vizzo, dual stats, 2 40-15s in there. Alma Negra with a bear rune in it is what it was. And then boom, look at this. This Donger Shaft Stop, perfect. 24-22. That's great. That's a perfect one. And then boom, look at it. Holy, what a setup. Donger's Gore Riders. He's got them all named. Even those gloves. 2 10s with 15 dex. A little bit of life leech in there, too. 6 life leech. Donger's String of Ears. 100% perfect up spider web sash. And yet again, we see the showdown between the upped String of Ears and the Verdungos. It's crazy. It's crazy. What a showdown. What a throwdown. Wow, boys. That was nuts. All right, now I hate to do this, but let's get up in there. We gotta get some Din violence up in there real quick. All right, let me just get logged into the proper account here as we yeah, so what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna show you guys so that, you know, Crypto Ninja can get his match in here, can find himself an opponent. gonna show you guys just how easy it is. Gonna show you how easy it is to just take him out. All right. Show you the formula so you get up in there and you know how to do it. All right, let me know game, Crypto Ninja. I'll be right in there. We'll pop right in and just see what he's got to say about this. What he's got to say about this din here. It's a really good one. We're just gonna see how it all pans out. All right, we up in here. Yo. All right. So what we've got here is the absolute toppest of top dins, and you guys are gonna be real surprised about how this is gonna go. But I'm gonna show you how to take down Morphous. You might be. And don't worry about those potions in my belt. We won't need much mana. We're not gonna need much mana. Top din checking in. Alright, go Morpheus. We've got ourselves an Oridin. Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Just gonna show you how easy. So that you guys can get up in here. Quick FT2. This is going to be a gentleman's duel of savagery. Savagery and din-based violence. What we're going to do is strategically set our din-like ball sack right here by the exit. So when he comes out, he has no choice but to take damage from us. It'll give us a sure shot advantage. What do you mean, whack-ass Oridin, Bruno? One of the mods, get him out of here. Get him. Yeah. Get that Bruno guy, whoever that is. Get him out of here. Hell yeah. Oh, yeah, just seeing that track. Thanks, man. All right, let's get rebowed. All right, here we go. I'm just gonna show you guys how to do this. Oh, okay, he wants to smite. What is he doing here? What is it? What is this? Hold on. Oh, it must have been some desyncing. Oh, it must have been some desyncing there. Hold on. A little bit of lag going on. What's the ping in this game? Oh, 110 ping. That's it. Okay, well. Alright, first one's free. Alright, let me show you guys how to do this. Show you guys exactly how to do this. This time, what I'm gonna do is he's obviously stacked up his resistance. So what we're gonna do is we're also gonna do that. We're gonna go. What's the resist? Do we have resist fire? Yeah, right here. There we go. Let's see him get through that shit. All right, let's see him get through that shit. All right, here we go. All right, it's a Chargers game. It's a Chargers game here, boys. All right, well, so what happened there was... All right, well, the point is, you guys see the game plan now. I was going easy on him. But you guys don't have to go easy on him, all right? You guys don't have to. All right, see. But if you don't, it's as easy as that. Just don't die. Just don't die, and it's as easy as that. All right, simple as that. No, I literally had nothing. That was my only... I couldn't smite, I couldn't charge. Well, I could only charge. That was about it. I knew that was how it was gonna go. But... That was all we had. But for now, let's get into Corrode versus Lol Rages. These guys throwing down in the level 30 division. Let's see who's gonna take this one. As we pop into Lol Rage's stream here, this guy, an absolutely decorated Zon player in a lot of different ways here. He is on his level 30 Amazon, probably the scariest, the absolute scariest of all of the Zans in LLD right now. This guy is a menace. He's going up against Corrode, who sounds like he's on a Paladin. Sounds like Corrode is on a Paladin. This will be a very interesting duel. I think a very tough one for the Paladin. This is not a fun one. This is not a fun one for them Dins out there. Holy shit, he's on a Hammerdin as well. That's actually kind of crazy. That makes it even harder. He might be on a Libby. It looks like he actually landed a charge there, and it fucking hurt. So Corrode might be on Libby. But that's particularly problematic because... yeah, like, the Zon, this is such perfect work here from Lol Rages. Just cutting these angles and making it so hard to actually land shots. But I think all of that damage right there basically came from charge. I'm not sure if a clean hammer landed from Corrode there, but he actually played that very well for a Libby. That was some great Libby play right there. Actually pretty incredible. Kudos to him for that, and sorry, Lol Rages, we've got to root for those Dins. You know how it is. You know how it is. If you get up in here on anything that has a vagina, well, we hope that the fucking Dins get the wins. There it is. Big hits from the Libby already. Oh my god, and look at this. Holy hell. That was a nice old foot charge right there from Corrode. A little bit of dirty tricks up in there. You gotta do it. You gotta be familiar with the tricks. Get up in there and foot charge those hoes. That's what you gotta do. Cut them off with the foot charge. There ain't nothing like it. Yeah, VT versus Boa is definitely rough. Yeah, or VT is probably the way, but... yeah, the H-Din or Libby in this case, which a Liberator is a Charger / Hammerdin. And it's an interesting build. I think it's very effective in a lot of ways. I think it has the potential to take out just about anything. But this matchup right here is particularly hard for it because the hammers aren't particularly effective versus a Zon in a lot of cases. Now, why is that? Because it's hard to cut them off. It's hard to actually get an angle on them. They're not just going to stay there and let you throw hammers at them, right, at point blank range. So you got to cut them off. But then even if you get a perfect cut on an Amazon, which is rare, they can just dodge, right? Like, it's so hard to actually hit them with hammers. Charge is probably the more effective thing. But then at this point, with this particular build, you are a charger that has wasted some of his points into hammer skills. That's essentially what you've done. So that's what it can feel like. But that right there, Corrode actually just landed some big hams. Corrode is looking good, man. I gotta say, he's looking pretty clean on this Din right here. Looking pretty damn clean, if I do say so. 2-2 right now. This is a hard matchup. A very, very hard matchup. Lol Rages with just perfect demonstration of how a Zon wins that one in that round right there. That was an absolutely flawless demonstration of what Zan v any H-Din variant looks like. That is crazy. A chammer. That's probably a better name for it. I don't know why we don't call it that. That is actually a great name. Oh my god, huge hits. He could smite win this. Oh my god, he gets there. It's now 3-3, boys. What is this? This is actually an incredible showing for Corrode right here. When I saw him on an H-Den, I was a little scared for him, not gonna lie. That's a tough bout. But he gets in there. He's making these hits count. Thing is, these arrows can crit pretty hard right here. It is now 3-3. It literally comes down to this round. And big hit for Lol Rages right off the rip. And he's chucking those jabs. Those jabs are fucking hurting. Look at this. Oh my god, a flawless victory for the Lol Rages. Good duels, man. An absolutely epic showing, though, for Corrode. That was crazy. That was crazy. There might be no denying this Lol Rages guy. This guy's looking. He's hunting to get that title back in the LLD division. And damn, son, there can't be no one. There can't be no one standing in his way. Yeah, he says, yeah, GFG gameplay, man. I gotta say, that was actually really impressive Libby play. Even Jits is looking on in awe of your phenomenal charging skills. Yeah, damn it. The Dins didn't get the wins, but that doesn't mean that they didn't win in our heart. Once you're in the Din Brotherhood, it's impossible to leave. Once a Din, always a Din. Foozer also gave me a 220 Telly Amulet Charger build incoming. Holy shit. Or Oridon. You could do that. As we get a breakdown of these items right here in LLD. Get to see, look at this, man. 65 ED Spirit Shield. I like that. Tier Haunch for that Vigor Aura, so he doesn't have to put any hard points into it, to really waste any points getting down to it, essentially. You can put all those points into Blessed Aim for the Hammer Synergies. And damn, we have seen this gear from Lol Rages before, but look at this shit. It is so crazy, man. Like, it's just top tier savagery. And the string of ears, perfect one. That's just insane. Those jabs, that Ami, man, oh man, this guy's decked out. Absolutely decked out Zan here. Wow. And it looks as though Insight Partisan was the choice for Corrode on the swap. I like that too. It's rare that you have to charge out and get away from a Zon. It actually feels really bad when you do. But he made up for it by having Frostburn gloves there, which gives him a ton of mana. Because the one thing you don't want to do in this matchup where you take the most damage on a Din is charging back in. Right? Like, charging in for that initial exchange is where you take most of your damage. So that's why he was wearing Frostburns. Like, it gives a little bit of enhanced damage on the gloves, but mainly it's because it's so that he doesn't run out of mana. He can keep charging and throwing hams. That's great setup. Very high level Din setup right there, gotta say. That's nuts. The rings he gave me are genuinely my best rings I have now. That's so fucking crazy, dude. So you got it. Primo was able to link up with you and give it to you, dude? That's freaking awesome. That's freaking awesome. Man, I'm so pumped. So pumped. Crazy. Alright, boys. Let's check in with Pauly and Serenity and or Crypto Ninja. Pauly is up there. I'm going to check in with Crypto here real quick. I don't see a stream. Let's pop into Pauly. Pop into Pauly. Pauly is throwing down versus Serenity in this epic death match. Clearing real quick, Coooley. Alright, man. Do your thing. Do your thing, man. This is an epic throwdown, a death match, if you will. This is one of those duels. We call it a death match because it is so significantly in favor of one build over the other that there's a bit of a handicap, if you will, for the disadvantaged build. If the Paladin wins this, if he takes 2 rounds, he just needs 2 wins, and he wins the entire duel. The Druid player needs the standard 4. But trust me, those 2 wins are very hard to come by on a Druid. It is a straight up advantage on this Druid, on any Druid really, versus the Din. Now granted, the Din can life tap, he has a lot of tricks up his sleeve in this matchup, and while you might think that would even it out, it's still an uphill battle. Yeah, he's got to rejoin for Shrine. No worries, man. No worries. These guys getting ready. Getting ready for some violence. I'll pay attention to your screen too, Crypto Ninja. If you've got, if y'all are jamming, I'll pop over. Or you might be dueling against Track Amp. Let me pop in real quick. Track Amp might be dueling. Oh yeah. Track Amp's dueling on a Windy versus Crypto Ninja. This is that Din that obviously I was taking it easy on. You know, when we were dueling there a second ago, obviously was taking it easy on him. But now you're gonna get to see. This is Druid v Din right here. It's actually a very tough matchup for the Din. Even though he's a different Din. He's like Aura, Smite, FOH. It's like a VT that is also sort of an Aura Din. He calls it the Vanquisher Inquisitor, and it is pretty wild. It's actually kind of a cool build. I think it has a lot of potential as a Din build. Like, I think it instantly makes some matchups really cool. Like, you know, having that ranged aura damage on top of being able to deal, like, pretty significant smite, you know, to be able to handle your business up close as an aura din is pretty wild. It's pretty good. Uh-oh, that NATO, though, that one connected, and now he's in trouble. Now it's just hold down Telly and throw another NATO. That's literally just like that. Now you're seeing it. That's a Wind Druid. Now just imagine a Fire Druid with massive AoE. Gets pretty tough up in there for them Dins. But Serenity is going to try to pull it off. I tried. The charge RNG gods weren't with me in the last round. I know, man. Damn, son. We tried to get there, Corrode.
Good day.
Jet says, Frostburns on Charger. Never thought of that. Yeah, it's actually, I don't like them on Charger, but I like them on Liberator versus Zon specifically. I am the only person I've ever seen use them. And I don't think I've ever talked about it before. So that is actual genius build design from Corrode. Mad respect for that. He knows how to duel a Zon. He knew that mana was going to be a thing. You can't really easily swap to Insight. You have to just have a fuck ton of mana and blow through all of it in that matchup, and you got to do it quick. And that was exactly the game plan. That was genius build design, great setup. Really nicely done, especially when you're sacrificing a lot of your inventory, which would otherwise be 15 12s on an H-Den. You're putting like 3 20-15s in there. So it's like you're sacrificing a lot of mana, so you got to make it up somehow. All right, boys. It appears as though these guys are ready to throw down. Serenity will need 2 wins. Polytheist will need 1 win. But who will take the first win? Let's find out, boys. Let's friggin' go, man. Polytheist on the Fire Druid. This thing is an absolute menace in a lot of ways. A lot of AoE hits here. There's a lot of things that that Serenity has to watch out for. That's for sure. There's a lot. There's everything from the Armageddons coming down to even the Molten Boulders in this matchup are just wild. Molten Boulders, volcanoes, fissures. There's so much AoE that the Din has to risk getting through all of that and actually delivering real damage to the Druid, who has pets such as the Bear, such as the Oak Sage. It's really hard to get through those and do any significant damage. Now, there has been a recent rule change that the Shaman is now only allowed to have the Bear, or the Fire Druid is only allowed to have the Bear. No more wolves. All right, no more wolves except for a Zan, except for versus a Zan if you want, right? This is a very powerful build in a lot of ways. Paulie has shown it. A slight restriction, but it just makes it so that in these matchups right here, if somehow Serenity can get through the Bear and get through the pets, he has a chance, right? Whereas if Polytheist had 5 wolves here, Serenity has no shot. It is just Absolutely. It's a shit show. Especially when he can hit from medium range here, right? He doesn't necessarily, unlike a Wind Druid, he doesn't necessarily need to be right up on top of his opponent. He can hit from mid-range. He can frustrate Serenity. And look at this. He's already got an incredible pattern. You can tell that Polytheist has not only practiced this matchup, he has done this matchup for fun. He has tried so many different strategies because look at what he's doing here. It's very hard to notice with the way that he pilots this build, his exact strategy, but man, I notice it right away. Why? Because I fucking hate dueling him on a Din. He does this shit all the time and it's fucking hard to beat, man. Look at this. He'll set these Kanos up. He'll set these Fishers up and he'll sort of bait you into this pattern of chasing him, right? But he never really leaves this area that he's like lighting on fire. He will happily dance with you in it. You have to kind of lure him out, but even when you do, he hits you from the outside. He's always got that bead on you. You would figure that the most aggressive player in this matchup would be the Din, but it's actually Paulie. He's actually always launching the nastiest shit and polluting the entire moor with absolute fuckery. It's crazy. Everything is always on fire with this guy. It can be hard to see. It can be hard to see the technicality through all of the raining fire on the battlefield. But that's what it is. You'll notice that. Watch him try to set this up with Serenity. Serenity has noticed it, and he's trying to lure him out of all of these traps that he's setting. Right? Like of all of the volcano, the Fisher, he's trying to get out and catch him just like that. That was a very nice catch. But Serenity's got to be careful, or does he? He gets in there and lands one versus Polytheist. Holy shit, man. Serenity takes round one, and now Polytheist is going to adapt to this. He says, oh shit, is it one or two? It's two. He needs two. Needs two. Damn, son, that is crazy. That was an insane grab. He was ready for it. You see, what he did there is he sort of preyed on that style that Polytheist was playing on, where he was trying to set those traps up and stay close. Serenity was always ready with an up smite there. That was very smart, because he knew that if Polytheist kept playing in close like that, he was going to make a bad telly, and that's exactly what happened. He made one bad telly, and it was like Serenity was waiting for it, right? That's because he was walking and up smiting. He was kind of happy to stay in that area, but he was up smiting. He was ready for it. Much as his name says, that was an up smite. Living up to the name. That was crazy. Druid can use Oak in melee versus Barb? I'd have to check on that. I know there's a rule on it. Hey, what up, Dog Water Dad? Welcome in, man. You have joined at a perfect time. We are doing some Diablo 2 dueling here. This is Thursday night. We do the DFC. Uh-oh. Polytheist in trouble here. Catches some smites. He's going to have to increase his distance. We are watching some PvP here. This is Polytheist dueling live against Serenity. This is a deathmatch. Serenity will only need 2 rounds to win this entire duel, and he's already up 1. He's landed some pretty vicious smites here against Polytheist, and holy shit, man, that is crazy. And just like that, it can be all over. As unlucky as he was teleporting in there, you saw how Polytheist came back from that. You saw him not even deviate from that game plan, just running Serenity right through an absolute chain of shit. That was crazy. Yo, man, big cheers. Thank you so much for the raid, brother. Welcome in. Glad to see you. Hope your stream went well. Yeah, disgusting bait. That was crazy. Bro, Poly is king at this, man. He doesn't lose his cool when he gets smited like that. When he gets in trouble, he don't lose his cool, man. He stays in the zone. Just stays in the zone and jams. That's what it is. He knows what it takes to take down these Dins. But I gotta tell you, Serenity makes these duels sweaty ones. Like, this is not a fun duel for a Din. The fact that even that round was so close and that Serenity landed some absolute just dumpster burners right there with those smites, that's just a testament to this guy's skill and timing and readiness for any moment on the smiter. It's crazy. And he does it again there. Very nice telly. So what he is doing, and you can tell from his strategy here, is he has studied Polytheist a little bit. And his strategy is just to hold down that teleport, because he knows when he gets that name lock, Poly is running. Poly is running. And Serenity is going to try to punish him for it. Paulie is now picking up on it, trying to bait him in. That was a pretty big hit there. He got him with a Fisher, got him with a Molten Boulder there. That was pretty savage too. Holy shit, man. 2-1 now in favor of Polytheus. It's basically a tie game. Basically a tie game. Yeah, he is so good at baiting into Kano. Man, I'm telling you, Polytheus is the type of dueler. He will pick up on your dueling style. He'll look at your patterns, and it literally usually only takes that one loss to him. He'll figure it out real quick. He almost caught a second loss in that second round, but damn, did he come back. Let's check this out from Serenity's perspective on the Din. Of course he is on the Din, so you know what we're rooting for. The Din Brethren, the Din Brotherhood, all right? We love Paulie, but Serenity, beat that ass. Whoop that ass, man. Best Din corner advice. I'm going to give him the best technical Din advice. Obviously, he's begging for it from the top Dins. The best technical advice I can give from the corner is get in there, and when Paulie jukes, whoop that ass. That's what it is. That's all he has to do on this smiter. Serenity dancing from the outside here. Happy to throw down some FOHs. You see, that's the other thing. If you have a pretty significant FOH that damages pretty well, it's actually pretty primed to use that against a druid, because against a fire druid, because they have to invest so many skill points into their fire skills. There's really none left over. Even at like level 99, there's really not a lot of skills left over to put into Cyclone Armor. So a good FOH can actually bust right through Cyclone Armor. And if you get two back-to-back, can actually do some damage. So that's why Serenity is still actually just kind of hunting with that FOH, getting in there. That time, teleports right into that Armageddon and takes some big damage. Polytheus staying right in his lane here, staying right in his zone. Oh man, Polytheist almost returned to the scene of the crime there. I'm very surprised that Serenity was not up smiting there. He was probably looking for the chain. He was looking for the chain lock there. But the time, I bet that time and that time only, he wishes he was up smiting. Should have been up smiting. Oh my god, big hits there from Serenity, and now Polytheus is in trouble. That was a beautiful chain. He's got to be very careful about getting too aggressive here. Oh my god, and just like that, runs into the Molten Boulder. The other thing that you can do versus the bear, when that bear is out there, if you get some good hits on Polytheus and you're low, you can kind of do a little bit of bear hunting out there, right? Do a little bit of bear hunting, kick back a little bit, and let Paulie come in. Maybe hunt him from the outside a little bit, right? Stay kind of unpredictable on the outside. When that bear comes creeping out, charge that motherfucker. I'm not sure if Serenity has Life Tap on his build or anything, but you could proc Life Tap. It looks like he doesn't. He actually just went full caster mode here. I kind of like that too. He doesn't give a fuck. But you could also just life leech it, right? If you have any life leech on your build at all, it will just leech life back off of that bear, and you can actually win that exchange. What's up, CMC Grizzle? Good to see you, man. Yeah, welcome in, brother. 3-1. Next round wins. The winner of this round right here wins it all. And so it comes down to this. It's impressive that Serenity has done this damage to Polytheist already. Got a round in. Got two other very close rounds. There is no doubt this guy is just the top fucking VT right now. He is so insane. I mean, it is hard to take any wins, let alone even get close rounds against Polytheist on a VT, man. I can't stress enough. I think we say this once every DFC, but it's so true. The VT, the Vindicator Paladin, the Vindicator Templar, as they call it, is it might look like a very fun and savage PvP build. You might think, wow, smite's in its repertoire for attacks. That's so broken. But piloting the build is one of the hardest things to do, because you are not dueling against people that are just going to sit there and let you hit them. You're dueling against people who are evasive, they're teleporting around. You have to catch them. You have to time them. You have to watch out for their attacks. You have to balance yours from FOH to smite. You have to know your range. You have to be accurate. You have to know how to chain lock. That's another thing that if you're playing on a Din, man, you got to be familiar with it. That has got to be a trick that's in your set of, it's got to be up your sleeve, right? You got to have it in there. You got to be able to do it, because when the opportunity presents itself, man, you don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss those chains, especially those 3 pieces, right? The smite, FOH, tele stomp, and even that takes a bit of practice. It's so crazy. He is dancing, getting very well, I gotta say. So far, untouched. And then he gets hit. Look at that. That Molten Boulder did 800 damage right there. That was a crazy Molten Boulder. Those are also physical damage as well. It's a hybrid spell. It will do fire and physical damage, which is, I mean, that's why this Fire Druid, it's so hard to resist, right? If you really want the best resistance out of it, you have to stack up. Nowadays, you got to stack up 60 or 70 DR and fire res. So that's why, I mean, this build just gets insanely hard to resist. Bear hunting works. I used a 35 life leech setup, and it can gain like 600 to 1k life per hit. It's true. That's I try to cheese Pauly a little bit, dude. I actually have a little cube bow set up. On one side, I got Grief and Exile, and on the other side, I got my hams. And I just chuck them hams. Sometimes go in with the Grief and Exile, get the tap. Sometimes I can smite, you know? But, I mean, even that, I feel like that's my best shot versus Pauly, but it's still a losing battle on the Din, man. I've always wanted to become a good smiter, but it's really hard. That was actually an incredible sneaky stomp right there from Serenity, but unfortunately he was punished with an Armageddon for his troubles. And Polytheus smelling blood here, smelling blood in the water. Damn, son. Any team duel sessions? Always, Clowny. I'm glad you said that, man. The team duel channels are always open. I haven't checked them in the Discord to see if anybody's jamming in them. I see Skybound up in there. But that's always the thing during DFC. You don't even have to be on the card. You ain't got to be a DFC dueler, man. Pop in there, make it happen, you know? And by the way, it looks like Polytheus pulls it off after a very epic, close back and forth duel, man. That was crazy. That was crazy. We was rooting for those Dins, Serenity. He almost had it, brother. Holy shit. So many times he almost had it. That was so crazy. That was really nice effort. Like, this is literally an unwinnable matchup for a Din. The fact that Serenity does so well on this, it's just a testament to, like, how insane he is. Because Polytheus is the best. You gotta figure, this guy is the best. Like, there are no better Druid players, I don't think, than this guy. Like, I mean, there might be better Wind Druid players, you know, or whatnot, but there's no more better accomplished Druids in the entire game than this guy right here. Mr. Ist. Pauly the Ist. The man, the myth. Holy shit, man. What a savage. What an absolute savage. What else we got on the roster, boys? What else we got up in here? Is there no one else? Let me check and see. We got Super Dude up in here. Hell yeah. Oh man, and Super Dude is jamming. We better get in there because we don't want to miss a goddamn thing on this Necro. Damn, son, and here we go. All right. Super Dude is on the Necro, and his matchup tonight, Super Dude is going up against Stu. He's going up against Stu. Holy shit. Stu is on a traditional Wind Druid. Oh no, he's on a Fire Druid, sorry. Stu is on a Fire Druid here. So this is interesting. Fire Druid versus Necro. And wow, man, I gotta say, this one, y'all could see it right here. Theoretically, a Necro is a bad matchup for a fire druid. And by bad matchup, I mean they don't really have a lot of bad matchups. Those fire druids, maybe a Zon, right? All the other bad matchups are just, they're winnable, but they're not as easy as say Din versus druid, right? Jam it and slam it, BJ Johnny Dubs. That's right, man. That's right. That's what it is. Jam it and slam it is exactly what he needs to do. And so far, it appears as though Super Dude has landed some big shots versus Stu here. He's landed some big ones. He definitely has the upper hand. Oh my God, nice placement there from Super Dude. Undercuts Stu, throws some big teeth to blow up the pets, and then boom, follows it up with a big spear. That was so well done. He's yearning for a burning, Paulie says. Dude, hell yeah. Look at this, Paulie. Polytheist Druid has gone out there. He's met himself. Polytheist Druid has met himself the finest sorceress of the land. And then that friggin' Druid and that sorceress ended up having a whole bunch of fucking fire babies. And look at him for just polluting the blood more with all of this Armageddon fireworks. Look at him now. Holy shit. They're all over the place. That is wild, man. It's good to see. I really do think this is a pretty savage build. And Polytheist is... He's shown it, man. Multiple time DFC HLD champion on the Fire Druid. Has held on to that title for so long as well. He's just always the boogeyman that if he has the title, he's hard to beat. And if you have the title, he's the one dude you don't want to go up against, right? Like, Polytheist is just so nasty on this thing, man. And I think it's taken that devoted diligence to the build. I think people are catching on. They're seeing now. It's fucking wild if you play it right. If you know how to jam it. Paulie has shown that it has a lot of potential. Yeah, he says, fire's fun. It's a lot of non-stop, yeah. Yeah, that was crazy. Hands down, tankiest setup on neck. 59 DR, 1K spears. No shit.
I can't do that here.
Yeah, that makes it so, I mean, there's a lot of tricks up the sleeve of the Fire Druid these days. I mean, the new Sunder Charm and new Jewel has really shaken things up in the sense, like, that first of all, they probably just shouldn't be in the game, but here they are, right? And they give minus enemy physical resistance. Now, on just about any other Sunder Charm that you get, that is the worst of the two things, right? But on a physical Sunder, there is literally, not only is there no real other ways to minus enemy physical res besides like casting Amp or Decrepify or something, right? But like no natural ways like that to minus the res. It's also extremely hard to stack it up. It's not like fire res or lightning res where there's like resistance charms that one by one spot in your inventory can make up for minus 10 res on a Sunder Charm. It ain't like that. You have to literally sacrifice good gear on your build to make up for some stupid charm they have in their inventory or stupid jewel they have on. You have to make important sacrifices on your build. You have to, in some cases, just neuter your build. And it gets really bad, man. So those jewels in particular with the minus enemy physical res have really, they're really busted. Especially on a build that does AoE physical damage. It's pretty wild. His BA is depleted. Now is the time. There we go. Hell yeah. You are now the bus from the movie Speed. If you stop, you blow up, right? Yep, that's exactly what it is. That's a great way to put it on a Fire Druid, dude. It really is. Like, you have to, and Paulie exemplifies it perfectly. If you stop firing away, like, that's when you die. You have to keep going. I don't think you get enough credit for that, Paulie. There is a lot of attacks that are just flying everywhere all the time. Speed, accuracy, like, all of this stuff. It's for some people not the most exciting for a couple of reasons. A, because you're not right up close and, you know, delivering that big noticeable KO damage all the time. You know, but also it doesn't have that KO damage usually from a distance, right? So it's not your typical build, but it's a different dueling style that really has, like, I think, risen to the top of the class, really. I think it is proven to be the best PvP druid build. And it's not the big KO damage that you're usually looking for, right? But it is hard to fucking deal with. It is hard to deal with. Gotta weave them there spells together for KOs. That's right, man. That's what it is. Gotta weave them together. Gotta set them up with those beautiful, by the way, beautiful Molten Boulders versus Serenity there, man. That guy is a fucking savage. God damn. I always think that, like, man, there's just no way anybody could beat Polly on a Din, and then I see Serenity play, and I'm like, God damn, he is so good. So good. He's one of the scariest chain lockers. Yeah, dude. I gotta get good with that. I gotta get good with it, man. I gotta go back and watch the Serenity tapes, because that guy is an absolute god with it. So quick at grabbing those, getting in there, and just delivering. He seems to get the smites a lot, too. Actually land smites. That's what a lot of telly lockers have trouble with. They'll get the telly lock, you know, and a telly lock is this. You go up, you grab your opponent's name, right? You get the name lock, which is, you know, you click on their name and hold the click, right? That way, you're locked right onto them. But a telly lock is where you take that click and you return it to the center of the, you know, it's right next to your character, and you just hold down teleport, right? And then that right there will keep teleporting right on top of your opponent as they're trying to run away and all of this, right? But usually, I mean, that's a really good strategy for maintaining a close distance. But the thing is, if your opponent keeps teleporting, it's hard to actually land a smite or land a shot, land an attack, right? Until they stop. But Serenity is so good at somehow just landing those smites, like, out of a telly lock. That's something that a Din struggles with in a lot of cases, I think. So the trick is the south walk off the chain telly. No shit. Fun going back to Grizzly versus him, honestly, like the olden days, dude. Hell yeah. I really think that it makes it a more fair match. I think, like I was talking about that, Paulie. If this was 5 wolves, like Serenity wouldn't have a shot. Like, it's just so much just gumming up the field. There's no way he gets through it, you know. Yeah, gives him more of an opportunity, you know, potential payoffs. It's still hard to land blocks like that, right? But, like, at some point, you know, we got to realize there ain't many Dins that are actually going to do that besides Serenity. Don't think I've used the 5 in the past, only the 3. Yeah, even still, though, that's like 4 pets, essentially. The Oak and 3 Wolves, it's like, yeah. I think, honestly, that we changed that rule mainly just because fucking Fire Druid is theoretically god tier, man. It's fucking, it's really good. But also, it's just like, it's one of those things where there's some matchups that are hard, but pets make them even harder. Such as the Din, right? Like, against a Wind Druid, go nuts. Have your pets, right? Have your 5 wolves, because you have to close the distance and land a fucking tornado on top of a Hammer Din or something. Like, good luck, right? There's ways to play around that. But a Fire Druid is just like, I don't have to fucking stomp you. You come stomp me. You know what I mean? You come aggress me, which changes the whole role of the Din v Druid, you know? It's crazy. Oh man, I can get away with just Oak versus Wind. Dude, honestly, a good Wind Druid can actually beat a Hammer Din without ever casting Teleport. You can beat him without Enigma. Yep, Maddie did that to me once. It was obviously lagged because I'm the best Hammer Din. But, so we was obviously lagging. I think we were Canadian ping in a hotel. Like 5 ping I think I had. So obviously there's like a tiny delay. Yeah, and that just led to him being... But the point is, you can do it on a Windy Druid. So, I so want to see someone pull off the telly trick I came up with. CT throw a blade warp, then telly before the blade warp lands to cause a double teleport. Oh my god, what is this, dude? 2-0 so far for the super dude. That's insane. That's insane. Do you guys only play standard, not ladder? Yeah, mainly that's where most of the duels take place, is non-ladder, because, well, mainly because most people just don't want to reacquire 45 life skillers and all of the top tier PvP gear for like a ladder season, you know? And plus, most people on ladder they're not dueling. They're like climbing the ladder. They're magic finding. They're making ladder only rune words to take to their non-ladder characters. But yeah, it's like builds are so expensive. The top tier gear is so hard to come by in D2 that like, that's why it doesn't often happen on three-month interval resets. Because it's like, most of the time you won't find, but you wouldn't find one charm in any of these guys' inventory in a season, right? Like, not one. Maybe a Sunder if you get real lucky and find a good one or something, right? But, you know, it's crazy. So that's why they all take place there. It's just, it never resets, right? You don't have to keep getting your gear. What's Iron Man? Iron Man is a level 9 duel where you all start and level in the same game. Level up to 9. You can do it on softcore, but we did it on hardcore today. And we had a full game, man. Full boat of 8 players. It was epic. It was epic, man. And you all just fight to the death once you hit level 9, man. Gear up, jam it, slam it, Alabama it. Yeah, the telly trick does work. It's just, I'm not sure how useful it is with Blade Warp and Teleport. I did not win the Iron Man. I can't remember. It was another Sin player. There's 2 Sin players. Who was Nefarious? Yeah, Nefarious won it. He was on like a bow Sin. There was a bit of a mix-up. I think there was a bit of a confusion that I was probably responsible for, because GDA didn't know that he couldn't use potions. I literally read the rules like 5 times and didn't even notice that I couldn't use them. And, like, yeah, so, but I noticed it before we started the duels. He didn't notice it. So he was using mana potions. Some people weren't. Also, prayer with mana potions is pretty insane. So we need to iron out the Iron Man to some degree. It was kind of a shit show, but it was also, it's fun, man. I mean, it's level 9 duels, you know, where everybody, you get all your gear in that one game and you duel to the death, you know. It's the point is being with the bros and making it happen, you know. Oh yeah, we did one just today. Yeah, GDA did wait. No, he didn't win it. He got beat with the regen and prayer din. Yeah, which I'm surprised. I was literally telling people, I was like, bros, he's got prayer. I was like, we might want to like take him down, because if we don't, nobody but him is gonna win. We might want to gang up on him. Yeah, first one ran fine. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I think we just need to like, we probably need to ban prayer. That's probably one. Prayer, Holy Bolt doesn't matter because there's no teams, but like, yeah, prayer is just, I don't know. Do we? I guess like it is regen, but I don't know. I wonder how it is without mana pots. I actually wonder how it feels without mana pots. I might want to try it out. Because I didn't notice he was sucking down mana pots too. So like maybe prayer is kind of fine because it drains your mana. You have no way to get it back, you know what I mean, besides just wait. And you know, you can't really do anything special just to recover your life, you know. I don't know, like, I'd be curious to see it without mana pots. It might be fine, really. Updated the rules and posted them to the channel? Yep, GG. Yeah, either way, probably not a fun way to play, like, Prayer Paladin, you know? But I mean, what other good skills do they have at level 9? Sacrifice. That's it. That's gonna hurt them too. So it's like they really don't have any good skills. So we gotta think about those Dins too. Sure, it might be hard to take them out, but they don't really have many good skills. So as annoying as it is, perhaps if prayer doesn't work when there's no mana up, it might actually be pretty fair. Like, just keep the rule of, like, no mana pots. Because they can't even charge, right? Like, the Din really can't do anything at that level. Those poor Dins, man. Bernie, thanks, man. Love your YouTube vids. Did you witness any of the World Cup craziness so far? I haven't, dude. I haven't. Nope. Has it been absolutely wild? I usually don't even watch the news or anything going on. I know that World Cup was going on this year in USA, but or is it? I don't even know. You can tell how much I follow it. I know something was going on. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. So Paulie's out in California. The traffic here for the World Cup is fucking crazy. No shit. No shit. By the way, look at that, dude. So that is rare right there. But Super Dude just got hit, and he's wearing the new jewel. How do we know? Look at this little purple aura around him right here. That is the chance to cast Psychic Ward. But there's something interesting with the Psychic Ward when it casts, right? It's actually really bad. Because Psychic Ward and Bone Armor exists on the same buff level. So if Psychic Ward casts while you have Bone Armor active, it overwrites Bone Armor, meaning it takes Bone Armor off and replaces it with some shitty version of Psychic Ward. But vice versa. Then if you then cast Bone Armor, it will take off the Psychic Ward. It's sort of a weird layering there. World Cup is amazing. The whole World Cup is apologizing to America right now. What do you mean? They shit cannon them? Is America getting shitted on? My man, Stubby. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to test it, Nim. I'm actually curious because he was gaining life back so quick. I was like, wow, prayer is so broken. But if he doesn't gain that back when he has no mana, it might not be broken. I'm gonna have to check it out and see what's going on with it. But it would be pretty easy to see. I could just do it in single player, make a character that has no mana, step out and use prayer, and just see what happens, or just has like 2 mana. Or we could just make it normal so it regenerates properly. Yeah, I'll try it out. Yeah, because I mean, the Din doesn't really have anything. So if they just heal, like whatever. But even that is kind of annoying, I guess. It does make for longer duels, though. Who knows? We'll check it out. You can get mana rep in level 9. It's best to ban it. It's not even offensive. Yeah, true. It's true. It just makes the duel miserable. True. It's not a very fun way to play it. Because if they activate it, they're just running away anyway. It isn't like it makes for an exciting duel. I think you're right. True. If you're using the prayer, it's like you're not really trying to engage. And it just gives you a free skull every time you play, you know what I mean? Everybody realizes America rocks. You should look up the... No shit, dude. Humans are more than country. Or Americans are, yeah. I feel like, I don't know, man. America gets a bad... It's a really good country, but we get a bad rap because it's always the extreme sides of anything that get any attention for shit, right? So, like, whether you're on one side or the other. It's always just extreme that gets attention. So you never see that. Most Americans are just pretty cool. The billionaires run the show anyway, so they just make everybody fight about like everything, and then but they want us all to forget we're all on the same team. That's really what it is. They want us all to forget we're all on the same team. 80% of us believe the exact same things, but somehow we fight over everything. We want the battle boss to battle is the concept, exactly. We talk about the state of pub duels. Warlock has been ruining every game lately. You just have to prive now. Pubs used to be fun. Dude, yeah, I was talking about earlier, Crypto. I said if they are not going to give any attention, put anything towards fixing this fucking lock in PvP and making it not the most broken piece of shit ever, then they need to give us the option to make games that like ban certain classes, right? So like you can make a game, and much like you would check like a level range that people can enter in, you can check classes that people can be on, or that like classes that are allowed in the game. So you could make like a Zon v Zon game, right? Like you could make SVS, you could make all of this cool stuff, but most importantly, you could make duel games that don't allow warlocks. And then if someone comes in and the only Sin player in the game is a fucking BM Mosaic Sin, you could just be like, next game, guys, make one that doesn't allow Sins, and then have your way with it. You know what I mean? I think that would honestly just, if you're not going to fix the class, which is the hard thing to do, I get it. Just give us the option to ban the class in our public games. Yeah, it wouldn't be hard, I wouldn't think. Just like the option to, oh, yep, allow these classes in this game. Otherwise, it's just like, it would be, that literally would be a way to stop so many trolls. If you get like a PKer like myself that comes in on a paladin and just like wrecks your entire game on like a level 30 charger, you could just be like, all right, guys, next game, no paladins, or, you know, you could at least salvage some of the game, right? Like, it's actually kind of cool. That, or, I mean, yeah, there's plenty of other things. You know what they really need to bring back? Is they need to bring back the mute button. Not the squelch button, the mute button. That used to exist in D2. They took it out when they made D2R. I don't know why. But what the mute button did was it made it so that other players, the player that you muted, couldn't see what you were typing. So instead of squelching, you can't hear them. They can't hear you. They can't see what you're saying. So like, you could mute them, and then you could be like, next game, guys, this password, this, and they couldn't see it. So everybody could join and follow you, and the PK or the BMer couldn't. But we don't have that option. You have to individually message people, everybody in the game. And it's like, that's kind of dumb. Yeah, when they try to bind Lister, you don't get the XP, so it would benefit PBM and PvP, yeah. Yeah, I really think it's an option, man. I think it's definitely something they can do. It can be done. Can be done would probably be an easy fix. You know, we shall see how it goes. I doubt they ever will. I don't really think they're ever going to pay attention to PvP again, but I don't know, maybe they will. There would have to be, someone would have to make a case that that is a cool thing to do in PVM, and then they'd be all over it. Probably doesn't even need to be a strong one. We need to get Mr. Llama to be like, you know what? I hate it when warlocks get in here, they bind Lister, and then nobody gets the experience. I'm trying to level to 99, and then I get all these troll warlocks coming in and binding all my demons. And then, like, they'll be like, oh, yeah, let's do it. Let's make it so warlocks can't join. You can choose. That's a good idea. It wouldn't be just, there's fucking assholes ruining pub games. Oh, no, that's fine. There's, like, literal fucking retards ruining the entire experience for everyone on a class that you refuse to fix. Oh, no, that's intended. Wait, someone's binding Mr. Llama's demon so that he can't level to 99? We gotta fix it. That's what we need to do. That's how we need to get him on this. Unfortunately, there's no money in PvP for Blizzard. There's no money in PVM for him. Like, there's, you know, I mean, they sell the expansion. It's just like they're probably, unless they're coming out with a brand new one, it's like their patch updates probably aren't going to sell more. Like the PVMers aren't going to be like, oh, I'll finally buy it. All right, now I'm going to buy it, right? Like at this point, I think if you're making any patches or doing any updates, it's to maintain the integrity of the game. And I think, you know, that's PvP is just as good as PVM in that regard. Brave man CTing with the inventory screen. He gives no fucks, man. No fucks. I'd be chucking my rings and shit everywhere, yeah. Yep. It's different now, though, that you can click past the screens. It used to be that you would have to click before the window and drag your cursor past it back in LOD. But you don't have to necessarily do that anymore. So, like, I do it with the inventory all the time, and, like, I've never missed it. Same argument for the PVM. Be able to tell everyone else in the game pass for private bail runs or whatever to avoid PKers. True, Max. That's actually really smart. Like, you could make the same argument for bringing back the mute button. Like, all of these things, they aren't necessarily PvP specific. You know what I mean? Like, the things we just talked about. Like, only allowing certain classes in your game. Or bringing back the mute button. They're not necessarily... They all work towards the same thing in one way or another. To fight back against assholes is what it is. They do the same thing, and assholes exist PVM and PvP. It isn't like games just, you know, you can't just go into a game and start PKing people. Like, that's a thing too, right? So, I mean... Let's go, Stu! Damn, son! Stu getting in there now. 2-2 for these guys. Holy shit. Holy shit, Stu getting up in there, bros. Stu is making it happen. On the fire doo-doo. Stu on the fire doo-doo. Yeah, it's a very interesting game right here, man. Very interesting match. Necro with the big range, the beautiful big spears piercing through those pets, but the druid just having to piece them up over time. That's just how it is. Having to land more consistently.
Good day.
Left will fling him underneath the char info, though. Yeah. Super dude going more aggro than ever. Telling you, dude is pumped. He's ready to jam.
Yes?
Made it great to communicate to a group without telling everyone in chat. Yeah, exactly. I don't know why they got rid of it in D2R. Did the programmers see it and be like did Vicarious Vision see that and be like, there's no way anyone would use that button. Why would you want to make it so no one could hear what you say? We don't want people accidentally pressing that. Like, I don't know what the thought process was for taking that out. It was in D2R beta. It was. No shit, I didn't even see it. It's actually funny you say that because I thought I remembered it at one point. I thought it was in there. That's crazy. Okay, so it was in the beta. Wow. No shit. Yeah, they need to bring it back. They need to bring it back, man. That thing was so good. Just, yeah, you want to go to a private game, don't want the retard to hear you in the game. Yep, boom, just mute them. There you go. That was literally what the mute button was for. It was the way to fight back against PKers or just people being assholes and like hunting down your games. Literally what it was. Old D2 devs knew what they were doing, man. They still can't fix chat bug and party bug, so high hopes for any fixes. True, there's a new party bug. Have you guys seen the party bug? Where like you, for some reason, you just can't invite or accept people, like the button doesn't work. Like it's just, I don't know what causes it, but it's 9 times out of 10, it just doesn't work. You have to keep rejoining the game and then sometimes the button will work. But like, I'm gonna say conservatively, 90% of the time the invite button doesn't work. Most people don't notice it because they have it on auto party. They have like auto party, auto accept on, and that will always work. But to manually invite them now, it's like the button's broken. Yeah, my thought is that it might have had to do with that they wanted everything to be documented in chat for logs. Interesting. Yeah, I suppose. But, I mean, if you squelch someone, you can't hear anything they say. So, I mean, it's already broken to some degree. I don't know. Not sure. It probably had, yeah, it probably had some sort of bugginess to it. That, or it could just be that they fucking deleted it accidentally. You know what I mean? They were probably like, all right, let's add in the loot corpse button and we're going to make some edits here, and then just accidentally highlighted the entire code and deleted it. That literally could be it. But I guess I don't know, maybe the UI would disappear too.
I need mana.
I read from a forum post from long time ago that Fury used to be uninterruptible. Is that true, or was that never a thing? I don't believe that was ever a thing. I'm not sure. It's a shame how druids are sort of bad with Fury. At least, I don't know. I think Fury druids are actually, they're pretty good. Like, their damage is good. They're like, but the problem with druids and morph form in general and PvM is that they are not very mobile. So, you know, they have no mobility skills. You can't teleport in morph form, which I don't think you should be able to. It's broken if you can teleport in morph form. It's so broken. But they just can't move. Like, they're so slow. Bear, wolf, everything. You just have to run everywhere. Yup, true. There was also the chat command. There used to be this command where you could type exclamation point and a message after it, and in multiplayer, a box would pop up with that message over your head. So you could actually just chat locally with your team, and it was really cool. But apparently they must have thought that. They were like, oh, they're just gonna put the gay box up there, because people would do that too. They'd pop into a game and it was like something you would do in your teenage years or whatnot. You would just type gay box and then you would put a ton of spaces after it. So it would be this huge box above your head and you would chase people around with it and put them in the gay box. Look, bros, it was the fucking early 2000s and it was Diablo 2. I mean, what else are you gonna do? True, yeah, they can, Feral Rage can help with the movement, but you're right, like, I honestly just think that, like, if there was a weapon that allowed, that gave charge to every character, that was like a two-hander or something, it would actually, and druids could cast it in morph form, like they could use charge, it would be fucking sick. Like, that would be the mobility skill. I did the gay box, lol. Yeah, it was pretty savage back in the day, man. My boy Bushy just messaged me and he's like, bro, that Veil of Steel helm that you'd never seen before? He's like, I used to have one of those. I used to bring it to ZVZ.
Enough mana.
Yeah, shit was crazy. Bushy's an OG too, man. He's been playing forever.
Not enough mana.
Yeah, it definitely was, Odin. It was a savage game back then. I mean, still is savage. What if we gave morph form ability to Blade Warp with a plus skill from item? That would be kind of cool. I mean, it would be a mobility skill, but the problem with Blade Warp is it's not as... Like, Blade Warp is... It's like... such a shitty mobility skill because sure, it's technically offensive, but it doesn't really do anything. Like, charge moves you, you know, noticeably, predictably in a direction, and you actually hit something with it, right? Like, it's actually, when you think about the immersion and the fantasy of it, it's kind of cool. But here's what they need to do if they ever do that. They need to fix charge. Charge is pretty fucked up. Charge, there's a lot of rubber banding right now when you cast charge, because whether you name lock somebody, a target or something, you can't break your charge. Back in LOD, you could charge the target, and then if you decided you didn't want to charge that target halfway through, which is very common, you could just click charge somewhere else, and it would interrupt the first charge, engage the next charge, right? So you could cancel your charge with another charge, which was great. But in D2R you can't. So if you click on a target, you charge to that target, and you don't stop charging until you hit it. They fixed it with Whirlwind. Whirlwind used to be bugged, where like you clicked on a target with Whirlwind and you would keep whirlwinding to it, even if it like started running off the screen. People used to do it in PvP. They could crash you out of a game with it. Like, you would just keep whirlwinding. You would never stop. They fixed that. How come they can't fix charge, where like you just go to the area that you clicked? You know what I mean? Like, you go to the area that you clicked or whatnot, or they just make it so you break charge when you cast charge again. Yeah, GG, Paul. Yeah, there are some legit bugged items that have survived, that's for sure. I have a bugged Tals, bugged B-Mana Charms, some imported 08s, or imported 06s pre-patches. Yeah, they still exist. Can we get a shot clock? Well, here's the other thing. We have, like, all the time. I say, let these guys jam. There's nobody else in the queue. And I say we let these guys jam, man. Let them jam it. Let them slam it. We're here for it, you know? Well, I am. And we might have somebody else, but we're still waiting on somebody to try to challenge Crypto Ninja up in there. But nobody dares. They don't dare step out and take on the Crypto Ninja. It's unfortunate, but you know, it's just how it is. Just seeing Maddie's message from hours ago. Oh yeah? Well, fuck you. That is the best comeback of all time, boys. If you're ever wondering what to say and someone has insulted you, I'll give you a piece of information here. You can take it with you into every argument. Two things, actually. Best comeback is, oh yeah? Fuck you. Right? Best comeback. Then there's also, when someone is talking and they're smarter than you and they're saying something that's really smart and they have a good point, you say, that's not the point. No matter if it actually was the point or not. It will confuse people like you've never seen. Even if they think, even if it was the point, they suddenly think, wow, I did make a point, but it wasn't, that wasn't the point. You see, that's not the point. Look, you can't shit in public, sir. This is a subway. That's not the point. You see? Suddenly it feels like there's something else going on here that this person doesn't understand. True. I think if they did those, I mean, if they fixed FHR and fixed charge, I think that those would be two big steps back in the right direction. Literally, and I don't actually think they would be that hard to fix. And then also, you know, giving us the ability to just lock out classes from joining games. Entire classes. Or a vote to kick from game. Yeah. Yeah, that could be good. That's actually true. Holy shit, I didn't think about that. Vote to ban from game. You've been banned from this game. That would actually be smart too. That might self-destruct, yeah. Yeah, I wonder how that could go wrong. Oh yeah, if 6 out of 8 are AFK. Yeah, well at that point, just go new game. Yeah, like what would be the threshold and how much? By the way, what's up, Raiden? Good to see you, man. Ability to make an H-map Bloodmore without houses. Yeah, right? Something. I mean, now we're getting technical. Now we're getting, that's going to be a little hard, but what we're, you know, what we're talking about is simple fixes, right? Bring back the fucking mute button. The code is somewhere. It's somewhere over at Blizzard headquarters. It actually existed in the beta. Bring that back. And then, you know that code you wrote for the FHR changes in 2.4? Yeah, just click the delete button on that. Those changes aren't really that hard, right? Like, and they would make a big difference. The Battleground maps, while we would love them, I don't know if they will ever do that. You know? It's too bad. No houses, but 90% puddles, lol. Yeah, bro, if you could kick people out of games, though, I would just make, every game that I would make, I'd load up 3 loaders, so I always had, like, 4 in the game. And then just, like, I could always just kick out whoever I wanted. Vote to kick Coooley, Joby, and Maddie, and other players in the game. Fuck you, Max! Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah, Max! Fuck you! See? See? Best comeback right there. Max is perplexed. He's like, damn it. Got me. Riddle me this one. To solve the AFK discrepancy and vote to kick. If at least 2 players initiate, a timer starts. Or, by the way, Kuza, my guy, dude, thank you so much, man. 10 months. I can't even believe, bro. It seems like, it seems like yesterday. I can't believe 10 months. Kuza, thank you so much for parking the Prime here. 10 months, man. Big cheers to you. Appreciate you, dude. How about this, Paulie? I've got an idea. Whoever the game leader is just has the ability to kick people out. So usually it works if you've created the game, you're the game leader. It's basically whatever the level of the terror zone, whoever the player is in the game that the terror zone level is being based off from is the game leader. Right? Holy shit, what a duel between these guys. I think it's 3-2 now. Yeah, the game host, sorry. Yep. They just have the ability to kick. And that way, if you have a bad game host and there's some, like, asshole in there, you can just go to a different game. But then if that asshole comes in, you can just kick him. Yeah, host is a true host then, exactly. Yep, like those old LOD channels, right? Yeah. Yeah, you remember the quiz bots? You would pop in the channel, you could earn points and shit just by answering some D2 trivia. Oh, it's crazy. Or random trivia, whatever I mean, there was a bunch of crazy chat bots up in there. I was an addict to those, yeah. Those are sick, man. I bet the hook is still just chilling there and they just took it out of the UI. They probably did, like, I mean, I don't know why. I assume it was a mistake. I can't imagine a conscious decision was made to take out the mute button. Like, oh, this is an unused piece of software, piece of UI. I can't imagine, dude. Nice shots there from Super Dude. He's pulling ahead here. It's now 3-2. He might be figuring this out here. He's pulling out his inner squigs, trying to get those nice telly stomps, those locks. Damn, son. Lobby chat is so dead in DZR. Yeah. Lobby chat is always one of those things where, like, you accidentally get put into it while you're in the game and you notice how dead it is, but then you also just try as hard as you can to get out of it. OP D2GM, that's what it was, man. Yep, there was a lot. There was a few of them. Yeah, how did they took that out on top of Squelch working like 3/4 of the time? Yeah, it like doesn't work if someone is listed as offline. But you can still squelch them, Paulie. You just can't do it with the button. It's weird. So like, if someone is listed as offline, they cannot be squelched. However, you can do it by typing /squelch and their account name. And then you have to type it out. It's a pain in the ass. But yeah, they should probably just fix that too. Yep, so, but you can still squelch them. So if someone's being a cunt in the game, that's what I do. Like, and they're listed as offline, /squelch space, type their account name. I wonder if that works with /mute. I've never tried it. Bros, can you imagine if that's how it works? Someone do it. Someone type /mute in game right now. Hold on. Let's cut to... I'm gonna mute Polytheist. Alright, hold on. I'm getting up in here. Let's do this. I'm gonna pop over to this real quick. We'll have multiple things going on. /mute. I'm gonna mute Coooley /mute. Nah, it doesn't work. It didn't say unknown command or anything. Well, you could also type like /report. Like report Joby cause sucks, and it will also not say that it's an unknown command. So there is that. Hold up. Hello. Right, y'all can see that. Let me try to mute, I'm gonna try to mute Morpheus here. Mute Morpheus. Yo, can you hear me, Morpheus? This is Crypto Ninja. Okay, let's go. Let's try to mute his account. No just Arturo /mute. No just Arturo. 556. Yo, what about now? Damn. Alright, well, we tried it. We tried it, boys. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. We tried our best, but in a real duel, me and my partner Z would have just ran to a corner, repped a full, and then we would have probably pinned down Necro and probably killed him. In a real duel. We still have that. Bowie? Oh my god. Bowie? We have it, boys.
Alright, well, we tried our best, but in a real duel, me and my partner Z would have just repped all the way to full life, and we would just pin down a Necro and probably kill him.
I mean, that's just the truth. It's the truth, you know? Fucking Bowie has some of the most epic one-liners, man. He's like the most notorious PvPer ever. Holy the GOAT, RTF! That's right, Raiden appreciates it. Hell yeah, man. By the way, good to see you, man. How you been? RTF crew, dude. That was the original the original RTF crew. It was fucking Vamp the Champ, Bowie. It was just the real duelers, you know? Good, just chilling. That's dope, dude. That's dope. We miss seeing you around, dude. I miss getting my ass beat on a VT by you, brother. Last I heard, though, a few months back, I knew that you were putting together some D2 builds, man, or at least something. I remember something about Warlock gear you were hunting down. I think Raiden might be playing in the background, just getting ready to beat up on people in PvP eventually. I just got a sneaking suspicion. All I'm saying. Would be cool, man. Those were the days. I still remember Raiden taught me a lot, dude, when we were, that's White Shepherd Leo. Like, he would kick my ass all the time in LOD. Very, very good dueler, man. We're talking, like, top tier shit. Like, y'all don't even know. So underrated. Would step up in here and just absolute top tier shit, yeah. Even back then, I would notice, like, you know what I mean? I wasn't as good of a dueler as I am now, but it's like, you notice the people who were just on a different level. Yeah, that's for sure, man. That was Raid. Yep. Back in the days of the weapon swap glitch and all of that, it was, man, we needed it back then. Who's dueling out? This is Super Dude versus Stu. Necro v Fire Doo-Doo. And these guys are now noticing, I think both of them are kind of noticing how crazy this duel is. It can be wild. We saw the Squigs duel versus Track Amp earlier, and it seems as though it's like, so, you know, that one kind of happened relatively quickly, you know, probably within an hour or so, and it's like, you know, seems like a long time. We can bounce back and forth between duels, but these guys are noticing it can be a long, drawn-out duel, man. It really can be. These guys are out of pots, bros. These guys are out of pots. It's a pride-it-out matchup as always. Yeah, still, dude. Still. It's still jamming. Paulie says he's coming. He's getting baked. Dude, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Also, Track Amp up in here. Good stuff, man. Thank you guys for pulling for these dudes, man. And you see, this is the thing. I mean, sometimes duels can go long in D2. And this is what I say. It's like, sometimes they're prideful. You know, sometimes they can be prideful, high-profile duels, but other times they can be learning experiences, too. You know, as people develop their skills and matchups that they often don't get to play. You know what I mean? Especially as, and this is what I say, when you're playing up against somebody who's god tier on a build, it can feel so bad to learn against them. But when you run into someone who might be closer to your skill level, you really pick up more. It's almost like the XP gap in D2, right? You kill monsters closer to your level, you know, then you level up better, right? If you're fighting against someone who's easy, too easy for you, you don't learn anything. If they're too hard and way too good, you also don't learn, right? You just get your ass beat. You don't really pick up on much. Classic example of that is like classic NVD, where you have like Necro versus Druid. If you go in and you're like a new Necro player and you're like, all right, I'm gonna learn me how to play some NVD, and then you just have like Foozher Man coming in on a Druid and just shit stomping you, like, you will never learn anything from that. Like, you almost have to learn a little bit of like good things, learn some bad habits, unlearn the bad habits, and you craft your mind into thinking, oh, that's why this is better, right? Like, that's why it's good to do this. Like, you understand the alternatives, right? And like, playing against worser players, you can get away with making mistakes like that, playing suboptimally. What char are you building with a 30k Forum Gold budget? For PvP? Good question, Chocolate Fish. If I had a 30k Forum Gold budget, what character would I make? Probably a Necro, but I don't know if that would cost you 30k. It might. If you get really good top tier shit, yeah. If I had nothing, if I had none of these classes, 30K. I think you need more. I mean, you could also make like a Zon. Get some 320-20s, 3-3-20s. You wouldn't... 320-20s might be too expensive for 30K, but you could get like 319-20s or 320-19s. Or something close, like a buy someone's inventory of like subpar max AR lifers. You can probably get that for pretty cheap. That's probably also a pretty cool class to build. But as far as like... Yeah, as far as top tier shit that like you could definitely build something good for 30K, probably a Necro. I got all these 99s and nothing to do with them. Yeah, I was starting with a Necro, dude. Necro is pretty forgiving. It's a easy class to learn, difficult to master. You could also make a Sin, I would think. Like, you could probably make a pretty decent Sin for 30K. And Sin's same thing, easy to learn, difficult to master. You could start getting some wins on Sins with knowing just a little bit. Just knowing a little bit of the cadence, right? A little bit of the setup. Learn quick on them. Wind Druids are kind of a thing of the past, but they're a fun build. I don't really know why they've fallen out of favor. It's just no one uses them anymore. There's a better Druid out there. There's the Fire Druid, you know? Let's go, Stubby! If he gets this, it's going to be 3-3, and it's going to come down. It's going to come down to that final round. Might be a double KO. Let's go, Stubby! Yep, Stubby on the Fire Druid. Man, he's really picking it up. He's learning his range here. Also, Super Dude, yeah, I was going to say, we're not seeing a lot of teeth here, but those are also, it's a really good thing to use in this matchup. But usually if the Druid is aggressing you or has a predictable pattern is when you want to use teeth. Like, usually not good from the outside. If he's staying on the outside like that, I would just spam Bone Spirits at him all the way from out here. Fuck him. Make him come in when he sees all those Bone Spirits. Come on, Stewie gets there. Holy shit, it's 3-3. It's gonna literally come down to this, boys. It comes down to this round right here. Super Dude versus the Stubby. 3-3 in this absolutely epic showdown. I enjoy watching win, but I don't think I can get down with all them buttons for fire. Yeah, there is a lot of buttons, a lot of cooldown balancing for fire builds, for a Fire Druid. Wind Druid is so simple, right? Like, it's Telly, throw a NATO. Keep your pets up and all, you know, all your pre-buff stuff, but teleport, throw a NATO. Keep your Cyclone armor up, your pets up, your Oak up, all of this. But the attack plan is very simple. And you could say the same about the Necro to some degree. There's a couple of attacks, but it's like teleport, spear, spirit. Teleport, spear, spirit. Put the teeth on the left click, or, you know. It's pretty simple. Simple attack plans, I think, are the best thing to learn on. Hammerden is not a simple attack plan. I'm not going to say names, but I've seen some streamers who don't know how to play a Hammerden, all right? They fuck up the concentration aura so much. They started... The couple people I was watching that did it ended up swapping to quick casts so that they stopped fucking up the concentration aura. Like, so that they stopped throwing hammers with no concentration aura up and embarrassing themselves. Which was smart, but it also tells me they never learned how to run a Hammerden in LOD. They were never doing no desyncing and aura swapping and all of that shit. But a Paladin's natural attack plan is probably why quick casting was made in the first place. Because most people didn't understand you had to have the concentration aura up as you threw the hammer. Like, it just, if you think about it from a very basic sense, it's not a very straightforward game plan. I don't think Stu is streaming crypto. Is he? Let me look here. He wasn't streaming last I looked. I think Super Dude is the only one streaming it. Didn't see Stu up in there streaming. Yeah, looks like it's just Super Dude still. Yeah, it's 3-3 squigs. Yep. Super Dude needs some chat PK with the elite tactic to get Stu to come in. That's what it is. That's what it is. See, Super Dude hasn't mastered the chat PK yet. Just get out there and be like, I've got range, you need to come in. Stop late-sing, you know, just saying little shit that gets people tilted a little bit, and then after you say it, go in and start shooting at them. Yeah, Elite was the king of the chat PK, man. He really was the epitome of, like, play towards your outs. You play to win, right? You can type on the keyboard, you type on the keyboard. You get them tilted, you fucking get in there. Yeah, you got a problem with it? Don't try typing in the Bloodborne. That's what it is. Is Spirit Spam banned? Nope, you could. It's just not very effective for the most part. If all you're doing is teleporting around the map and spamming Spirit, and there are other reasonable things to do, then it would probably be called late sync. Most people don't do that, but it's also not usually the most effective strategy because people have pets. So like they'll have oak sages, and you know, they can also just, if they notice you're spamming spirits, they'll just approach you from a different angle. But no, it's legit. It's a strategy. Yeah, I think they have realized that, Druid Force. They certainly have. Which is why they did this whole expansion in the first place, right? I mean, it really makes the most sense. Like, they realize, I think Microsoft of all, like, they all realize. We all like playing the older games, right? Like, I mean, it's why when you look at the box office and shit, they just keep redoing older movies, and those are the most successful. Is it's just because, like, a lot of people just enjoy the shit that's good and the shit that works. There's a lot of games out there that try to do things that, you know, try to take inspiration from Diablo 2 and do things better, such as PoE. Now, it's not to say that that's not a good game. It's just extremely complicated. And D2 in and of itself is kind of complicated. It involves a lot of knowledge that you can build up over time, but when you get it, you've got it, right? Like, you finally get it, now you can focus on other things. You can... Now that you understand what items are worth or what you should be looking for in your magic finding adventures, it's still hard to find, but like you kind of have this framework and you understand it. It takes a while to get there. Even in PvP, same can be said. There's a lot of mechanics, a lot of things that happen that you need to understand and know how to do. A whole different skill level involved than PvM, right? It is a complicated game, but it often gets chalked up to, oh, well, PoE is just... you know, Diablo 2 if it was, you know, if it was a complicated game. It's like, Diablo 2 is a complicated game. It's just PoE is a hyper-complicated game. You know, it's where you literally kind of have to live in it, right? Like, you have to immerse yourself in the game for a long time. Which, when that kind of commitment is involved in a game these days, it's like, usually people will just go back to what's easier and what they know. Last question for the night. Monday streams when? I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure. You know, I like to stream with a purpose, and, you know, so I don't... That's what I've been trying to do. So on the days that I used to stream, I've been working on, like, videos and making content and stuff, just so that it's, like... Just so that I feel like it's more productive, but also a better use of you guys' time than my time. However, that is not to say that, like, if I don't have a purpose, a challenge, or something like that that I'm doing for a video, that I wouldn't stream it like that. So that's kind of my new approach with this. I used to have a schedule and might set one up again, but, like, DFC is just always happening on Thursdays. You do it with a purpose, right? but I think it's good to have that purpose. So yeah, the last couple of weeks I feel like there has been no purpose. So I'm like, all right, I don't want to just stream for the sake of it. I want to have like a mission or something that we're doing, right? So it could be that we return these, we return to it. I want to get into this repetitive pattern of like having a purpose with it. So maybe a bit of a lull right now, I would say, but that could change actually in the near future. Yeah, it could change in the near future. We might, it depends. I've got so many ideas and so many things that I want to do. I mean, you saw it with the most recent short with like Zelda. Like I want to sharpen my skills with that stuff too and be able to tell a lot of different stories with like Diablo 2 always being the focus, but like just be able to sharpen my skills and do good things, like put out epic shit. So yeah, it's stream with a purpose is what I say. I want a purpose behind it, you know? Yeah, have you confirmed that upcharging is broken and not working anymore? No, I was just doing it wrong, Kyle. I think it was Jits who told me, or somebody, AF50 maybe told me, that you have to aim, it's just the foot charge is what works. You have to charge, but it's like, you can't upcharge itself like it used to work, where you take your cursor and you put it in the far upper right screen or far upper left and charge. That is broken and doesn't work. But it's now replaced by foot charge, which blows through your mana way quicker, which kind of sucks. Stay-at-home dad, my 4-year-old spent a lot of hours with your Monday, Tuesday streams on the TV instead of whatever the fuck. No shit. Interesting to know, Chocolate Fish. Well, thank you, man. That's good to know, man. I appreciate that. Can't believe how small the pre-expansion stash was, and it didn't feel like an issue back then, right? There was also not really the variety of items that there are now. We had mules, but single player was a little different. It was harder to mule shit. But we all played online, right? We all played online. But charge is great versus Fire Druid? Yeah, no shit, dude. Yeah, especially where if they can't have like 5 pets and shit, you can often blast through the bear, get some life leech back, and actually hit them. It's kind of crazy. Foot charge is good, man. There was some LLD rule sets back in the day that I read that banned foot charge, and I'm like, I mean, it's good, but it's not really broken. It's like an aggressive attack, you know what I mean? And most of the time, if a charger wants to close the distance on me with just about any build, go right for it. Necro, Druid, Barb. Zon, it's probably worse for them, but that's a tough matchup for the Din anyway. Whole mules, I don't miss those, right? I still have mules, Kyle. I still got accounts full of mules, bro. Still so many of them. I still remember finding the Tri-Elemental Sorks was sad that got passed, or yeah, the synergies essentially replacing it, yeah. Damn, son, holy shit, the Stubby gets there, Paulie. He friggin' gets there. What an epic duel. I gotta say, man, I think this right here was something where both of these guys were, these guys were learning the ropes of this duel right here and seeing how difficult it can be. But it was a back and forth. What a good one, man. That was epic. GG to these guys. Congrats to Stubby, the new Fire Druid up in here. And then also Super Dude. We might see this guy on a Din next time. You never know, boys. You never know. Damn, son. Holy shit, boys. What a fight. What a card this was. This has been wild, man. GG, Stubby. I'm new as fuck to the Fire Druid, so I was... Dude, look, we were actually talking about that. I was like, look, man, Stu is learning this as he's going. He's picking up on, like, the tricks of this matchup right here. We're seeing it real time. We wish we could have seen it from your standpoint, but... yeah, dude, hey, look, man, it's a tough build. It is way different than anybody knows, you know? It requires... It's a whole different learning curve. Polytheus can attest to that. But yeah, boys, holy shit, what a night. Guys, thanks for joining me, man. Bill, let's send him out of here the right way. That's that beat, baby. Hell yeah. Dry your eyes. Look, don't cry. I see you crying. We'll be back. GG's, boys. Another DFC in the books. Bros, it means so much to me every week to be here with you guys. The support you give me, man, I can't thank you enough. It's means a lot to be part of this community and be here with y'all. And we will be back next week to do it all over again, boys. See you on Thursday. Peace.